that, look, this is a mess created by someone else, but that someone else will not do anything to clear this mess. You have to clear their mess. I think this is the greatest injustice we can see on this planet. So maybe United Nations should see that if we can have some form of global environmental tax on the polluters, and from that tax money, we should have this fund which should help developing countries in South to be able to meet the challenges of climate change. Because they are on the receiving end, they are not responsible. But just saying this, that global North will make all the mess, but they will not pay for clearing the mess. And you have the responsibility to do something about it. I think this is very unfair. And it is not just a moral issue, it is much more than a moral issue. And global North must play its role to help global South to mitigate the effects of climate change. Pakistan's response to this challenge is embedded in our economic transformation agenda, Udaan Pakistan, which is centered on 5 E's, and environment being one of those 5 pillars. The environment pillar provides a clear roadmap for a low-carbon development pathway, water security and food security, 3 critical areas that will define our resilience and prosperity in the coming decades. To achieve sustainable development goals and nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, coherent national planning is essential. This requires seamless economic coordination among federal ministries and provincial governments, ensuring that the key policy areas, including climate change, water resources, energy, industries, commerce, food security, are aligned and mutually reinforcing. Despite its growing significance, climate change was not explicitly recognized in Pakistan's 1973 Constitution and is not listed in the federal legislative list. Instead, it falls under the category of residuary subjects, making it a provincial responsibility. Similarly, environmental governance is also a provincial subject. However, the nature of climate change and environmental challenges transcends provincial boundaries. Indeed, they are transnational and trans-regional issues requiring national and international cooperation. While the provinces play a central role in implementing climate policies, the Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination is responsible at the federal level for policy formulation, international commitments, and national coordination. The ministry works closely with provincial governments to align climate adaptation and mitigation strategies, ensuring a cohesive national response to climate change. As a signatory to multiple international climate treaties, including the Paris Agreement, Pakistan is committed to taking decisive action. But to translate these commitments into real change, we need strong inter-ministerial and inter-provincial collaboration, proactive policy interventions, and well-coordinated implementation mechanisms. And one of the interventions that we are now trying to introduce in devolved subjects is to create permanent structures of inter-province subject ministers committee, inter-province education, health, environment, provincial committees with permanent structure in these federal ministries so that we can have better coordination. The government of Pakistan has institutional mechanisms in place to drive the climate change agenda. Some key forums include National Economic Council. The NEC under Article 156 of the Constitution is the highest constitutional body for economic and social development. It provides overarching policy direction and harmonizes development efforts at national, federal, and provincial levels through various committees such as ECNEC, Executive Committee of NEC, CDWP, Central Development Working Party, and Provincial Development Working Party PDWP. Integration of climate policy in national planning. Climate change is embedded in the 5-year development plans, ensuring alignment with all sectoral policies. The climate agenda drives its mandate from the Constitution to ensure continuity and accountability. Planning Commission's role in climate mainstreaming is also important. Planning Commission plays a central integration and coordination role in directing Pakistan's limited resources towards sustainable development. And we have a permanent member, climate change in Planning Commission, who is here, who looks after this function. Under Udaan Pakistan, we have taken critical steps to mainstream the climate agenda into national development. Climate considerations are now part of national project prioritization to promote climate responsive investment. Public sector programs undergo climate impact screening, ensuring they contribute to sustainability goals. Green project tagging has been introduced to track and promote environment-friendly initiatives. Climate risk assessments are now part of the appraisal process for public sector development program. An asset register has been developed to unlock alternative financing sources, including green bonds. We are working on debt for climate swaps to diversify financing sources and reduce borrowing costs for development projects. The Planning Commission is aligning development partner-funded programs with Pakistan's climate agenda, ensuring all investments contribute to national priorities. National Climate Change Council is a high-level council chaired by the Prime Minister, includes chief ministers from all provinces, and serves as a crucial platform for building national consensus on climate action. Proposed National Climate Change Authority will further streamline climate governance. We propose the establishment of National Climate Change Authority to implement Pakistan's international climate commitments under various treaties, operate as a specialized implementation agency with the ability to provide policy inputs to Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination, and ensure a coherent national approach to climate adaptation, mitigation, and green growth strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan stands at a critical juncture. Our response to climate change will determine the future of our economy, environment, and people's well-being. The government of Pakistan is committed to working closely with provinces, international partners, private sector, academia, researchers, and all stakeholders to strengthen climate governance and ensure sustainable people-centric development. Through Udaan Pakistan, we aim to transform our economic model and secure a greener, more prosperous future for generations to come. Let us join hands to make Pakistan a leader in climate resilience and sustainable development. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you, Ehsan Saab, for your address. I would now like to pass the mic on to Ms. Maryam Aurangzeb, who is joining us via Zoom. Ms. Maryam, the mic over to you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Am I audible there?
Ji, you are.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to this very important forum. I would also like to thank DawnMedia Group for organizing such a conference, Breathe Pakistan, at a very, very important and critical juncture, where Pakistan, as Ehsan Iqbal Saab before me was narrating the federal national policies and infrastructure and platforms that are being in place. I will not repeat what Ehsan Iqbal Saab has said in terms of where Pakistan stands in terms of climate resilience, policy framework, and of course international agreements that the country has been signatory to for last many decades. I would present today as a keynote speaker about the Punjab climate experience that we have been experiencing after assuming office in last 12 months. The journey has been very exciting in terms of that we had to take a very comprehensive, holistic integrated multi-sectoral approach towards climate resilience across Punjab. We've seen extreme weather conditions. We've seen floods in recent past, and also water shortages in a southern part of Punjab. In the agriculture sector, of course, the rising temperature has resulted into 1 to 8% reduction in our major crops, including wheat, rice, maize, and cotton yields. Health, of course, has the bad air quality has had impact on our health indicators, of course, and the water shortage. 82%, as the data shows, has been confronted with increase in water shortage in South Punjab, as I was telling. So, under the leadership of the current Chief Minister, Mariam Nawaz, we have taken two-pronged approach in terms of climate resilience and, of course, the bad air quality, the AQI indicators in Punjab. So in climate resilience, Punjab has formulated its first climate resilient policy of Punjab, which is multi-sectoral, integrated, comprehensive, and looks at climate resilience from the lens of adaptation, mitigation, and of course cross-sectoral. But very important pillar, of course, is climate justice and transboundary. As you can see on your screen, this is the vision of Punjab, a climate resilient Punjab. So adaptation, of course, includes water shortages, biodiversity, ecosystem, climate-induced disaster management, health and climate justice. Mitigation has multi-sectoral lens, which is energy, industry, transport, waste management, and cross-sectoral, of course, has forest, climate integrated planning, climate financing, agriculture, livestock. And as SN Iqbal Sahab was saying, that at the federal level, PDWP's planning is looking at climate as multi-sectoral. Similarly, in Punjab, the climate resilience project and also the integrated approach to AQI have been integrated into the planning division, the planning department, and we have for the first time allocated about 10 billion to smog mitigation and 100 billion to climate resilience projects across Punjab. So that was the first step, which shows, of course, the priority of the Chief Minister, the government, from looking at it from a very, integrated and cross-sectoral lens. Then, of course, as I was telling you, the climate resilience, the climate change transcends boundaries and trans-border. So we have also started our dialogue with India in terms of, we have written our letter to the Foreign Ministry of Pakistan to initiate this dialogue with the countries in the region that have direct impact on the air quality and, of course, the climate resilience policies and frameworks in the region. And in Punjab, when I talk about the cross-cutting initiatives, the smog is very critical. We've seen smog in last 7-8 years, and for the first time again, a multi-sectoral, cross-sectoral, integrated approach has been taken at Punjab in terms of agriculture. We've subsidized the program, and we've given super seeders under this very large subsidy program to the farmers for the reduction of stubble burning in agriculture. As we have seen, we were very challenged with technology and evidence-based data when it comes to having the data with us, and the monitoring was also of air quality was compromised. So for the first time, we installed about 30 monitors across Punjab, and the target is 60 monitors till March, which gives us live data of our air quality across Punjab. In Punjab, we've seen peaks this year in last 4 or 5 months. The data shows us that there was an unprecedented peaks in air quality, and for the first time, it is not just a Lahore, which comes, of course, in media also and gains attention as the worst polluted city across the region, but we've seen peaks in other parts of the country also, in other provinces like Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Sindh has shown peaks also. Balochistan and southern Punjab for the first time was enveloped in bad air quality. So it has, of course, transcended the national boundaries of other provinces also. And of course, we have data where we see that the weather patterns in India and the activities in different seasons, like in stubble burning, wheat and rice harvesting, we see peaks. And then, of course, we have invested heavily in technology, in infrastructure. When it comes to evidence-based monitoring of air quality, we're also embarking on establishing a climate observatory in Punjab, which gives us real-time data, research-based, and that's something that we are really looking forward, and this has also been included in our current development program of Punjab. The Punjab province is going through intense transition from traditional to EV, electric vehicle policy, both in terms of mass transit, and also we have for the first time introduced the vehicle fitness regime in Pakistan, starting from Punjab. And VIX, as you see, these stations for vehicle inspections, and also the fitness certificate. We've included the private sector who is working with us for introducing this regime across Punjab. This was done again for the first time. Then we've also introduced air quality monitors, as I was saying, mobile, and then also drone surveillance was included in regulation, and also monitoring of air quality data on daily basis. You can see the first 28 batch of electric buses have arrived in Punjab, and under the Clean Air Program of Punjab with the World Bank, we are also embarking on a journey of replacing two-wheelers and three-wheelers from the division of Lahore, which is of course critical when it comes to air quality data that we have in Punjab. So also a massive transition to solar is also underway, and the Chief Minister program of solar panel distribution has begun, and we are giving solar panels subsidized program again in two phases. First is free solar panels to the consumers who consume energy less than 200 megawatts, and then of course a finance program for consumers consuming energy above that. Of course, this all has impact on sustainable development goals related to climate resilience and also air quality. So this is the framework. The unique part of this climate resilient policy vision is that it also has a monitoring framework, which is also again multi-sectoral and integrated. So this is what we have. We are looking at land use planning, and growth, of course, is also an important thing. The solid waste management program, which is called Suthra Punjab, introduced by the Chief Minister and Government of Punjab across Punjab, is also a very, very important program when it comes to solid waste, and of course the single-use plastic policy. The single-use plastic is banned in Punjab for last 12 months, and we are working directly with the manufacturers. We're looking at both supply and demand of plastic use of both the consumer and the manufacturers. For the first time, we're listing industry. The Punjab experience has been very, very intense. First 4 months, we handheld the industrial stakeholders, and we've changed our legislation and also regulatory framework. We worked with them, and I can say that with great conviction that in Lahore division, not a single brick kiln is currently working on other than zigzag technology. And we've also mapped the entire industry of Punjab's, and especially the Lahore division, where we are now establishing the QR codes on each brick kiln, which is then linked to our monitoring data control center. And we can see live smoke emitting brick kilns on our data center technology. Then we've also integrated the safe city cameras that we have in Punjab with our integrated solution for smoke emitting vehicles, and the entire regime of including motorbikes, and also the vehicles have been included in the vehicle regime, fitness regime, through the safe city cameras. Drone surveillance has been introduced for the first time to see the industry, what is the evidence of emitting smoke and other particulate matter when it comes to bad air quality. Then we also have introduced a large subsidy program for environmental control systems In Punjab, with the industry, where we do have these cameras near the chimneys, a live feed also is then fed to our central control system, the monitoring system. Drone cameras were also used, and drone technology for surveillance of stubble burning in the wheat and rice harvesting seasons. So, and the most important and critical part in Punjab experience was engaging the citizens when it comes to the health impacts of bad air quality. Of course, citizens, we engaged in last 12 months massively, both in terms of raising awareness, but also making them custodian of, the good quality and both the bad quality indicators in Punjab. And of course, it seems very easy when we say, and the narrative about integrating, taking everyone along, and multi-sectoral.
I think we're experiencing
fugitive dust was very, very critical factor. So these are the sprinklers now by policy and by law around the construction sites that we have to, regulate and also inspect that they all have these, technology around that. So this was our learning. Of course, the audience must be interested in our dialogue with India and climate justice and transboundary initiation and the climate diplomacy. As I said, we have seen, we have written letter to our foreign ministry, and we are looking forward to this dialogue because, of course, it's transboundary, cross-border. During the harvesting season, we have seen peaks because of the air direction, wind direction, and also the weather patterns. And that's what we are also looking at in terms of climate pattern adaptation, mitigation, to talk to countries, to have this discourse amongst the countries in the region. So, of course, climate does not see silos, as we say, and we have to take everyone along. Punjab is, of course, leading case study in the region, and we have seen lesser patients in hospital in last 5 months, the smog season, about 11% decrease in the patient count when it comes to only the season of intense smog and the peaks that we have seen in last 4-5 months. And also about 2 weeks reduction in the smog indicators and the peaks that we have seen in last 5 months is another evidence-based data that our policies were meaningful, effective, and were working. But unless we have this regional discourse with the countries in the region, we will not achieve, maximum results of our policies. But the Chief Minister vision was to put our house in order first with this multi-sectoral lens that Punjab is looking at in terms of climate resilience and air quality across the country, as Ehsan Saab was saying, and also in the province when it comes to the climate resilience policies and framework. So this is from my side, a massive infrastructural and institutional capacity building and reform has been completed in last 12 months. And with this data, with this technology, and with this integrated multi-sectoral approach, we believe that we will be able to, of course, Beijing is, a case study in the region and to the world that they have reduced their 140 days of bad air quality to 4 days in 1 year. But massive interventions, of course, have been taking place in China, in Beijing, and the adjacent province. And we have, of course, embarked and we've taken this menace head on. And with this national and provincial policies and framework and the interventions that are in place, I believe that we will be able to confront this problem and, and of course, all the stakeholders sitting in the audience, in the panel, as the keynote speakers, we all understand the stakeholder engagement and integration, and everybody has to play their role, their responsibility when it comes to climate change and its impacts on humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mariam Aurangzeb. I would now like to introduce to the panel Ms. Wajiha Rahman, Parliamentary Secretary, Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives, who will be sitting in for Minister Ehsan Iqbal in his absence. He has a prior engagement he needs to attend to. I would now like Mr. Muhammad Yahya to take the podium.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, UN colleagues. Yesterday, I think we had a lot of discussions around what the world can do and what the region can do in solving the issue of climate change in Pakistan and in the South Asia region. And I think one of the themes that came out from the discussion yesterday is how the region needs to do more for itself. And the low appetite by international communities, specifically countries that have polluted, of course, the emissions that this region suffers for, and the inability or unwillingness to support countries like Pakistan and the region. So today, I think the focus, and you'll hear later from colleagues here, is what can the region do exactly, and how does that look like? And for us in the United Nations, and the work we've been doing and supporting Pakistan in the last few years is what I want to focus my interventions today, and that is the Living Indus initiative. Many of you know about this initiative. It's a transformative effort that embodies Pakistan's commitment to restoring and securing the Indus Basin in the face of escalating climate crisis. For thousands of years, the Indus River has shaped civilization, sustained agriculture, provided water for over 200 million people. Today, it remains central to Pakistan's survival, with providing around 90% of the country's agriculture and servicing as a lifeblood for the communities and industries around the Indus. I think you'll also agree that Indus is in crisis. It faces a lot of challenges. The devastating floods of 2022 also indicates the stark warning vulnerability of the entire water system here in Pakistan. The Indus irrigation system, designed 200 years ago, was built on the assumption of a predictable monsoons, stable seasonal temperature to sustain the water flow. However, as you all know, in the past 30 years, this has become increasingly unreliable. My boss, the Secretary General, was here in solidarity with the people of Pakistan during the floods, the 2022 floods. And one of the things he observed was, he said, Pakistan was facing monsoons on steroids. That's what he called the monsoons in this region. And the impact that is having, both in terms of unpredictability and the less and less support it provides to the region. The past, however, cannot be the future for Pakistan's survival. It must rebuild its relationship with the Indus, adapt and become in a more hostile climate regime. Restoration of the Indus is for us, and with the government's leadership, one of the most critical, practical things that Pakistan can do in its response to climate change. Pakistan has taken a bold action. It has put its plans together. We have our regional director from UNEP here. She will tell you, and she was very proud when Pakistan won the UN World Restoration Award for its plan around the Indus and the Indus Initiative. But now I think we all agree it's time to move from planning to much more practical intervention in that effort to restore the Indus. Self-help, which is a theme when our colleagues from Dawn wanted to do this conference, and we believe the self-help ethos applies to the Indus. I have traveled around this country, and I've seen the opportunities that the Indus provides, and the debate and discussions today from my colleagues from the UN and under the leadership of the coordinator of MOCC, you will hear more on what that could look like and where the financing will come from. Of course, there will be a lot of challenges around the financing, and yesterday I was listening also to the previous minister, Sheikh Rahman, in her comments, around the thought or the idea that help is not coming anytime soon, and what can you do for yourself? And I think that what the discussions around the Indus is within that sphere. Those of us in the UN are committed to supporting the government and the people of Pakistan around the Indus initiative. You will see a lot of agencies who are present here who have been working hand in hand with the government. And one of the proposals that we are pushing now with the government is to also make sure that the Indus initiative is embedded both at the provincial and at the federal level, that something much more tangible, investable programs are built around this. And we believe the health and restoration of the ecosystem around the Indus is a practical start for what Pakistan can do for itself, and you can count on the support of the entire UN system. Thank you very much, and shukriya.
Thank you, Mr. Yahya. I would now like to request Ms. Rubina Khurshid Alam, Coordinator to the Prime Minister on Climate Change, to take the podium. Ms. Rubina.
Thank you very much. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, and very warm good morning to all the worthy excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, those who are listening or watching us anywhere across the world. My warm greetings and regards to them, and my special gratitude to the DawnMedia Group. And I really want to welcome here a very young champion, a star of Pakistan from Balochistan hub, Zunaira Qayyum. I would request everyone to give her a round of applause. She's a climate champion of Pakistan, and she's a great pride. I would request if she can stand so everybody can look at her. So she was being in the COP as well, and she represents Pakistan. Yeah. It also shows the commitment that how we believe in our girls and how we have a great champions. Thank you very much, Zunaira, for your great efforts. My dear ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, it's a great honor to stand before you today at Breathe Pakistan, the Pakistan Symposium on Governance and Climate Change. This symposium underscores the critical intersection of governance and climate action, emphasizing the need for effective policies, resilient institutions, and innovative solutions. I extend my sincere gratitude to Mr. Ehsan Iqbal Chaudhry for his leadership in this domain, as well as to my fellow keynote speaker, Ms. Mariam Aurangzeb, and of course all those speakers who are sitting over here, for their dedication to shaping Pakistan's sustainable future. This initiative is a testament of our collective resolve to address the most pressing challenge of our time: climate change. I extend my deepest appreciation, of course, once again to DawnMedia for convening this critical dialogues, and to our esteemed speakers who have set the stage for a transformative directions and discussions, and where we are talking about the need of the time and the need for the solutions, for the regional solutions as well. Pakistan stands at a defining moment in its climate journey. As a country on the front line of climate change, we face mounting challenges, extreme weather patterns, water scarcity, and environmental degradation. These challenges are not just environmental concerns. They threaten our economy, our food security, and the well-being of millions of people. However, Pakistan is not defined by these challenges alone. We are defined by our resilience and our ability to overcome adversity. We cannot overlook the shocking common challenges that require our foremost attention, followed by the quickest actions to meet the targets. We live in a world where severe poverty and hardship coexist with extreme wealth. Climate change, as a consequence of fatal carbon emissions from industrial waste, is playing a havoc in developing nations in the form of flash floods triggered by melting glaciers. Maternal and child mortality and unacceptability high. Millions of our children are out of school. Girls and women still await equal opportunities. We stand at a crossroads, and generations to come will never forgive us if we do not stand together and deliver today as being standing together with each other. I must say, ladies and gentlemen, that it's now or it's never. Despite these challenges, Pakistan stands as a nation of opportunity, resilience, and determination. We are not merely passive victims of climate change. We are active participants in foraging solutions. With the right governance structures, interventional collaborations, and innovative climate policies, Pakistan can turn these challenges into opportunities for green growth and sustainable development. We believe in a future where climate action drives economic prosperity, where environmental sustainability, forests, social equity, and where Pakistan emerge as a leader in climate resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a question of justice. Pakistan is paying the price of something that was created by others, and not only Pakistan, of course, all the vulnerable countries who have been the victim of the climate change. The irreparable loss of precious lives, destruction of even the basic infrastructure such as roads, houses, schools, and basic health units by the recent floods makes it imperative for Pakistan to leave no stone unturned in effort to rescue, rehabilitation, and rebuilding. Under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Mian Mohammad Shehbaz Sharif, Pakistan is taking bold steps towards a sustainable and climate resilient future. Our commitment to the Living Indus initiative aims to restore the health of our river system. The Recharge Pakistan program focused on floods, resilience, and water conservation, while our efforts under the Loss and Damage flood ensure the vulnerable communities receive the support of the need. As the leading climate advocate appointed by the Prime Minister to drive Pakistan's climate agenda, I would like to ensure everyone to overhear our commitment to a sustainable and climate resilient future remains unwavering. We are actively working on consolidating joint efforts to strengthen climate action to our region, introducing innovative mechanisms of institutionalizing sustainable development goals and ensuring that our climate policies will be impactful and far-reaching. Our journey towards a greener Pakistan is not one we take alone. Strong partnerships with the United Nations and World Bank and regional allies enable us to implement meaningful, large-scale climate action. We need increased climate financing, technology transfer, and capacity building support to achieve our ambitions, targets under the Paris Agreement, and our national determined contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, at the provisional level, as you heard from the Madam Mariam and from the Honorable Minister Islamabad Balsa, we are witnessing an encouraging moment. Punjab is leading the charge with the sustainable urban planning, and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa afforestation and nature-based solutions are setting a precedent for others to follow. We must ensure that every province, every district, and every citizen becomes an active participant in our shared climate journey. Ladies and gentlemen, governance and climate change are not separate issues. They are deeply interconnected. Strengthening governance structures is fundamental to implementing climate policies that work. We must move beyond discussions and accelerate implementations. We must invest in the green solutions, promote climate education, and empower our youth and, of course, our children to be architects of a sustainable future. Excellencies, it is the right time to strengthen the region by building up a networking group of joint working in tackling the challenges we face. Our planet is running out of time. Breathe Pakistan is more than just a conference. It is a call for action. It is a call for policy makers, businessmen, civil society, media, and individuals to unite in the fight against climate change. In this regard, media plays an instrumental role in raising awareness and shaping public discourse towards climate change. The power of storytelling, investigative journalism, and digital media campaigns cannot be overstated in mobilizing communities and influencing policy decisions. It is essential to establish, I would request it is and urge that it's a great need of the time, that it is very essential to establish a dedicated caucus on media of climate change internationally on awareness, a platform that brings together media professionals, environmental experts, and policymakers to drive climate realization across the sector of society. Through responsible reporting and compiling narratives, we can turn climate awareness into climate action. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, Pakistan has long been considered one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change in the world. But we will not be beaten. Today, it's Pakistan. Tomorrow, it can be someone else. But we must not sit back for it to happen somewhere else. We too must look beyond the current crisis and act and set our sights high as we strike out of a world of dignity and opportunity for all on a healthy planet. And in the end, I would really like to thank all of your commitment and dedication, all those guests who came from far away, from all across the world. I look forward to outcomes of this seminar, this conference, which will guide us in strengthening our regional efforts for climate resilience, ensuring that all communities will get benefits from our collective progress. Let us work together to ensure that Pakistan breathes cleaner air and becomes a global leader in climate resilience. And I would request to all to come up with the regional solutions, because in the end, I would just like to say, it's not you, it's not me, it's us. Let's stand together. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Romina. I would now like to pass the mic on to Ms. Catherine Weevil, who will be facilitating the session on the Living Indus. Catherine.
Thank you. So, after all these very inspiring words, we are going to take you on a journey with thanks to DawnMedia and Hamid Haroun. We want to take you to a journey where Pakistan and civilization in this part of the world all started. So we're going to take you first to the northern areas, to the high peaks, the glaciers, where the Indus, the mighty Indus River is born. It starts in the north, and the glaciers give their gift of life to Pakistan by providing their water, which flows into the Indus and starts a course to the south of the country. The water from the north first flows through Punjab. It turns Punjab into a land of fertile plains. It brings food, water, the gift of life and jobs to the people. It then continues through the plains of Sindh and Balochistan, where it turns the desert into flowers, and where it has given birth to a civilization which has endured for 5,000 of years. That's the Indus civilization. It then reaches the delta, a very important wetland in Pakistan, which provides the country and its people with oxygen and also with a very rich biodiversity. And then the journey ends into the sea and the very beautiful coastline of Pakistan. This is a very exciting journey. It's also the opportunity to realize that the Indus, its river, its basin, are the backbone of Pakistan. This is why the government has based one of its most ambitious climate projects on it. The Living Indus initiative is something that we are going to discuss and which is really unifying the country. It's an initiative that has already earned global presence for Pakistan. In June last year, for World Environment Day in Islamabad, the country received the World Restoration Flagship Award from the UN Environment Programme a global and very prestigious award, and actually it was awarded in presence of Mohamed Yahya and Romina Khurshid Adam, who are here. And today we are here, just in front with us, Deshen Sering, who is from the UN Environment Program and covers the region of Asia. So you see everything is gathered for a very interesting debate. And before we continue speaking and in particular trying to understand why this project is important and what has already been achieved, and most importantly how we can all contribute to it, I'm going to take you where it all started, in the northern areas where the water comes out of the ground and the life and the story of the Indus starts.
The Indus has been supporting the civilization for more than 5,000 years. It is the backbone of Pakistan. What we are is because of the Indus. So the question really is, are we in a position to support the Indus for the next 100 years?
Yes, we can grow glaciers, and we have the technique. It is purely indigenous technique.
The snow leopard is fully in danger in few years if we cannot control it. So our upcoming generation will not able to see snow leopard.
The flood not only washed out my homes and property, but it had, take off all my childhood memories.
Pakistan is one out of the 10 most impacted countries by climate change. And what that led to really was the culmination of what we call the Living Indus program, which is an umbrella initiative. It is a call to action. The Indus flows from the north of Pakistan and then goes into the plains of Punjab via KP, and eventually it falls into the south of Pakistan, which is Sindh province, and then eventually into the Arabian Sea. The topography of Pakistan is very diverse. The mountains of Gilgit-Baltistan, the terrain that they offer is different from the terrain or the topography that you would see in Sindh. So the kind of solutions that we're providing through this Indus initiative also have to be contextualized to the particular area. And it entails within it a set of 25 interventions that are aimed towards the ecological restoration of the Indus basin.
So as you can see, it's quite an impressive journey from KP, Gilgit-Baltistan, Sindh, Balochistan, Punjab, all the countries covered. It is an initiative whose project has been enshrined in a very nice booklet which is available. But I really want to start with Aban Marker Cabraj, who is climate advisor for UNEP in the region, and who was there from the very start of this project. And so she's going to tell us about it. Aban, how did it exactly start?
Well, I'd like to say initially the story of the Living Indus is something that began, in a sense, it's been something that's been considered in Pakistan for a long, long time. The Indus River is the backbone of much of what we do and recognized as essential to the future of Pakistan. But more prosaically, if we start with where this particular process began, it began from the United Nations point of view with the call that the Secretary General made a few years ago when he spoke of the triple planetary crisis. The crisis of climate change, the crisis of biodiversity loss, and the crisis of pollution. And he tasked the United Nations representatives through the resident coordinator who is with us today in every country to begin a discussion with the government of the countries, the member states of the United Nations, as to what they considered the ecosystem, the greatest negative impact of climate on the fabric of survival for the country. Now, when the discussion began with the government of Pakistan at that point, the minister at the time, who was from the Ministry of Climate Change, said, look, for us, the survival of Pakistan and the ecosystem that is going to be the most impacted is the Indus Basin. And that's a fairly self-evident issue. It's the backbone, as people have said before, of what Pakistan is today, and you saw it in the film. And then the minister said, and within that ecosystem, the most important resource is water. Water is what Pakistan depends on for its survival, as do most countries. And the source of that water, which is the monsoons, the precipitation, and the glacial melt, determines the economy and the future and the prosperity of the country. So if we are looking at what is the most important consideration for Pakistan's survival, and you heard this in what the resident coordinator, Mohammed Yahya, said earlier, you heard it amplified greatly in what the current minister, Rumina, said. We need to focus on the source of the sustenance of Pakistan, which is water. Is there a problem? Yes. Okay, fine, thank you. And so began the discussion as what do we do? The scope is enormous. The future of the Indus determines what will happen in Pakistan and whether it will survive in its current form. And you having a problem with the mic? Okay. Is that better? Can you hear me better? What shall I use, this or this? Okay. And so essentially what we're looking at is a program for restoration. And you heard also a little earlier that the past is not going to be the future for Pakistan, and specifically not when we look at the change that is occurring with the two great systems that impact the future of the river. It's the monsoons and it's the glacial melt. And those systems which have been stable and which allowed for the current irrigation system of Pakistan to be put into place are no longer predictable. I mean, all of us have seen it. The floods come, the droughts come, and they come because we no longer know what the temperature is going to do to the ice in the mountains or what it's going to do to the hydrodynamic systems of weather. Which is why today we live in an extremely unpredictable situation, and which is why we have to plan within the context of unpredictability, which basically means that the program that we're talking about for the Living Indus now is Pakistan's adaptation plan for the future. How do we adapt to forces over which we have no control, which we contribute very little to, but which will fundamentally impact what happens to us as a country in the next 40, 50 years. So I'll stop there, and I'll hand over now to my colleagues who will tell you more about the details of the program.
So, as we see, climate change, it's not the environment have very far-reaching implications for also what people can eat, what they can drink. And so we have with us Florence, who is the head of the Food and Agriculture Organization, and who has been working on this Living Indus project also, and knows it very well. So Florence, concretely, what is being achieved right now under this project, and how do you think it can contribute to making sure that everyone in Pakistan continues to be able to drink, to be fed, and to have jobs?
Thank you, Catherine, and good morning to all. Before going into that, I just would like to give you a story which summarizes a bit, I mean, what everybody has said, but which resonated a lot to me when it was said to me by a Pakistani person. He was saying, if the Indus rivers, because we're speaking about the basin, had a voice, what would it say to us today? He would say, look, I gave you birth. Look, I gave you your cultural sites. I gave you the food. I gave you the cities that you built. I gave you your beautiful poetry and music. And so, what have you done to me? Today, I cannot absorb the water that I receive any longer. I am polluted and I cannot give the water to the Pakistanis. I cannot produce the food the way I used to do. I am going to produce the food in the next, who knows, 50 years? That story, and when we hear about, resonates to every Pakistani. So the beauty of this initiative is the power to bring everybody together on one path with one goal. And when we hear about all the efforts and investment that the Punjab province is putting in place, it's an engine and a call as well for these global, national push, national movement towards rehabilitating and restoring this Indus Basin. So what does it mean? So each province have, started looking at their investment and looking how it's a guide, with the 25 interventions that have been identified. They can be more, they can be less, but it's a guide for all the provinces of Pakistan, from the north to the south, to be together to restore. So I would like to give you 4 messages on the way forward. The first one is a shift, a shift of a paradigm in terms of where should we focus. The focus today for the Indus Basin is about restoration. It's not about only protection of the nature, it's about restoration of the whole ecosystem. The second message is, if you want that to happen, you need to harness the creativity, the energy, and the mobilization of people. So citizenship-led development, local development, led by all the Pakistanis, locally, who have the creativity, who know the issue, they're dealing with it on the Indus every day, needs to have a voice and take place. The second message is, the Living Indus gives the end, where you all want to be. The path to reach there needs to be guided. And for that, set of standards, set of rules need to be implemented. Like, these days, zero net investment, nature positive investment, where you look at an investment and you see, so how much does it is harmful to the Indus, how much does it is positive to them, and at the end it should be at least zero, the harm should be compensated by the good part. And the third one is about, I forgot it, is about, yes, it's about incentivize the action towards the restoration of the basin. Incentivize is, making consumers asking for it through, today, digital technologies can really push markets and influence markets. If you look at on the nutrition side, for example, these days people can ask, by a QR code, this type of project is good for nutrition. We can think, and Pakistan is full of creativity. Think about how consumers can ask corporates, industry, companies to push for this cleaning of this restoration of the whole basin. With that, I'll leave it.
So it's very, very interesting, and I think the word restoration, it was a very important one. Another thing you said was very interesting about the need to bring everyone on board, and I think we have with us Abdullah Fadil, who is the head of UNICEF, the UN Children Agency in Pakistan. So Abdullah, how do you think it is possible to bring people on board, including including young people? We know that we're talking about saving the Indus and restoring it for the future generations.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Maybe I'll just, you've heard the last day and a half a lot about climate change, its impact, the fact that self-reliance is the first opportunity we have. And I think even this morning, you've heard the senior minister from Punjab say that we should first get our house in order. I think we've also heard that the global north, responsible for most of the climate change impact, is not to the rescue of the global south. So, and given Pakistan, and particularly today we're talking about the Indus River, 7th largest mangrove in the world, 5th largest delta in the world, 90% of the people of Pakistan and 3/4 of the economy relying on this. So what is it that we need to do? Because you can't wait, and your life is being taken, your options for a future is being taken away from you by what is happening globally, but also the conduct of how we treat this river. So let me just talk about a bit mobilization of people. Pakistan is blessed to have almost 45 million young people. Zunaira is only 14. She will be 15 soon. From age of 15 to 24, 45 million young people. If this was a country, it would be among the 35th or 36th country in the world. That is how the number of young people in this country is. I'm not counting the children. About 20 million of them are neither in education nor in training. 20 million are neither in education nor in training, what we call NEET. That's almost 33%. How can we mobilize these young people? First, for them to be connected back to their roots. I was thinking about coming up with a beautiful poem on Daraya Sindh, the poem about the River Indus, but then I was told not to do it. How do we mobilize? There is currently in the national system a national volunteer corps. It's working its way through PC1s and so forth and so on. I think we need to really have a national volunteer corps that focuses on young people from 15 to 24, that is able every year to mobilize 1 million, 2 million, 3 million young people to work through this river in terms of restoration, in terms of cleaning, and I think and I think this event, this Dawn thought and inception of this idea. How do we use social media and leverage to mobilize young people, right, is going to be crucial. So rather than all this great talk we've heard, what are the concrete actions we can do? And again, unfortunately, the average age of people sitting here is not the young people that we need to be running. But how do we get out of this conference and mobilize these millions of young people, particularly those who are not in education or in training, but also those who are also in education and training? How do we combine all of this energy and resources to make an impact in Pakistan? That is, for me, a call to action. And from our work through communities, grassroots, I think it's something we're willing as United Nations to support the leadership of government if this is an area that government wants to pursue. One final note on why do we think climate change, but also particularly the Indus is important, and not speaking about water and how important water is. And I will not, again, quote verses from the Quran about how water is the source of life. Children, when a baby is in the womb of a mother, from the inception until they're about 2 years old, they're the most vulnerable to climate change, from the water they consume, from the food that comes to mother, from the air that the mother breathes, from the air that a young child whose lungs are still developing breathes. Climate change actually has not only impact today, but also on the children who are yet to be born. So it's a real issue that I think we need to deal with. And I think educating young people and making sure curriculums of schools include how to protect the climate, how to already have ownership of this issue is going to be crucial. That's another area where we hope to be working with government. And later today, we actually will have a session on education and climate change. And I think that's where we will explore a bit more. So mobilizing the young people is going to be crucial. Using social media is going to be crucial. And I think there's an opportunity to engage this. Thank you.
No, I think, as you said, education is key and is what will also determine the future of the Indus. Florence, you were mentioning also how the Indus provides people with food and water. What kind of interventions, for instance, can be done to ensure food security in for the people living all along its banks?
So, Kath, there will be a session this afternoon on agriculture, forestry, so I encourage all of you to come with a very interesting panel from the government to the farmers. I mean, farmers, the first thing is farmers have not waited us to adapt to climate change. That's, throughout the world, farmers are trying to find ways to adapt to climate change because they are, hitting, the climate change is hitting their life every day. What we're going to, I'm not going to respond because I want people to to attend the session in the afternoon, but I'll give you an hint on what we are going to look at. Is we think agriculture is the production of food only, but agriculture is much more than that. Agriculture is providing livelihoods for millions of farmers. Remember that 90% of the farmers are smallholder farmers in Pakistan, and they have only 50% of the land. So it's a livelihood. Agriculture can restore the nature, the ecosystem. If you take agriculture in its broad sense with forestry, fisheries, it has a role in protecting, but it can also, so it's an opportunity, but it can also totally destroy the environment. So social, and it has another aspect that we will look at is the safe food part. So it has an impact as well on the nutrition of Pakistan. So we look at these different roles that agriculture place, and the importance, therefore, to adapt not only for national food security, but for the other things. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting. Aban, do you want to add anything?
Well, just to enforce what the minister said earlier and what the others have said, that, you know, this is a program that's essential. It's an existential, climate change is an existential crisis for most countries. For Pakistan, the ecosystem that is going to be impacted most greatly is the Indus and the Indus Basin. So from that point of view, it's part of our future, part of our survival, and how we adapt and how we restore it makes for what we define as Pakistan's future. So nothing that's as big as one can be. Yeah.
So I think we're reaching the end of our session. Abdullah, do you want to add anything?
Maybe just again to go back to what the minister said earlier, the global environmental tax. I think minister also referred to the Iran-Pakistan 5 E's, and there's one that is about equity and empowerment. Perhaps this could be used as a way to empower young people and, you know, under the national plan. But what I would also suggest, because this is about taking ownership and responsibility, while global tax on environment for the global north to pay is important, Pakistan also needs to look at its own tax system and subsidies that are not effective, particularly in agriculture, or subsidies that go to the most wealthiest of communities. So if Pakistan invests in itself, the world will move. And I think that is the most important thing. Let's demonstrate to the world we are committed and we are going to make a difference. Then the world can be mobilized.
So thank you very much to all you three. I think it's a very, very inspiring project. I think it's something that anyone in the world, when they hear about Living Indus, it's words that resonate. And I think it's also, again, an example of Pakistan being not only on the forefront of climate change in terms of impact, but also in terms of showing the way and trying to find solutions. So we will all be following the Living Indus project. And again, for anyone who's interested, we have this book and this project, which initially was written by Dr. Adil Najam, the head of WWF. And I thank you all. We are here. If you have any questions, we'll be in the room. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. We will now take a short recess for tea. We will reconvene at 11 a.m. sharp. We request you to return to your seats at the earliest. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to request you to return to your seats. The session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. The session will commence in 2 minutes. Welcome back. We now start proceedings with General Session 8, that is a roundtable symposium igniting a dialogue between the government and the corporate sector on a new blueprint for climate resilience in Pakistan. The session will last for 2 hours, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Our chairperson for the introductory address is Mr. Dawood Munir, Senior Advisor for Law and Public Policy, Public-Private Partnership Authority, Government of Pakistan. Our co-chairperson for this session and facilitator is Mr. Munir Kamal, CEO and Secretary General, Pakistan Banks Association. Our first panel will include Ms. Wajiha Qamar, Parliamentary Secretary, Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives, Syed Fakhr Ahmed, Chief Corporate and Regulatory Officer, JAZ, and Chairman of PMD Board, Mr. Shahzain Munir, Executive Director, EBM, Ms. Kate Wilson-Hargreaves, Director, Climate and Environment, DAI UK, Mr. Danish Khalik, VP Sales and Strategy, BYD, Mega Motor Company, and Ms. Nabila Yazdani, Head of Strategy and Communication and Sustainability for ZONG. We will also be joined by Syed Babar Ali by means of a video message. I would now like to invite Mr. Dawood Munir to take the podium.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends who have traveled from other countries to join us for these discussions, good morning. Yesterday, at the inaugural session of this conference, we heard from some of the top minds within Pakistan and internationally thinking about the problem of climate change. It was an incredibly rich discourse, the discussion and presentation and discussion on incredibly critical data that needs to inform this subject. I'd like to say at the outset, on behalf of the Planning Ministry as well as the Public-Private Partnership Authority, that DawnMedia deserves the highest commendation for having created this effervescence in Islamabad on this critical subject. I say this also as we start the discussion on the subject of this panel, which is the role of the private sector and thinking about sort of the issues associated with that. Those are, of course, something that, the pressing problems, it's the government's job to think about those things, and we've had tremendous support over the years, over the decades from development partners also. But there's something more powerful, I would say, when voices emerge from within society itself, and in particular from the private sector, which gives us hope that there's indeed a vibrancy, resolve, and seriousness also within the larger system to take on the toughest challenges. Climate change is in some ways a rather tough subject versus some other public policy issues. It's one that's high on the complexity scale. It has multiple causes, it manifests itself in very complex ways, and it has impacts that lie somewhere in the future, and causes that may be based in countries or beyond borders. But most importantly, it is an issue that implores us to leave the present and think about future generations. The complexity notwithstanding, the problem statement, I think, is now abundantly clear. It's clear as daylight and was put forward quite emphatically by the speakers yesterday. And in our context, Pakistan is among the top 5 countries that is most vulnerable. We face some of the highest disaster risks and need perhaps upwards of $300 billion USD till 2030 to combat climate change. Well, the problem is now quite clear. As I said, it's known and it's been clearly laid out. The question is what to do now. How do we tackle this? This discussion obviously is also timely because of what is happening at the global level, at the international level, and policy shifts elsewhere in the Western world are bound to have drastic impact if the policies continue in the way that they are being contemplated at this time, and not only internationally, but also for Pakistan itself. So it's in that sense, this conference is quite timely. As we open the discussion for this session, and as far as solutions go, the topic of this panel, which is the collaboration between public sector and private sector, I think takes center stage. It's not one of the issues that we need to think about. It's not a peripheral issue. To me, it stands at the very center of how the solution part of this thing comes in. So as we open the discussion for this panel, here's a fundamental thesis that I would posit. If we are to tackle the climate change problem, we need a fundamental shift. And we need the fundamental shift in a new kind of interaction between the government and the private sector. And if that approach is worked out, then the solutions will follow, but not without that fundamental shift in direction. Speaking from the perspective of the government, I'd like to posit that there is good news. The government, as I see it, has very much taken that facilitative turn. even if it's not fully there, and a lot of work needs to be done to actually take it to the finish line. Through the Public-Private Partnership Authority, the P3A, there is now a fully functional formal avenue to foster the public-private partnerships and dialogue, which sort of is important as it sort of exemplifies this fundamental shift in approach. So how is the PPP mindset different? And how is it sort of, what's the political philosophy or theory, the policy principles that we in the government have sort of thought about in terms of kind of creating this new entity and the new framework largely in the last 5 years? So it fundamentally involves reimagining the role of the government from sort of the traditional bureaucratic state, which is kind of arm's length from the private sector, or one might even say it's kind of cautiously watching over economic activity, more sort of a regulatory state perspective, and sort of a hierarchical relationship to sort of curate economic activity. So that model needs reimagination, and that's what this framework precisely desires to do, where the government is now willing to sit across the table from the private sector, become a partner in order to solve problems which cannot be solved otherwise. There's no way to do that. So this sort of arrangement is also complex. That hierarchical thing, developed over centuries is kind of a model that has been quite worked out, the bureaucratic state and the issues therein. This requires proper framework, incentives, well-designed programs and projects. It also requires a sort of a sophisticated understanding and allocation of function. The government is good at certain things. The government also has responsibilities that should be well known in terms of delivery of public goods, universal education, the climate change issue also. But the understanding that the government is then not good at certain things. So for example, not in every area, but in many areas, government perhaps should not be in service delivery, in project execution, which can better be carried out by the private sector, and hence calibrating that and designing that so that neither the public sector sort of goals nor the sort of imperative of the private sector gets short-sold. How do you kind of design that? It requires a degree of sort of political, economic, financial, legal sophistication. Question, are we ready to take advantage of this? What are the changes that we will need to bring about in our frameworks and systems? Both sides must evolve. The government, as I see it, despite the frameworks, needs to start to have that attitude to act as a partner, to be willing to sort of understand that the private sector is there with its own imperative, which is also important, and there's no problem if private sector seeks to make profit from these arrangements, as long as they are reasonable and legitimate profits. But the private sector must also evolve. And one sees a gap, perhaps, not in every case, but in the private sector in Pakistan, it's largely risk-averse when it comes to sort of involvement in sort of these delivery of public goods and sort of engaging with government. It needs to see its larger role in society, become more innovative, more dynamic, and begin to see the tremendous value that can be unlocked by engaging in transformational PPP projects and initiatives, which could be very large ticket items also. But I accept that there may be legitimate concerns with this sort of arrangement or working with the government, but perhaps the private sector can also step in to bring those issues to the table and try to resolve them. So we need to work together and to make sure that we can actually deliver and get to the results. For that, it is important to engage in dialogue and to listen to each other. The government is certainly very interested. That's for certain. When we were drafting the P3A law and creating the framework, we made sure that the P3A board would have an equal number of public sector and private sector members, and that's unusual for government entities. Chaired by the Minister of Planning, 5 private sector members and 5 public sector members. And that was done so that we could sort of reflect within the institutional framework itself the spirit of equality and a genuine interest in fostering cooperation. It reminds me from what was said yesterday by our friend from Nepal, Kanak Dixit, who rightly noted that we need a culture of open dialogue, collective problem solving, where difficult conversations replace quiet avoidance. I think he put it really well. As Minister for Planning, Professor Ahsan Iqbal, who is also the chair of the P3A board and has been a champion and provided strategic vision for the country's PPP program, has stated yesterday, climate change is no longer a distant threat, it's now a lived reality. And therefore, under the UDAN program, which is this country's government's flagship government transformational program, environment and climate change is one of the 5 fundamental pillars, showing the government's seriousness towards framing this adequately as being, a top-level priority. We have some of the top minds from Pakistan's corporate sector with us on this panel and the next panel that will come after this. As the government, our approach will be to engage intently and listen and find ways to work together. And indeed, the dialogue must continue beyond today. On behalf of the P3A and the Planning Ministry, we note that we envision P3A to be a conduit between the government and the private sector, and would welcome and engage your reaching out and working closely to design joint programs, projects to help solve our most pressing problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Munir. I would now like to request Mr. Munir Kamal, co-chairperson and facilitator for this session, to take to the podium. Mr. Munir Kamal.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Sounds well. Thank you, Munir, and welcoming Munir again. So you'll have to contend with what Munir, one young man sitting there also. Every year for the last 2 decades, Pakistanis go through a ritual in the month of December. Somewhere along early December, mid-December, the smoke starts taking over Lahore. And it disrupts travel. And now this year, it became a serious health hazard also, as the schools were also shut down. So there's a lot of talk about environment, clean environment that we need. And by the time we come around February, late February, early March, we forget about that, and business as usual starts in Pakistan. But this time around, I think my friend Hamid Haroon and his very hardworking team said, guys, we are not going to let you forget about climate challenges. And that's why we are gathered here. And thank you very much for that, Dawn. And the challenges are huge. It's not just the yearly disruption of travel and some health hazard where the cough syrup, of course, is sold much more. We've seen the impact of climate change in 2022. The flood, and now globally it is accepted that what happened in 2022 in Pakistan through the massive floods was direct result of climate change. And just 1 year and few months, Pakistan, a poor country like Pakistan, lost about $12.5 billion. That's staggering for a country which is struggling to reach $2,000 per capita income. And when you go deeper into it and read about the potential, I think it was COP23 report, I don't know which one, which said that Pakistan is 8th most vulnerable country on the planet as far as the climate change and its ramifications are concerned. 8th out of 190 plus countries, 8th. And we make a ritual of monthly December hue and cry and then forget about it. So once again, what Dawn is saying is, it reminds me of a sher, Utho wagarna hoga nahi, hashr firs kabhi, daudo zamana chal qayamat ki chal gaya. So it's a wake-up call for us to do something. It's good to hear that the government is already doing and is conscious about that, and it's one of the 5 pillars of UDAN. But there's a lot of work to be done. And just to give you numbers, I think you also mentioned that between 2023 and 2030, Pakistan, the challenge, to address this challenge, we need something like $348 billion. And if we do not address this aspect now, by 2050, Pakistan would have lost 18 to 20% of its GDP. Again, reminding a country which is struggling to reach 2,000, in fact, we are around $1,600 per capita income. If we don't do anything, and we've already seen what the flood has done, we will lose 18 to 20% of our GDP. So After that, there should be absolutely no discussion whatsoever, and sit down and see how we can address this. Now, as far as the government is concerned, they're doing their own bit. Let me tell you, there is some good news from the private sector as well. I've been a banker all my life, and of course, from the business point of view, both SECP and State Bank of Pakistan have come up with regulations. At State Bank in 2017, they came out with the green lending guidelines, and they watch it closely, and they insist that we should be working on that. And the good news is the first green bond in Pakistan, which is going to be hopefully listed on the stock exchange, will be done by Infrazamin. Infrazamin, I'm lucky to be, in fact, privileged to be part of that board of directors. They did the first gender bond, which was listed, and now they will do a green bond. We are doing a summit, banking summit, the first banking summit, 24th and 25th of this month. And in addition to the traditional sessions about digitalization, SME, agri-financing, we are also doing a session on ESG, and where we are calling speakers from outside world also. So there is consciousness also. And I would urge you, if you can lay your hands on, the 2024 impact report of Habib Bank, absolute world-class document. And it just shows that the private sector is becoming aware of this challenge, and the private sector is moving ahead. And I'm sure many other, which I don't know at the moment. Amir Piracha is going to be the last speaker of this session, of the next session after that. And I'm sure he has to say what Unilever is doing there. So private sector is there. Somehow the dialogue between the government and private sector is not as intense as we would like to be. And again, I would like to thank Dawn for initiating this. And hopefully from now on, we are not going to forget December and move forward. You made that sure. So I'm not going to take too much time. We have an absolutely outstanding panel in session 1 and session 2. They are experts in their fields. I'm not going to be too much waste of time between them and not me. Let's listen to them, and let's take it forward. And at the end, Dawood and I will try to sum up of how we can move forward. Thank you very much again, Dawn, for making it.
Thank you, Mr. Munir Kamal. We now pass on the facilitation of the next session to the two chairpersons to carry forward. Thank you.
Sorry, I was going to announce it's my honor and a privilege to announce that we are now going to see a video from the great man, Sayyid Babar Ali. I don't have to introduce who he is, but for this occasion, he has made a special video for us.
I'm very happy to talk to you about environment and other issues related to it. It brings me back to my attending the United Nations General Assembly in 1969, when the Minister of Environment of Holland, she said, the glass of water lying in front of me has been drunk in Holland 7 times before. It shows the amount of recycling that had been in practice by European countries more than 50 years ago. But it's never too late for Pakistan really to realize how important it is to save our water. The industry can play a very important role, A, in reducing the quantity of fresh water they use. And then the fresh water they use should be recycled to make sure that not a drop of that is wasted. Also, there are in many of the effluents coming from industry, especially the leather industry, which has chrome, that can be reclaimed, and it is financially advantageous to use that chrome again and save that water to be recycled. But you must realize that over 80% of the water that we use in Pakistan is used by agriculture. And there again, there has to be a massive education of the farmer. Today he irrigates his land by flooding it. He should be encouraged to use furrows, which reduces the water usage. He should be encouraged to use drip irrigation, both for orchards, for fruit growing, and for crop growing. So the government has to educate first itself, and then the farmers, the industries should, those who are ahead in recycling their paper, their water, should share their experience with other companies who are doing similar industry. So the challenge is immense, and it can be solved. It requires determination, it requires passion, it requires commitment to making Pakistan prosperous and successful in the future. We still have more water than most countries in the world, and we should be grateful for what we have. We should look after it, we should preserve it. We are not harvesting our rainwater the way it can be done, both in the cities and elsewhere. So I wish you success in the future, and the more you talk about it, the more it'll help. Thank you. जो तो मैंने कहा कि जिसने किया वो they should share that experience with others. Government की policy को नहीं चलेगी वो तो. There is so much to be done by the private sector, and it should demonstrate that it doesn't have to depend on government to save water. Well, I mean, as far as energy is concerned, we are blessed with sunshine at least 300 days a year, and we should take full advantage of solar power. And then store it during the daytime to be used when the sun is not there.
थोड़ा सा जो है वो जिक्र करते हैं about Dawn's
जी
ये conference के हवाले से कुछ.
Yeah, I want to congratulate Dawn for the initiative they have taken to bring all these important subjects to the notice of the users of energy, users of water, users of other natural gifts that we have, and I'm very in great admiration of the good work that Dawn is doing and has been doing ever since it was founded almost 80 years ago. And I've been a very ardent reader of Dawn, even when it was published from Delhi. Yeah, Dawn has played a very important role in bringing all these important issues to the notice of its readers and the public. And I hope it will continue to do so forever in the future. I hope the community will wake up to the excellent effort that is being made by organizations like Dawn, for which we need to thank them. No, industry needs to be educated also. And and my appeal is to the industry that is more sophisticated, which is more aware of these things, should share their experience with the ones that are not practicing it. Yeah, I mean, we can bring it to the notice of government, and government can disseminate this information. Government also is very conscious of the importance of economizing on usage of energy and water. So this is something which is in line with the government's policy. They need to applaud the industry that is practicing it and doing a good job, so that others can adopt it.
What a privilege to listen to the man, mashallah, 96 years old, absolutely lucid. So we start with the panelists here, and it is my privilege to welcome them, and I'll go one by one. This, as I said earlier, extremely rich talent sitting there and experience. In fact, it makes my life easy, but also it's very intimidating to try to moderate them. So the first speaker is Wajiha Qamar Sahiba. She is Parliamentary Secretary, Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives. What I will do is I'll pose a question for them and they can answer or whatever they want to respond the way they want to. So, aapke liye, the question is, Pakistan has made ambitious commitments towards net zero through NDCs. In terms of private sector, many are setting net zero targets. However, they struggle with scope 3 emissions, which will require better transport infrastructure. For example, if you look at EVs, what are your plans for the next 5 years? The private sector needs to be engaged and apprised of future plans. How is the Planning and Development Division engaging them?
Thank you, Munir Kamal Saab. The government of Pakistan has developed a revised EV policy and public-private partnership framework to encourage private sector investment in clean transportation. First of all, the government of Pakistan is reviving the EV policy to encourage private sector investment and the entire EV value chain, which includes battery development, recycling, charging, infrastructure, and EV assembly and manufacturing. Then the incentives have been developed to promote adoption of low-emission vehicles. Emission standards are also being developed and enforced to regular emissions. The government has developed an incentive mechanism to encourage investment in the EV charging infrastructure through public-private partnership. The government has also initiated green mass transit in various parts of the country, and these initiatives, I'm sure, will help the country meet the NDC targets and improve the carbon competitiveness of our exports by lowering scope 3 emissions. Thank you.
Our next panelist is Syed Fakhr Ahmed. Syed Fakhr Ahmed is the Chief Corporate and Regulatory Officer, Jazz, and Chairman of PMD Board. The question for you, Fakhr Saab, is how can the power of digitalization be leveraged to promote sustainability across all levels, governments and citizens across, to drum up support and action to the cause of climate change? And on this point, because we are going to do a digitalization session for our summit, I get the feeling that while Pakistan has been left behind in many fields on digitalization, I think we can make up for the lost ground very, very quickly if we put our act together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think you have very rightly mentioned that digitalization will bring along a solution to a lot of things we do and how we do our governance mechanism around various aspects of our economy and society. But today we are talking about sustainability and ESG. So in this thing, I think the tech companies, they have started to do a lot. First thing is that most of the tech companies are now geared towards the net zero ambition, which is, number one, is in the larger scope of things, is to reduce their carbon footprint by using renewable energy. Because all the technology and all the tech economy is powered by electricity. And electricity comes from fossil fuels, which is not sustainable. Then it comes from batteries, which is lithium, which is not right for the human rights. So what do we do? So in that capacity, then, you know, the technology coming up with hydrogen power, solar, wind, hydropower. So these are various forms of renewable energy. So I think that is the first step we are doing, is trying to do. Secondly, awareness is something, because the digital sphere carries the information faster than anybody else, through social media, through apps, etc. So engagement of youth, communities on basic aspects of sustainability with examples, with data, this is something which we all should be knowing, and we should be knowing that how near are we to a total disaster of climate change. Third thing is that early warning. So every different kind of climate disaster, for example, floods, which Munir Saab just mentioned, has caused a couple of billions of dollars losses to Pakistan, and that happens anywhere in the world. So there is a pre-disaster situation where you try to plan that, you are about to face a disaster, whether it is a flood or a landslides or something like that, or a heat stroke season, like we had a couple of them in Karachi in the last couple of years. So that is one area. So early warning systems is just one thing which technology companies can come up with. The second thing is that during disaster, to ensure that there is a communication and outreach and help to the affected community and the affected economy is on. So that is why to reduce the impact. And the last is the post-disaster factor, where also these technologies companies can do a lot. So I think in combination, there's awareness, there are practical measures, there are short-term measures, there are measures to energy. And energy, I think, is the top thing where. And then, for example, today we have apps that how much emissions your car is coming out and how much emissions your office is. So you can have a more energy efficient office through technology. You can design a more energy efficient buildings, industries. So all these technologies are available and there are digital applications to it, measurement to it, and how much you can feel that how much you are contributing in mitigating, and also how much you are adding to polluting the overall climate change aspect. So I think for now on the technology question, I'll just, then I have some more things which as we run the forum, will come up. You can continue. Okay. So I think, which I wanted to say before coming to this forum, I said we have been talking, as Munir Saab said, very complex things. And as Babar Ali Saab rightly so, that why don't we fall back to basics? Which some of our heroes like Greta Thunberg, because I've been growing up with Rio Summit, then comes to Rio +10 in Nepal, I was there. Then we have the Sustainable Development Goals coming up, SDGs, and then we had the Kyoto Protocols. So all these things have been coming up, and we have seen very highly accomplished sustainability champions like Professor John Briscoe of Howard University, who is not there between us today, who have been fighting for the environmental concerns for Pakistan probably more than anybody else. Some of you may have known him. So once I was coming to this forum, I said, as a corporate executive, I have a checklist. When did I plant a tree by myself? When did I stop my car near the Kagan lake, got out and took up the trash and made sure that I dump it properly? How many times did I go to my office in the morning and I started to plan that my office creates certain amount of trash? How do we recycle it? How many times I have gone to my children and started to tell them that, environment is your biggest thing, take care of that. So these are very small initiatives. As a marketing guru, many of us go, we acquire a big Chaurangi in Karachi and Lahore and make a cemented structure over it. How nice to environment. Go to Japan, go to Amsterdam. Barcelona has changed its environmental concern through technology, through people. Even we have 3 square foot of land, small Chaurangi, around the footpath. Why don't we plant a tree? I'm amazed to see Palm Jumeirah in Islamabad and Lahore with date trees being planted. Have we forgotten our indigenous trees of pine, of neem, of many other local species which grow tall, produce oxygen? So these are some of the very basic things. You go to Karachi, every second Chaurangi is devoted to a corporate. I myself is a shareholder in that. Most of us very proudly mention our name. Why can't I plant on 200 trees on a Hadri Chaurangi and literally say that, these are planted by my corporate with a small board, rather than put a cemented logo of my company on that. So some of these things, I think, comes at a matter of personal commitment to corporate executives to politicians as individuals on a very basic level. So I think these are some of the things. It's not something to, blame somebody. That's why I said that I made my checklist, how many of these I am doing. But then, if we go forward, I think Munir Sahab is rightly so, they are coming up with green bonds and etc. And I think some of these things are going to be covered of sustainable marketing, sustainable business delivery, sustainable value chain. So I'm sure that these things are going to be covered in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is my namesake, Shazain Munir. And the young man, the question for you is, leaders play an important role in ensuring the organizations are building resilience in their supply chains. How is EBM working towards sustainability in their organization and beyond? And just before you answer, when I started working in Citibank, my first call was to your grandfather.
Hi.
EBM.
I am aware. Good morning and a warm welcome to our guests from abroad joining us here today in Islamabad. We're very happy to have you. Secondly, I would like to thank the DawnMedia Group for getting us all together here in this room today for an important cause. And Assalamu alaikum, everybody else in the room. Thank you, Munir Sahab, for addressing and asking the question. I would like to take a slightly different angle to what we are all here for, which is climate change. Climate change is, as Valerie mentioned yesterday, the time for projects are over. It's time to build a new economy, and that is the circular economy. And that's an economy based on sustainability, financial sustainability, as well as sustainability for our youth and for our future. Now, Munir Sahab, you talked about earlier the unfortunate and the catastrophic floods in 2002, where unfortunately 30 million people were displaced. EBM, we are the largest food manufacturers in Pakistan. Mind you, I use the word food. Why? 90% of our recipe in biscuits are staple food items: flour, sugar, oil or shortening, and eggs. With the catastrophes such as the floods, the responsibility that we bear is we have climate change as a challenge, and equally as catastrophic, and I take it as a personal responsibility, is malnutrition and keeping food affordable for our masses. Because as Valerie also mentioned yesterday, climate change is not everyone's problem. It is predominantly a problem for the poor. And we have to face the facts over there. Now, in manufacturing biscuits, as we do, there was a time, you were recalling my grandfather, this is maybe about 40 years back, he used to say that biscuits were food between meals. Biscuits aren't food between meals anymore. They're being consumed as meal replacements in Pakistan. And that's why the volume and value is so high of biscuits currently in Pakistan, and it's going to continue. But we have a problem on our hands, and that's why we're all here today. And that problem is climate change and the rapid escalation of a deteriorating climate. I would just like to give an example. When the floods had hit, unfortunately, our flour saw a movement between 80 rupees per kg to 150 rupees per kg. That's almost double. This kind of fluctuation in commodity pricing drives up our cost of production, making our products unaffordable to our consumers. Now, if our products are going to be unaffordable to consumers, we have a very serious problem. Because today, any laborer or any one of us can have 10 super biscuits and a cup of tea as a meal replacement for 100 rupees. The next alternative for food is to have 2 rotis and dal, which is the equivalent caloric value and macronutrients that our biscuits have. You see the gap and divide over there in terms of the cost of what it takes for someone to feed themselves and their families. So being the largest manufacturer of food products, again, I reiterate that the responsibility is not only, as we've been talking about for the past 2 days, yesterday and today. Yes, the private sector, which is us, we will lead, and we will continue to lead. But we need, the time for awareness is over, the time for projects is over. I'll get into some of the things that we've done, but those aren't important. It's about what we are going to be doing in the future collectively. The private sector will drive, but we need the government to support us in keeping food affordable for our masses. The biggest asset that we have in Pakistan is our youth, but the demographic dividend is growing. Now, if I don't have a healthy youth population and a deteriorating climate, yes, I'm worried today, but I'm furthermore worried for the next 20 years. This is our workforce. The youth of today are our professionals in the next 20 years. If they are malnourished, if they don't have a healthy environment that go hand in hand, here we are today, what is to be of us as Pakistan and as Pakistanis in the next 20 years? It's a serious problem, and it's a serious threat to us as a nation and as a community. A couple of points that I would like to add, Munir Saab, as you had asked me. Mr. Ehsan Iqbal Saab mentioned yesterday, at the heart of climate change is inaction. We are past that point now, and we need to pivot from climate awareness to impact, from policy to execution, and from individual to collective action, and that's why we are all here today. And we are supporting the DawnMedia Group in not only causing awareness, but pledging action as to what have we been doing and what are we going to be doing. Now, I've talked about keeping food affordable, and that's where we come in, and that's where we need the help of the government. As EBM, as Munir Saab, as you had asked, we are targeting 7% greenhouse emissions reductions by 2030, focused on scope 1 and 2, with the ambitious plans to achieve net zero by 2030 by moving to clean energy and planting 100,000 trees in the next 4 years. 2 of our largest biscuit production lines now run entirely on solar power, but that's still not enough, and I believe Amir Prach is going to be talking about this later. We have lands that unfortunately are not cultivatable anymore. Even the lands that we had that were cultivatable are now, because of climate change, becoming uncultivatable. So we need to pump up the solar production and use that and take the reliance off the grid. I think Amir is going to talk about that in a bit. Water conservation. We remain committed at EBM to reducing our fresh water consumption by 25% by installing effluent treatment plants, ETPs as we call them, to treat and reuse water across our facilities. That's what we're currently doing right now. Waste management and upcycling is something we take very seriously at EBM. 85% of our packaging today is either recyclable or made from recycled materials. This is currently what we're already doing. Our transformation of 12 tons of multi-layered plastics into recycled composites has reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 42 tons, while simultaneously, contributing to eco-friendly road infrastructure. Our leadership in sustainability also extends to climate financing. Like Justice Masood Ali Shah pointed out, climate finance lies at the heart of climate justice and is no longer a need, but a moral obligation that all of us have. And that goes to speak about what we are doing, some of the initiatives that we've taken with regards to the supply chain and food scarcity, which is as big of a problem as climate change as we have. And we take it as a personal responsibility, and what we are pledging forward, which with the help of the government, is to keep food affordable for our masses, because we need to nourish our youth, which is 50% of our population is below the age of 30. Thank you.
Thank you, Shahzain. In addition to what he said, SCCP in 2022 and then again in 2024 have come up with the guidelines for ESG. And I think now they've made it a voluntary disclosure, a must for all listed companies on ESG. So as I was saying, the regulators understand the importance of this, and both at the State Bank and SCCP, they are taking measures that will push the private sector and indeed the business sector in the right direction over the years. Thank you very much, Shahzain.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kate Wilson-Hargreaves, and I believe you come all the way from England.
London, yeah.
Well done, and thank you very much for that. She is Director Climate and Environment, DAI UK. So I asked her before that she brings so much rich experience that I'm not going to bind her in one question. You can talk about anything in your allotted time. And once again, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister, for that warm welcome. And thank you and congratulations to DawnMedia. It's fantastic to have this spotlight on the climate challenge to develop a kind of crucial national conversation about climate action. And congratulations on your excellent supplement that was in the paper yesterday. So, as Medea said, I'm the Director for Climate at DAI, which is Development Alternatives, Inc. It's a global international development company and has been operating in Pakistan since 1982 and has 35 excellent projects that have been increasing economic growth, boosting efficiency in trade, supporting human development, and encouraging the role and voices of women in the economy and in governance. I think there have been some recurring themes at this conference yesterday. We heard that climate finance needs turbocharging. There just isn't enough of it. There's not enough money. There's a bewildering array of vast figures bandied around yesterday about the need and the money that is available but just isn't flowing fast enough. So the second point is the flow is too slow. Third point is that money just costs too much for a lot of people, for investors. And in response to this, we hear from the private sector, from investors, that there just aren't enough high-quality, bankable projects or initiatives to invest in. And I think the private sector has three big things it can do to support this and unblock these challenges. To quote Valerie Hickey, we need to fix the plumbing. So the enabling environment for climate finance needs fixing, needs supporting. There are some examples from DAI. Our work on the Pakistan single window is a good example of this. Secondly, how to create that high-quality pipeline of bankable projects. Again, I'd like to talk a little bit about the Climate Finance Accelerator that DAI runs in Pakistan with the UK government, where DAI acts as a bridge between project developers on the one hand and financiers on the other hand. And finally, the role of the private sector. Financial institutions in the private sector need to help create new innovative financial instruments, whether it's contingent financing, parametric insurance, and again, the Centre for Disaster Protection in the UK is a big example of support for this, as well as the great work going on in Pakistan on the voluntary carbon markets. And again, DAI colleagues through the US Invest programme have been working on that. Also unlocking barriers that prevent marginalised groups like women from securing finance. So if we take that plumbing issue first, how do we fix the plumbing? Well, the Pakistan Regional Economic Integration Activity, PRIA, has spent the last 9 years improving the business enabling environment, improving trade processes, boosting links with Central Asia, and crucially, promoting gender inclusivity and integrating climate change considerations into trade. So that's been an excellent programme, and we hope to see some great results from that. Secondly, on the question of the high-quality pipeline of investable projects that our friends in the finance sector talk about a lot as being a gap. The Climate Finance Accelerator is a global UK programme led by DAI in Pakistan, and it takes innovative ideas or high-risk ideas and takes them to scale, supports them with technical assistance, and then allows them to test and then take to scale. So DAI runs a selective, competitive process, and out of 200 proposals, for example, in the first cycle, we selected 22. We provided them with technical assistance from climate experts, from social impact specialists, and helped take them to scale. Some of them, indeed, through the technical assistance they received, have been able to leverage additional funds. In one case, Daewoo Express, $75 million was brought in on the back of that technical assistance. There are a number of sectors that the CFA supports, particularly clean and green transport, and very proud to say that some of the CFA work has promoted charging vehicles, two-wheeler EVs, electric buses in Pakistan, Orco, EV fleet management platform, and Bridge Links, which is effectively Uber for trucks. So some really good low-carbon projects there that have been brought to the market by virtue of the Climate Finance Accelerator. The last point, how to increase the flow of climate finance. DAI works with the UK government, the BII, on FSG+, Financial Services Group Plus, to catalyse investment in low climate and climate resilient projects. For example, we are supporting the Bank of Bangladesh to expand green lending initiatives, and an Indian financial company to increase lending to women SMEs. And a final example from Pakistan, the INVEST programme, with USAID support, DAI has been working with the government in Pakistan and the private sector to develop the voluntary carbon market in Pakistan and identify opportunities for carbon mitigation through wind farms, low carbon rice cultivation, and agroforestry. So in summary, the private sector, I think, has a crucial role. So in that, helping fix the plumbing, helping with the high-quality pipeline, and developing new financial instruments. But all these examples I've given from the DAI projects that I'm aware of have been delivered in partnership. And I know the next panel is all about that, all about those PPPs and partnerships. So it's partnership with important development partners such as the UK government, with other private sector organisations, but crucially, it's in partnership and with the human capital of Pakistan, specifically the government of Pakistan, institutions, NGOs, civil society, and the people of Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Danish Khalik. Danish Khalik is Vice President Sales and Strategy, BYD Mega Motor Company. Now, BYD, we know, is going eyeball to eyeball with Mr. Elon Musk, and now they've come in Pakistan as well. Clean EV companies, so it was very obvious that someone like him should be invited for this conference. Danish, the question for you that I have is the general verdict globally is that electric cars are better for the planet. How big is the market for electric vehicles in Pakistan? I know it's not easy to calculate at this stage. And how much potential does it hold for the long term? Do your potential consumers understand the impact metrics and ask for it when buying the electric cars? Are charging stations across Pakistan a reality that one can envision despite the energy crisis that Pakistan continues to grapple with? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum everyone and good morning. First of all, thank you Munir Saab for the question, and thank you Daud Saab for the opening remarks. It's a great honor to be here as part of this esteemed panel, and I'd like to thank DawnMedia for taking this initiative and spearheading this important conversation, which I think is long due. Now, coming back to the question about the general perception of electric vehicles and the impact on the environment, I'll take a step forward and I'll extrapolate and I'll speak about new energy vehicles, which includes battery electric vehicles and plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. And when we talk about impact on emissions, when we specifically look at electric vehicles, there's a reduction of 70 to 80% as in comparison to the traditional internal combustion engine vehicles. And when we talk about plug-in hybrid vehicles, there is a reduction of about 60% from the traditional ICE vehicles. So that is generally the impact that we're looking at, and this includes already the mixed fuel electricity generation, which also has fossil fuels in the mix. Now, talking about overall impact and BYD. So BYD, as the largest NEV manufacturer, has a long-term commitment towards the environment. And as part of that commitment, they have a program called Cooling the Earth by 1 degree. And up till now, I think the latest numbers from January, if I were to quote, there has been a carbon reduction of about 80 million tons from the switchover to NEVs produced by BYD. And that is equivalent to about 1.3 billion trees absorbing the carbon from the environment. Taking a step forward, I think there was a question about do the consumers ask about these metrics? Certainly they do. There is a learning curve when we talk about generally environmental impact and the transportation sector. But, and that awareness is being done and implemented throughout the country. But there's also an economic case that the consumers definitely understand. And if I were to run some basic math, so for instance, if you talk about an electric vehicle that has about 50 kilowatt hour battery size, which gives you about 400 kilometers in range, and if you were to charge that at your home, 50 units, 50 rupees per unit, so essentially you're spending about 2,500 rupees for a full charge and getting 400 kilometers. When you compare that to an ICE engine, let's say the mileage is 10 kilometers per liter. At the current rate, you're looking at 25 rupees per kilometer that your cost is. And if you look at the math for using an electric vehicle, that comes down to 6.5 rupees. So that's the difference. That's the economic case that we're talking about for general consumers that prods them in that direction, along with the awareness of the impact on the environment. And that's why we are seeing an uptick in terms of the general adoption of electric vehicles and new energy vehicles in Pakistan. It is a nascent market, of course, but due to these benefits that companies like BYD can offer to the consumers, they can make an informed decision. There was another question about sustainability of the market, and this is where I would like to talk about the overall ecosystem and our commitment to that. So Mega Motor Company, as the local partner for BYD, and through its subsidiary, is also setting up charging infrastructure all across Pakistan. And I think that's absolutely critical when we talk about NEV adoption in a country like Pakistan, because you need that supporting infrastructure. And that's our commitment as a company to support the adoption of NEVs in Pakistan. And let me also talk about a pertinent point, the support that is coming from the government and the continuous support that we would require from the government. There was a mention from earlier from one of the panelists about the electricity charging infrastructure and the new policy that has been introduced, which will reduce, for instance, application processing time to 15 days, the application fees to less than 50,000 rupees. So all of these things are going to help us collectively in terms of the overall adoption of NEVs as a new technology in Pakistan. So we certainly are very helpful, and we are very committed as a company and as individuals as well, as professionals, to prod us as a country towards better technology. And NEVs is certainly a rightful solution for sustainable transport in Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Danish. The last speaker of this session is Nabila Yazdani. She is Head of Strategy, Communication and Sustainability, Zong. And the question for you is, investors are more keen to understand how corporations are investing in mitigation of climatic disasters on businesses. How is Zong investing in areas of climate risk?
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. As you know, the China Mobile is our parent company and we are a subsidiary of it. So if you see, it's a reflective of a strong bond and cooperation between China and Pakistan. So when we take the learning from China, how they have transformed over the years with the climate change and the China Mobile itself, the working procedures for green and low carbon operations, we have adopted the same strategy in Pakistan as well. We, as a communication service provider, we have a widespread network of cell sites across Pakistan. So our focus is very much that how we invest in our infrastructure, which is energy sufficient and sustainable in a longer run. So over the years, we have invested to solarize our cell sites. So we have more than 1,000 cell sites solarized, and we have shifted towards the lithium batteries to reduce our carbon footprint and also our network availability. When we come to the investment sides of looking into the data centers, so we are very much focused at how energy efficient is our data centers because they reduce the greenhouse carbon gas a lot more, and we are solarizing them in a large-scale data center as well. So working from this side of the infrastructure where the connectivity is very important for everyone, but how energy sufficient that will be, that is our main focus. So our tier 3 certified data centers reduces carbon a lot, and it also we are focusing on generating 600 kilowatts per year annum for us. So when we come to the sustainable part of the organization, we as a corporate social responsibility, we also look at how we can contribute into the sustainability part as well. So the green drives, the waste management, and looking on these perspectives, this is where we are focused to changing the environment and the structure. So digitalization is a major part which comes in. So how we are enabling the different organization, how we are enabling the green energy, and especially if you see in the floods in year 2022, so how we are enabling the communication, how we are enabling our infrastructures to building for the climate resistant change, and also the elevating them to focus more on speedy recovery and the communication, because these are the important factors which contribute towards when it's communication and linking together.
Thank you very much. So this is the end of the first panel. Thank you very much, all of you. Deeply appreciate your contribution. And what do we do? Now we shift the panels?
Ji. We would now like to thank Ms. Wajiha Kamar, Syed Fakhr Imam, Shahzain Munir, Kate Wilson-Hargreaves, Danish Khalik, and Nabila Yazdani. We will now swap to session 2, and our new guests will be Asim Wajid Jawad, Group Head Strategy, Transformation and Customer Experience, Zishan Sheikh, Country Manager for Pakistan and Afghanistan, International Finance Corporation, Joe Moyer, Development Director, British High Commission, Islamabad, Sobia Becker of GmbH, and Khalid Mahmood Sheikh, CEO, Sindh People's Housing for Flood Affectees. Thank you all. Roundtable 2 is now in session.
So we have a new panel here. Again, very, very impressive group of people here for the second panel, and I'm sure this is going to be very, very interesting. The first speaker, or the first panelist, is Mr. Asim Wajid, Group Head Strategy, Transformation and Customer Experience, Bank Al Falah, I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
They didn't write Bank Al Falah, but I knew you were from Bank Al Falah.
Thank you.
So the question for you is, how can the financial sector be accountable for climate action? What are the key roles which the banking sector has to play? Bank Al Falah has also started implementing the ESRM. How important do you think is to provide loans after reviewing the environmental and social impact of the proposals? In terms of green products, Bank Al Falah recently launched Al Falah Green Mortgage product targeted for installing solar systems. How do you see the product supporting communities and small businesses?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question. Thank you to the DawnMedia Group for hosting this wonderful conference. I'm really enjoying it. Munir Kamal Sahab, you have many questions rolled into that.
Yeah, I know.
And so I'll try and break it down. I think the first broad question around that is, what role can the banking sector play? And should we be held accountable for it? And then the second one is more around Bank Al Falah's or journey on the environment side. So I'll sort of broadly cover those 2 points. If there's anything that I've missed, you can surely ask. So clearly, banks can be an important force for good and force for change. Certainly at Bank Al Falah, we believe that. We're an important cog in the wheel, and in this desire to improve the environment and for this climate change, can we be held solely accountable? Of course not. There's going to be a lot of stakeholders, so we're an important cog in the wheel. We are very socially conscious, certainly at Bank Al Falah, about our social responsibility. We are responsible for safeguarding everyone's deposits. So we have to ensure that the financial system remains sound. In the same way, we have to be caring towards our people and the communities that we live in. So we've been trying to obviously play a significant part towards that end. However, there's got to be a partnership model that has to come in place. So you have to have government policy that supports it. We have the example of California. So that California is the leader in climate action in the US, and there's a lot of policy that supports, government policy that supports that whole ecosystem. So that whole ecosystem has to work together to make, to make positive inroads towards climate action. So yes, we can be held accountable if there's, certain policy targets that are given to us, but obviously we cannot be doing it on our own. And I'll give you an example of our journey that we took. So we at Bank Al Falah are very conscious about our responsibilities. You mentioned about the floods affecting a significant portion of the economy. Some say 30% of Pakistan was affected. We were the largest corporate donor, Bank Al Falah. We made a $10 million contribution towards the flood affectees and the rehab there. We invested a lot of money. We impacted about 1.1 million individuals in that process, and we were measuring that and getting it audited by a reputable auditor to make sure that we are actually, it's backed up, that information. We invested a lot in getting people to, sustainable housing. We were very conscious about the environment. We are on our essentially journey to become a green bank. That's really our goal. So where did this journey start for us? I have to give credit to IFC, I have to say, because IFC came in as an investor in Bank Al Falah back in 2014, and that was one of their prerequisites, that we have to set up an environment and social management system. So we put that in place in 2014. We were the first ones to do it. So that was about 10 years ago. And it was an interesting journey because initially when we would ask our clients, well, do you have an environment? We would ask them all these questions about environment, and they'd be completely lost and come to us and say, well, why are you asking us these questions to us? No other bank is asking us these questions. So it made us, uncompetitive in many ways. So we had to cross that bridge. So that was an interesting journey. We don't face the same issues anymore, but that was 10 years ago. Second most frequent question that we used to face at the time was our clients coming in and saying, where exactly do we go to get this environment certification? So there weren't any, it wasn't very clear, obvious which government agency they'd have to go to get those certifications. So again, that was part of our journey. So this brings home the point that partnerships are important, policy action is important by the regulators and by government to support the ecosystem. We can't do it alone. Now, there are systems and policies and procedures now in place. The central bank has been active, so now all the other banks are also, have adopted a lot of these practices, so that's good. So that, that's been really, really important part of our journey. The other thing that we're thinking about, as I said, we want to become a green bank, and that really entails, three broad focus areas for us. Number one, we're focusing on, reducing our own impact on the environment. So how can we, we have branches and real estate all over the country. How do we make sure that we can put in sustainability measures in place? And now we've started to do that. That's really, really important. How do we dispose of our waste? That's a big, issue that we need to consider. Other than that, we are allocating capital towards, more and more capital towards, green initiatives. We've invested about, at least 30 billion or so in green and idle projects. That's been good. And then the third and most important aspect is how do we introduce more and more products and services which are green. So that really is, our, some of the key focus areas for us. So it's been an interesting journey for us. It's something that we believe in. We feel in summary that we at Bank Al-Falah can be a force for, good in this area. We care about our communities, and we want to continue to pursue our ambition of becoming a green bank.
Thank you very much, Asim. Our next speaker is Zishan from IFC. The young man heads IFC in Pakistan. And IFC's, my experience so far is that playing a huge, huge role, among other things, on this, the topic that we are discussing for the last 2 days. We carried out, when I say Pakistan Bank Association, carried out a green real estate investment program that IFC wanted to run. So we did it, we collaborated, and we made arrangements of lots of bankers to come and join, and this was IFC's program. So we could have asked all kinds of questions from Zishan, but let me tell you what I was given and what the question, but you can speak on whatever you feel like. The question for you, Zishan, is the new blended climate finance facility launched with the help of UK's FCDO. The recently announced UK-Pakistan country development partnership strategy is focused on addressing critical structural issues, population dynamics, climate vulnerability, gender equality, and macroeconomic stability. However, there is currently limited understanding of Pakistan's climate finance gaps, where this finance is most needed, and how Pakistan can mobilize the US $348 billion. And this number keeps coming back again and again. I'm sure whoever raised it has some, really good reasons for getting needed by 2030. Can you shed light on the role of public and private sector climate finance in Pakistan, and how development partners like IFC can effectively collaborate with the government of Pakistan and the private sector to pull in the same direction and realize Pakistan's climate finance objectives?
Thank you, Kamal Saab. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to begin by thanking Dawn Group and the organizers for giving us the opportunity to be part of this discussion and for organizing this very topical get-together. Thank you also for your kind words. So as IFC, as part of the World Bank Group, trying to further the climate agenda is a global priority for us. And in countries like Pakistan, which are amongst the most vulnerable when it comes to the risks of climate change, it is arguably one of the most important areas of engagement. There's lots of things I can share in terms of the work we're doing and what development partners are and should be doing more of. But I thought I'd bucket my response in 3 areas. So your overarching query was, how can development partners help bring the public and private sector side? So I bucketed that response in 3 topics. To our mind, there's an overarching role in helping develop the ecosystem around climate finance. Within that, there is a role for policy and regulation, and you talked about some of those things. We were involved in the green banking guidelines that the State Bank issued in 2017, the ESRM engagement, which came later, which has Bank Al-Falah and others involved. Day before yesterday, the State Bank issued a draft of the green taxonomy for public consultation, and I hope within the next month or 2, once that gets finalized, that's an important piece of regulatory work. The SECP, as you also mentioned in your remarks, has put out guidelines on disclosures, and we're engaged with them on a number of those topics. Beyond that, there is a lot of scope for policy engagement when it comes to areas like carbon credits. There is some good work happening in the VCM space. A lot more needs to happen in that space. A lot more needs to happen in the compliance market. There is good policies out there on green buildings, but implementation, particularly at the provincial level, is an issue. So a lot of work needs to happen on the green buildings codes. And then on the whole circular economy agenda, which is a major issue for a country like Pakistan, that's producing over 50 million tons of waste a year, and almost none of it is being recycled. So I think one big area of engagement is around policy, and that is about sort of using the learnings and the knowledge we have from our engagements in different countries who've been on similar journeys, faced similar challenges, to bring in policies that are enabling. The second part of it is capacity building. And again, I think Asim also touched upon it. While oftentimes there is desire, there is a genuine shortage of people in Pakistan that understand these things, from really basic things into ENS consultants and green building certification folks. So there's a lot of work that needs to happen on capacity building, training the trainers, training regulators, training private sector, both on the financial sector side and the real sector side. So for me, that sort of engagement, which no one IFI can do, I think requires all of us, and there's a lot of good work happening between several of the active entities here. Jo is also here. I'm sure she'll talk about what the UK is doing. All of us and more is needed to work on the ecosystem, which is sort of step 1. The second part of it is around really working with the financial sector. It is our view that no IFI or any group of IFIs can really help meet Pakistan's funding needs on a standalone basis. We can help instigate, we can help encourage. Ultimately, the financing needs for climate in Pakistan will need to be met by the financial institutions in Pakistan. And that's core to our strategy. So the biggest push we have in the climate space is in the financial sector. And again, Asim mentioned about some of the work that's happening with Al-Falah, which is one of the most progressive banks in this space. There's others also doing really good work, HBL and others. And again, there is an element of that which is around capacity building, systems, knowledge sharing, and then there's an element of that around product development. And that is everything from green loans, green bonds, sustainability-linked loans. I'm actually happy to share that very soon we'll be announcing what will be Pakistan's first sustainability-linked loan. A sustainability-linked loan is a loan where the pricing on your loan is linked to the borrower meeting certain KPIs under SDGs they pick. In this particular case, water is one of the SDGs that they pick, gender is the other. So for us, this is the kind of product that should be prevalent, and everybody should be doing things like that. There are then things like transition bonds and transition loans. So energy transition is a big area in Pakistan. Transition loans and transition bonds are products that fund that transition from a carbon-heavy source of energy to more renewable sources of energy. There are then areas around carbon markets, financing, and various products around it. And the other area in terms of our engagement with the banks is around risk sharing. So oftentimes, while there is interest, while there is a need, risk appetite is an issue for multiple reasons within the banking sector. So one of the things that us and other IFIs are also considering doing is sharing the risk. So, Bank A lends $100 to a company to do something around climate. We take 50% of that. So if that goes wrong, we will take half of that risk, and that encourages banks to get into some of these sectors which are not as traditionally bankable. So that would be the second bucket of what we think is IFIs can do, which is really helping develop the banking sector, the financial intermediary sector in Pakistan. And then the last bit of it is around really developing bankable opportunities. And I think one of the earlier speakers also talked about it. There isn't enough there aren't enough developed frameworks around bankable opportunities. And a big part of it is around public-private partnerships. And again, P3A is an excellent addition, but also the framework of PPPs in Pakistan is that a lot of PPPs sit within the provincial remit, in which of course is very well known to Khalid Saab and others. So we need to build capacity at the provincial level, at the federal level, to try and build in bankable opportunities. And so much of what we talk about in climate has a public and private element, whether that's energy, whether that's water, whether that's solid waste management, whether that's agri. Pretty much all of those areas have an element of public and private intervention. So finding ways to bringing that together is important. The other piece that we're doing on the bankability side is funding some of these things, which is providing long-term financing, which is needed to make a lot of these engagements viable. We have the risk appetite to do these things, and we encourage others to come alongside us. A key sort of ingredient to this mix is blended finance, and that's what you also mentioned in your initial remarks. And we're grateful to our partners in the UK for the SIFPAC facility that IFC has signed with the UK government last year. It's the largest single country blended finance facility that IFC has ever signed globally. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's also the largest one that the UK has ever signed. That's right, isn't it?
I think so.
Let's claim that it is. But certainly for IFC, it's the largest one. And it's essentially a climate-focused blended finance facility for the private sector. And it's designed to particularly try and crowd in private investment for adaptation-related areas, which I know over the course of the last 2 days has been rightly so a big topic here. We have also recently engaged with the Green Climate Fund for a private sector-focused water facility in Pakistan. So Pakistan is one of the 7 countries that will be part of this global facility, where again, it's a form of blended finance. And this is important, as I think one of the earlier speakers were also saying, that often financing is not available. When it is available, it's not on terms that makes the ultimate investment viable. So if we can make that, at least for this initial period, viable by either reducing the risk or the cost of that investment, I think they'll encourage much greater private investment. So those are the 3 big buckets. There's a lot more to be done, and again, it needs everybody, both on the public, private, and the development side, to work together on that. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Zishan. Our next speaker is Joe Moyer, Development Director, British High Commission, Islamabad. By the way, this company that I was talking about, Infrazam in Pakistan, which did the first gender bond and now in the process of doing a green bond, this is owned by Infraco Asia and then Fitch. And UK government is behind this effort. So it's an incredibly...
And also
Karan Das is a great institution. I mean, I've been dealing with them, and it's an incredible institution. Thank you very much for that, because this is an incredibly fresh institution, and I'm just found myself to be privileged to be on the board. each time there is a proposal like that. So I have a question for you, and the question is, a recent report by the FCDO highlights that Pakistan highlights immense cost of inaction. That's nothing new for us, actually. What have been the challenges that need to be addressed urgently and opportunities that require investing? How can the private sector and government work together to make the economy more resilient? It's a very broad-based, but it's up to you. How do you want to answer this?
Thank you. Thank you. I'll have a go. And thanks to DawnMedia Group for this wonderful gathering over the last couple of days. Very, very informative. So, the cost of inaction. Why do we need to know about the cost of inaction? It might sound obvious. But the truth is that unless you can see which adaptation, investment, or activity to prioritise, there is so much to do, you don't know where to start. So the reason we worked with the Boston Consulting Group to produce this cost of inaction report, and it's on the web, you can find it, it's called Bridging Pakistan's Adaptation Financing Gap, catchy title. The reason we invested in this report is because you need to cost up that risk of not adapting to climate change. You have to be able to say, you know, if we don't invest in better seed varieties that are resistant to drought, if we don't provide the right sheds for our livestock, this is how much it's going to cost. Because when you know the cost, you can start prioritising what to do first. And you can also start to structure investments. That's really, really important. If we're going to engage the private sector, so many people have said already, you need to have bankable deals, and that means proper structuring, and people like Zishan and Munir and others will know far better than me how to do that. So this report has some pretty stark figures in it. So it takes a number of scenarios out to 2050. It looks at potential economic losses, social losses, environmental losses, and it looks at the different kinds of climate events that you might have, so extreme heat, drought, flooding, sea level rise. We tried to do glacial lake outbursts as well, we couldn't get the data. So using AI and a huge data model, the report predicts some quite scary things. So for instance, the economic losses to 2050 under the worst case scenario are $1.2 trillion. Huge, right? In terms of rice and cotton crop yields, it's also quite frightening. These losses to yields could be as much as 50% by 2050 if we do nothing. Swathes of land at the moment which are used for livestock potentially, because of extreme heat, just wouldn't be viable for those industries into the future. And then, of course, as we saw with the 2022 floods, there will be repeated displacements of people owing to flooding, but also owing to drought. So without going into too much of the doom and gloom, there's a pretty compelling set of arguments and costed set of arguments for investing in adaptation. The good news is that when you know these risks, you can start to look at prioritising investments and projects. And actually there are things that we can do now, quite simple things that we can invest in, which will shore up really important economic sectors here in Pakistan into the future, notably agriculture, textiles, but also, you know, other underpinning sectors like water. The reason we wanted to start investing with IFC in this blended finance facility is to try and crowd in more private sector investment to some of these adaptation challenges. So actually Pakistan, many of you will know, doesn't do brilliantly in terms of climate finance, and that's for a whole range of reasons, not least actually because the international climate finance funds are quite slow and cumbersome to work with. That's another problem. But even with the $4 billion worth of climate finance that Pakistan receives every year, only a tiny percentage of that is from the domestic private sector. It's about 5%. So most of that climate finance coming in is public finance. And yes, there is some international private finance, but just a tiny amount of domestic finance. That's a huge untapped opportunity. So what we're hoping to do with IFC, and actually already started, is to use our development capital, so kind of precious grant money, to help de-risk investments, particularly in adaptation and resilience. So it's a £70 million offer from us, what's that, about $80 million, sitting with IFC money, blending with IFC money, and leveraging, we hope, up to 5 times private investments. The other aspect that's been talked about is project preparation. So again, we come at this from a number of different angles. Kate's already mentioned the CFA, which is a brilliant program DAI running in partnership with us here. But also alongside the blended finance facility there that IFC is running, there's a project preparation facility. So that's £20 million, what's that, about $25 million to help create these bankable projects. So I hope that gives you a little bit of an overview of how we as a development partner can start to work with others in the sector and with private sector partners to crowd in more finance. I'll just finish with a couple of words about government, because I can see my good friend Nadia from the Planning Commission, who is brilliant on all these issues sitting here. I think one of the most important things government can do, and this is both federal and provincial, is to embed really good risk assessment tools into planning processes. The CPMA process, the Climate Public Investment Management Assessment process, is embedding at the federal level. We need similar tools at the level of provincial government, because again, that helps government know which investment to prioritise first, which is going to have the biggest impact in terms of adaptation and resilience, the biggest bang for the buck. And it also helps to think through which investments should be PPP, perhaps, which may be fully commercially viable, and which should be done by public investment. And I know that government is working really hard on this at the moment with the IMF's Resilience Sustainability Fund potentially being an option for Pakistan. That will also drive a lot of really good structured activity in that area to get the planning and assessment processes into good shape. The business enabling environment has also been mentioned, and I think I'll just finish by saying, this is also an absolutely critical area. We know that Pakistan is not always the easiest business environment to work in. Fantastic businesses here in the audience, all finding opportunities. But again, the onus is on government to really try and smooth some of those regulatory pathways, correct some of the sectoral imbalances that we currently see, and actually, take a step back often to make it easier for business to invest here. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very, very interesting. Next speaker is Sobia Becker. She serves as an advisor for the Pakistan-German Climate Energy Partnership at the Deutsche. It's German, I can't pronounce it. You can let us know. So welcome, and the question, I have a question for you. And the question for you is, climate-related risk can be categorized into 2 types, transitional and physical risk. With the EU's Green New Deal coming in, legislation such as the carbon border tax and CSDDD will increase accountability in the supplier countries. How can Pakistani companies, especially exporters, prepare to meet the stringent environment requirements under the EU's GSP Plus program?
Thank you very much for that warm welcome, and a very good afternoon to all present in the audience. It's a pleasure to be here. That's a great question. And I was thinking about it, and I felt that there were slight undertones of, oh, this is something that we have to do. We're being forced to do it. And I think it's important to unpack that a little bit, because it's time to reset this narrative, shifting this narrative away from more of a compliance-driven adaptation to thinking of it more in terms of opportunity. So, it's really an opportunity-driven transformation that the introduction of these global standards are actually encouraging. So it's very critical that we move away from this idea that sustainability is something that's being forced upon us, and instead focus on the fact that sustainable, climate-resilient industries opens up new markets, it fosters innovation, and it also builds resilience against both market as well as environmental shifts that we have. You asked Kamal Sab about the physical risk as well as the transition risk. So I think the physical risks are very well understood. Pakistan is a highly climate vulnerable country. But the point that I'd like to make here is that we cannot effectively address the physical risk in this country till we have a cohesive and effective transition framework. So you could have all of the policies in the world, but if these policies are not regulated, they're not informed, they're not monitored, then we're not going to get very far. A classic example of that is industrial stack emissions, where you do have policies, you have the EPAs in the different provinces, but the enforcement is perhaps not so complete. So brick kilns is a classic example, and the smog that we have today, which is unfortunately shortening human lives, it is impacting the development of children. You have these problems that exist. The Pak-German Climate and Energy Partnership represents all of Germany's bilateral investments in this country, and we have a very significant portfolio in climate and energy in this country. So we have a whole of society as well as a whole of government approach to addressing climate change, and we work with government, obviously at the national and the subnational level, but we also work closely with industry. We work with academia, research, and think tanks and civil society organizations to develop a very cohesive and coordinated approach to addressing or achieving climate resilience. I can say with a high degree of confidence that all businesses have experienced negative climate change impacts. They felt it firsthand. Floods, heat waves, shifting monsoon patterns carry far-reaching consequences in terms of energy and resource availability, so that impacts your supply chain, but also in terms of health and safety considerations of your workforce. So these are not unknown. And there are a number of things that the Pak-German Climate and Energy Partnership is doing in the country to address these. The first, and I believe a very solid contribution to this, is developing climate risk profiles. And we've done that for some of the key export-related sectors in this country. And these climate risk profiles point to where investment should go in terms of future-proofing investment in the country, but also in terms of helping the redirection of investments to sectors where it makes then sense to do it. So we have climate risk profiles for agriculture, textiles, as well as some manufacturing sectors to help Pakistani businesses understand and then also craft their response to the disruptions that extreme weather brings about. We have also established a climate risk information portal, and this is, you will find all sorts of information in the public domain. They are there for you to access and drive evidence-based decision-making in the country. In addition to climate risk profiles, what the upcoming global regulations like the carbon border adjustment mechanisms, the corporate sustainability due diligence directive, as well as you mentioned the GSP plus Kamal Sab, the starting point for reducing or addressing the carbon footprint is always going to be energy. You have to address energy in the equation. And in panel one, we had the colleague from Jazz who mentioned that specifically, and Shazain Munir also landed some very good points related to energy. But decarbonizing the energy supply is key. It's going to be key for CBAM, and this is where we are working on decarbonizing the grid, because for CBAM, your products are going to need clean, green energy to the extent possible. We are working on digitalizing grids, so you have smarter grids that are more efficient. And then we're also looking at how we can ramp up all of these actions very effectively and ensure that it's not just at the national level, but also at the subnational level. We are working on getting access to carbon finance. And I'd just like to say here that a very, very recent PwC report, hot off the press, they have shown that industries that have made investments in any sort of climate resilient infrastructure or processes, they've actually reaped 6 times the reward of that investment. So it makes a lot of sense. Nevertheless, to facilitate the transition of industry to a cleaner, greener growth trajectory, we're developing capacities to help institutions access carbon finance. And we're also looking at how we can implement or operationalize green taxonomies. Because we spoke about GSP+, that brings to mind textiles, which is one of the leading export-related sectors in this country. We are working with textiles on developing circular economy approaches. We are working with them to address resource efficiency so that you have efficient products that go not just from cradle to factory gate, but beyond as well, and allowing you to maintain market and export competitiveness and ease access to markets abroad. And finally, with regards to the CSDDD, we have established the Responsible Business Help Desk in Pakistan, which helps industries comply, learn about these directives, and comply with them. So when we think about the carbon footprint, we're looking at the entire spectrum. So it's not just Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, but we're also looking to strengthen the supply chain in terms of their carbon footprints, because eventually a company that can control Scope 1 and Scope 2, that's pretty much within their factory boundaries. But beyond that, their suppliers also need to be have a smaller carbon footprint. So this is a small snapshot of all of the things that we're doing to ensure Pakistan's continued green growth. And we look forward to aligning very closely with the new Udaan Pakistan program as well as with the the domestic financial ecosystem on implementing specific initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our last panelist here is Khalid Mahmood Sheikh Saab. He's the Chief Executive Officer, Sindh People's Housing for Flood Affected. And the question for you, Khalid Saab, is, and it's a must, thank you very much for all you're doing. It's a very critical thing that you're involved with. What have been the challenges that need to be addressed urgently and opportunities that require investing in from the private sector?
Thank you very much, Munir Saab, and taking advantage of your using Urdu verse, I will start with the Urdu verse of Allama Iqbal with slight modifications. That वजूदे private partners से है तस्वीर कायनात में रंग इसी के साथ से है जिंदगी का सोज़े दरू. Whatever beauty you see around is because of the private sector. Our job, I come from public sector, but our job is to actually allow you to take over most of the activities which we are unable to do. Rather, I will say that we don't do anything. The public sector is good or may not be good, but they are responsible for making policies and vision, bringing vision. And we have the ability to think larger, because I'm CEO of Sindh People's Housing for Flood Affectees, and our mandate is to actually reconstruct 2.1 million houses. And so far we have put around 900,000 houses under constructions, and 50,000 houses are being constructed every month. We are not doing it. The private beneficiaries are doing it. The banks are taking help, helping us, and they are opening their accounts. So everything is being done by the private sector. So our job is to do actually to create vision and to bring policy which is private sector conducive. The history of public-private partnership dates back some 2006 in Pakistan when federal government thought about it, and in 2008, government of Sindh started public-private partnership. And somehow we did good start because we came up with the policy, with the vision, and the ambition to do PPPs, and so many good projects were done in Sindh. But unfortunately, this could not be replicated in other provinces, including the federal government. I would just chat down few points which, because of the paucity of time. Number one is the vision. There should be a vision of federal government and provincial government that what they intend to achieve. I feel that this vision is lacking somewhere. I remember in 2012, Manmohan Singh created a vision of road PPPs in India, and they said we need 100 kilometers a day in public-private partnerships. And then all the infrastructure authorities in India started working towards that. So one thing is that we should create a vision. When there is a vision, then the policy will be there. And the vision should be followed by the policy, and all the other obstacles which actually hamper the private sector's movement will be removed. For example, there are so many departments which are involved in the doing of public-private partnerships. So lack of coordination often exhausts private sector. So this should be the first thing. Second thing is governance issues. I think the new model of public governance is changed now. The old bureaucracy cannot function as efficiently as we are facing the challenges of 21st century. They need to be trained and abreast of the modern educations so that they are compatible with the private sectors. Third thing is we should be sincere in inviting private sectors to take over the things. The issue is public sector does not create anything. Everything is created by the private sector. But when we talk about the public-private partnerships, we are trying to create a long-term relationship where the private sector brings in investment along with the banks. And since this is a long-term relationship, so there are so many risks which need to be addressed. If that is structured properly, then we call it a good project. Often we create good projects which are very, very bankable. Bank is there, private partner is there, but some obstacles, I would not mention, some obstacles from the public sector just dashes down everything, be it PIA, be it water projects, which we have been doing for so many times. So, if there is a vision, the public sector will come up with the policy, and then the vistas will be up. That is that are the challenges. Opportunities are quite often, everybody knows about them, that the government doesn't have enough resources. So private finance, if it comes into the public sector domain, it will help create the infrastructure which is already needed. Efficiency is one of the elements which we seek in the private sector's participation. When there are banks involved, there are consultants involved, there is a private sector there, so there is broader area of transparency. So I think there is no denying fact that PPPs have been seen in Pakistan happening for some times, should be given more importance. Thank you very much. I stop here.
Thank you very much. This has been a fascinating 2 sessions. Great panelists. Thank you very much, all of you, the first panel and the second panel. It's appropriate to end this wonderful program by inviting an eminent speaker, Amir Piracha. He is Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Unilever in Pakistan.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's been quite an interesting last 2 hours. And I've been given the honor for delivering the closing remarks, which is the toughest one, to capture all the enlightening conversation we had over the last 2 hours. But before I start, I would like to start with a disclaimer that I'm not a climate expert, and there's a lot of experts sitting here on the financing side, on the blending financing side, on how to really mitigate the environmental impact in Pakistan. I'm more a practitioner, and I'll actually give my closing remarks more from the lens as a practitioner, and I'll try to basically make things more real by sharing some examples and also what's actually going around. I remember the first time I heard about this climate change, and that is back in 2009. We had a global CEO by the name of Alan Jobe, and he came from Nestle to Unilever, and he set at that time the vision that we will double the business by halving the environmental footprint. Now, that time it was quite a weird thing that you are trying to connect both the business growth with climate. And that was sometime around 17, 18 years back when the climate was more like a poster child. It was something distant threat. It was not a living reality. And fast forward 1.5 decades now, and we see that everyone is talking about climate because everyone is impacted. And primarily because what's going around the world, it's not only Pakistan, what has happened in California, a very developed country, it's not going to be sparing any one of us, be it D&E markets or be it developed markets. So that's the disclaimer I would like to start off. I can't stop being conscious of what's happening around us. And what we have been seeing, that the world is actually getting a lot more polarized than it has been in the past about the challenge climate. And there is a degree of apocalyptic horror to these climate events, yet the sense of disengagement and the lack of speed to do more feels as a threat. And it seems like that we are centuries away from the future, which is not the reality. In the fight, flight, or freeze response that the world takes to climate change, our choice is quite limited. We can only fight, and that too with actions, at least until we find a way to the Mars. And this said, leaning completely one way or the other, doing work or doing business without impact, or doing impact without business won't cut it. And we have to basically do it side by side. There's one lesson that we must acknowledge about sustainability, which sits at the heart of how private sector can support and accelerate climate positive change. And the lesson is that over the last 2 decades, we have learned that the true impact happens when our environmental and the social goals align with the genuine business stroke commercial goals. In other words, when sustainability pays, business sticks with it. Otherwise, business moves on. And that's a reality we have been seeing lately. The success of true action is dependent on the power of well-built business case. And we have seen the current panel who have been talking about the bankable projects. It ensures that environmental and social institutes don't just stay at the periphery. They drive innovation and long-term growth. And what we address needs to be a universal challenge or a shared one. And the solution must not step or be impractical, which includes viability of not just commercial, but impact. Let's start with climate, considering the conference has been convened around it, and it's an issue which is affecting each one of us. And it's the biggest threat in Pakistan. When we started our journey to our net zero ambition, we focused on getting our own house in order. And I'm referring towards Unilever now. How did we mitigate our emissions? And the company has been in Pakistan since independence, and we have benefited out of this country. But time to start paying back. And this is the time that it was back in 2019, 2020, we formed a strategic partnership with a Standard Chartered Bank to leverage state banks of Pakistan financing of the Green Initiative. We collaborated with solar providers like Rion Energy and K Solar and replaced much of our fossil-based energy with a renewable energy. And today, in the last 10 years, our energy mix is 91% renewable. And if I were to compare our carbon emissions since 2015 baseline, we have reduced our carbon emissions by 93%. So this is very much doable, but it was backed by a clear commercial case. Otherwise, I don't think so as a private sector we would have been able to go that far. So therefore, it's very important for any private sector to really have a very compelling business case before they start investing into any sustainable project. The second bit is, I can say with confidence, because Unilever not just globally, but also in Pakistan, this model has been scaled. And the other one, which has been the talk of the town, is plastics, which of course, we take the responsibility because as a producer, and can often be a point of criticism for business like ours. And with due reason, we wanted to chase the goal that we create impact and not only headlines. How? Collect more than we sell. And that's a target we set for ourselves back in 2015, that we want to actually collect more plastic wastage in the country than we actually produce. I'm happy to share that last year, a year before the schedule, we actually collect more plastic than we sell in this country. And that is very doable. But again, it was backed by a clear commercial business case. We basically formed partnerships with some startups. We formed some partnerships with some private vendors that they do the collection on our behalf, and they'll give a second life to the plastic. And the second life to the plastic was given by actually converting the same plastic into outdoor furniture and benches, which are going to be staying for years to come. We also basically worked with some local vendors how we actually convert our rigid shampoo bottles into recycled resins that we can actually reuse into our product. And it's not the story of Unilever. I'm aware that many other corporate companies today in Pakistan have taken such steps, particularly in case of plastics. There are companies who have taken initiative to actually collect the plastic and convert it into roads. In a very same city, we are actually here. So we have seen that how private sector is actually trying to solve this problem. But again, this problem has to be solved at the back of the financial case. For example, our R&D has been working that how we actually come up with the plastic which is sustainable and it does not come out at any additional cost, because we cannot go back and load this cost to a consumer and ask them for more price. They want a sustainable product, but at a cheaper price. And therefore, it's important that we get our R&D into action. It's important that we get into partnership that comes at no cost. And that's the only way forward. I want to zoom in now into a critical component that ties all these initiatives together, and that's financing and bankability. Resourcing, but in projects that produce results. This is what helped us commit, and this is what created. This is our playbook, and we believe it has a case for national replication. This is when investors commit, and the impact multiplies. What started as a renewable project in a small city, it went to the entire province. A plastic circularity program which started in a small area has actually gone to the entire city. There have been many companies who have been talking about regenerative agriculture. So we really need to be really going into these kind of practices, so we don't have to actually use a lot more fertilizer, because the land is a lot more fertile if we go into a regenerative agriculture. For Pakistan, climate initiatives by channeling much needed investment into renewables, waste management, and sustainable agriculture. It takes significant capital to build solar farms, to electrify transport, or to revolutionize waste management. The lesson is very clear. If we can prove a business model that works, whether it's renewable energy or a plastic circular program, then the private sector will invest. But to achieve this at scale, we need that blend of government incentives, multilateral support, and private capital. When everyone contributes, no single entity bears the risk. And I think so that's the way forward. And that's what the conversation has been over the last 2 hours for private sector acceleration. And so as public sector acceleration, this can be unlocked with blended finance, where grants alone, dollarized loans alone, and private sector alone fails. Blended financing can serve as a catalyst by de-risking capital with public and philanthropic funds. I'm not a climate expert, as I said in the very beginning. I'm a very common Pakistani. Yeah. I'm a businessman here. And you have heard experts, you have heard the head of states here as well. And I can offer the blueprint that gave us the results. This is the essence, that sustainability really means to us. It's not about the short-term fixes or token gestures. It's about compelling commercial cases, working with the multilaterals, working with the DFIs, working with the public sector, blending that finance, reducing the risk, and actually going for scalable projects. Towards the end, I would like to thank Dawn Group and all the organizers for holding such a exciting and enriching dialogue between public, private, and also the DFIs. I'm sure that from here onward, it's the time to take action. And the biblical floods we all experienced back in 2022, we don't end up experiencing once again. Thank you, and thank you, everyone.
Excellent. Thank you, Amir. What a wonderful way to finish this 2-hour session. I would request you started it, you sum it up, and I'll say a few words in the end, and then we were going to do question and answer, but I think there is so much of rich information that I have on my plate from 2 sessions that I need to sit down, and I will send you, the Ministry of Planning, the questions. But at the moment, if you can just sum up, and I'll also say a few words at the end.
Thank you, Munir Saab. This has been absolutely an extraordinary discussion from eminent panelists. One of the sort of advantages, or maybe the charm of a conference of this sort, is that it brings together a very diverse set of actors, people, perspectives, people who may not be otherwise speaking with each other, but through sort of convening in this manner, the conference has a life of its own, in the sense that it generates ideas through cross-pollination, and each of us have been affected more than we would know. But it is also, in another way, I think quite interesting that one gets to sort of see things that one would otherwise not know, as they are sort of voices and work that is happening and not otherwise known in a particular field, in this case, climate change. And for me personally, it's great to see the level. I mean, I've read in the papers, I've read CSR, I've looked at CSR programs, but to see the level of consciousness that exists in the corporate leaders, granted, I will say that they are not fully representative and there's a lot more to the business community, but still, to see the level of consciousness that exists and the work that is being done already is certainly very heartening. And here I would just sort of pause to give a comment that is more of a personal comment from someone who lived abroad as a part of the diaspora 15 years and has chosen to come back to Pakistan. And I feel this cognitive dissonance often. On the one hand, a lot of negativity and what I would sort of even call sort of a political despondency about what is possible in Pakistan. And on the other hand, something like this, certainly, which I think is the antithesis of that. It shows certainly that not what is possible, but what is indeed happening at the moment on the ground. And to me, that's certainly very, very optimistic. With that, I just want to sort of bring together 2 or 3 themes very quickly in a minute, and then I will conclude. The first, I think, was mentioned by a number of speakers. Asim Wajid sort of mentioned it interestingly as being a cog in a wheel. I found that interesting in the sense that you cannot be held solely accountable, is what he said. And no actor can, perhaps, because this problem is so complex. Zishan Sheikh also mentioned that the development partners can really only play a catalytic role. And then it's up to the others to step up, and Amir Parachar Saab was also sort of reiterating that just now. So this collective action problem, the government certainly has a very, very important role to play, but it's really a joint enterprise, and I think maybe that's where some of the failure is happening, that folks are not talking to each other enough, and there's not enough of a coordinating mechanism. There's a divide between the sort of the federal and the provincial level and the sort of coordinating mechanisms there, but also between sort of horizontal actors, I think is a very important theme that I sort of was able to distill. Another theme related, as Zishan mentioned this, is the issue of capacity. Again, this is a very complex problem. I've said this before also, climate change, and you need experts. And we've sort of witnessed an exodus from Pakistan of skilled people, and perhaps there's something we need to address there, in terms of capacity, financial, legal, regulatory, and otherwise, to be able to do this sort of work. Third, the high-quality, investable, bankable pipeline. Kate Wilson mentioned this in the work that DAI has done with respect to the CFI initiative and so on. I know some of that work. It's been really pioneering work in Pakistan, but at the same time, what was mentioned in terms of the PPP pipeline, because that's where some of the very large projects will reside, I think a lot more needs to be done here because there is an upstream failure. And that work, again, is tough because you'll have 1,000 projects that you think could be viable, but you need to isolate maybe 10 that work, and that is very cognitively taxing and highly sophisticated work. Otherwise, you'll end up wasting money on projects that otherwise will fail later. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and on part of the government, we have started to engage with international experts and local expertise also, hiring, there's a program to engage international consulting firms to come in and sort of catalyze sort of that intellectual work that needs to be done to move those things. But it's been a great panel, and thank you so much to all the panelists for their insights.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. To that, we come to an end because we have Friday prayers today also. It's all yours.
We will recess for lunch. Lunch is served upstairs for those of you who want to proceed. Namaz arrangements have been made in the Baradari for men. Namaz will commence at 1:30 and room 23 for women. So please feel free to proceed. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. sharp. Kindly come down as soon as possible. Thank you. A short footnote, we have ongoing parallel sessions upstairs. For those of you who wish to join those, please feel free. We have ushers by the stairs. They will guide your way and let you know what is scheduled at what time. Additionally, our sessions after lunch include a media panel, an agri panel. We also have an address from the Prime Minister of Pakistan and closing from the Chairman of the Senate. We look forward to welcoming you back. Ladies and, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to commence our proceedings in 5 minutes. Please return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is due to commence in 5 minutes. Please return to your seats. Proceedings will commence shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, our session is due to commence shortly. Please return to your seats. Proceedings will begin. We request all audience members to take seats center stage and not on the right and left flank. Proceedings are about to commence. Kindly return to the auditorium. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. The session will commence shortly. Five-minute timer. The session will commence at 10 past 2. Please return to your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the session is due to commence in 3 minutes. We request all our guests on the right and left flank to take center stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 2 minutes. Please return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, our session will commence in 1 minute. Please return to your seats. Welcome back. General Session 11 is now in progress. This session is titled Media and Climate Change. The chairman of the session will be Editor Dawn Zafar Abbas Saab, who will take responsibilities as MC from now on.
Thank you, Yusra. Well, thank you, everyone. It's always a challenge to have a session after lunch, but I can still see a very decent number of people are there in the audience. And so let's start. Let me first introduce this distinguished panel. Starting from my extreme left is Sumashri Sarkar, who is from The Wire in India. She's based in Kolkata, an award-winning journalist, winning an award on a climate issue about women and their health. After that is Mr. Ali Taqi Sheikh. Ali Taqi has been writing on environmental issues, on climate change for a very long time, but before that, he had remained an activist and a campaigner on environmental issues. So he is one of those solid people who can speak about journalism as well as what is happening in the environmental industry, in the climate change area. So we will hear from him too. After that is a person who is known to almost every journalist in Islamabad. Nirupama Subramanian was the correspondent for The Hindu in Islamabad for almost 4 years, and a household name in the journalist fraternity over here. But other than that, I mean, she has worked for not only for the Hindu, she has worked for the Indian Express. These days, she is a freelance writer, mostly writing on South Asian affairs. Then comes Mr. Mushahid Hussain Sayyed. Mr. Mushahid Hussain Sayyed is the former editor of The Muslim and wrote on several issues, mainly on politics, but other matters also. And then he decided to move on and join politics and was a senator in the Pakistani parliament for a very long time. After that is Mr. Kanak Dixit. Kanak Dixit is a Nepali journalist. He's the founder, editor of Himal magazine, a magazine about South Asian affairs, not just about politics, but on environment, on climate. And he is one of those optimists who think that through this magazine, he can introduce changes in this region. Then comes our guest from the UK, Emilia Maichusuk. She is the climate editor of the Financial Times. She has been with the Financial Times for over 20 years, but as a journalist for many more years. She has been in New York. She has worked from Australia. She is now presently working from the UK. And she will tell us how important it is to have a climate and environment hub in a newsroom. And we will learn a lot from her. Then comes Mr. Mahfouz Anam. Mahfouz Anam is a veteran Bangladeshi journalist, founder, editor of the Daily Star, and a person from whom I have personally learned a lot, and we will hear a lot from him about the challenges of climate change in Bangladesh and the rest of South Asia. So let's start this discussion. I'll try to keep it as a more interactive session rather than people going to the podium and delivering speeches so that the audience can also be involved in this discussion. A few months back, when Dawn decided to have a campaign about climate change called Breathe Pakistan, many people were skeptical about it. Many journalists within Dawn were not sure whether this will take us anywhere. Everyone wanted to know what the whole campaign is about. People admitted that, yes, it was an important issue. It is an issue that needs to be raised. But in a country where the majority of the people are obsessed with politics, with the economic situation, people were really questioning the very fact that we are now insisting on a campaign about climate change. But most of us were proven wrong because the management kept insisting that no, whether we lose money in this campaign or not, we will continue, we'll go with this campaign. And today we're here, sitting here with a very successful conference just to highlight the issue of climate change. This is a real success story as far as Dawn is concerned, and as well as far as the media in Pakistan is concerned. How it happened, why it happened is a long story, but let me go into a discussion about what is happening in the rest of the region, in the South Asia, as well as in the entire world. So starting with Mahfouz Anam. Mahfouz, this is a serious issue in Pakistan, in South Asia. People keep talking about how global North has really affected what is happening in global South. But are journalists and media houses in South Asia really serious about this issue?
Definitely not as much as they should be. I mean, I think we journalists are really missing a very important point. You see, we have many issues, lack of education, poverty, this and that. I mean, our countries are full of stories and many failed stories. But climate change is one challenge which we have to respond to and rise up to within a certain amount of time. Please keep this in mind. It is not, okay, we failed this year, we do it next year or the year after. No. If the world's temperature goes beyond a certain threshold, I think it's 2.5 degrees centigrade, then the whole climate change becomes irreversible. After that, you spend all your resources and all your energy, nothing happens. It is like some disease in your body. If you take medication up to a certain point, beyond that, you will not get well again. So do we really understand it? We love our country, we love our culture, we love our people, love, love, love. But our very existence is going to be threatened. Your cultural identity, your rich heritage are all under threat. So that is the point where I want to begin. That is how we journalists must feel it. Now, politicians have their own time limit. They get elected for a certain time. After that, what happens? Then the bureaucrats have their own attitude. I think of all the professions, journalists have the biggest flexibility to do it. And that's where I would like to appeal to you. Now, let us begin with the frank admission that we in South Asia have really failed to cooperate as much as we should have, as much as we could have. In various factors, education, poverty alleviation, healthcare, all of us have our own experiences. Some of us have succeeded in some manner, but we have not shared it. There are many lessons to learn from Pakistan for Bangladesh, from Bangladesh to India to Pakistan, a lot of experiments. But we really haven't changed that. Now, I want to say to you that whatever be the level of our regional relationship, whatever be the level of relationship between Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, India, all of us, Nepal, however is our misperception, however is our distances, however is our deep suspicion of each other, whatever negative vibes we have about each other on climate change, we have to
Mahfouz, one thing. Then why are editors and owners not investing in this area? Why climate desks are not being set up by newspaper organizations, by other media houses? Why? What is stopping them from doing it?
I think realization, a mindset, and everybody, I heard this was a few minutes ago, somebody says, yes, climate change is very good, but we have to have a business model to solve it. Maybe our owners, the newspaper owners, are also looking at business model. Arey bhai, we are dying and you are looking at a business model of how to take care of the dead bodies or something. So, to answer your question, I think our own management, some of them are progressive like the Dawn, but many of us are really stuck in our own mindset and not realizing that this is a problem that has to be solved within a time frame.
Thank you, Mahfouz. I'll move to Sumashri. Sumashri, you are one of the very few organizations in India who have got a proper climate desk, who work on it. You yourself have been dealing with these issues. Are there newspapers and media houses in India who have realized the importance of having a climate desk in their newsrooms? And is it more than just blaming the global north about it, or doing something what is happening in India and around India?
Thanks, Zafar. You're right that the Wire, the news organization I work for, we're very small. We have only 50 people, but we do have a dedicated climate journalist, and many people in our organization do report on climate. This is not replicated in the mainstream media. We usually have independent media doing the work that needs to be done when reporting on climate. This is one of the main reasons for this is that there has been a watering down of the environmental laws in India in the past few years. And we are lucky that just before this conference started, Reuters Institute, they released their media audience and climate report, where they found that India and Pakistan are two countries where government sources have increased as feeders of climate news in the past year, in 2024. So for a country where you need to depend on government sources to make a report legitimate, it's not going to be very likely that you point to the right things when it comes to climate. Another reason, of course, is that we are no strangers. Indian media definitely isn't to finding a catchy headline, to reducing a problem to a single reason. So a flood has happened, that must be because of some glaciers melting. No construction in the way of the river is mentioned. And if it is, say a journalist does want to get to the bottom of it, they don't have the resources, the right people to ask for information, for quotes to make their report all the more better. So in our, as digital organizations, as and in a country where where most of the conversation is happening online, we suffer a little bit because we want a very ready report on a climate issue, which might involve more than one agent, which might involve the government in some way, which might involve local governance, their failures. And so I feel like even if mainstream media is interested, these are two reasons why they suffer.
Thank you. Ali Taqir, you have been a campaigner on environmental issues, on climate change for a very, very long time, and now you regularly write on these issues. Do you think anyone is interested in it?
Thank you. Well, since you referred that I've been interested in these issues for a very, very long time, and since climate reporting is about storytelling, let me tell you a story first. The story begins in 1901, 125 years ago. We all remember when gramophone was invented, and you remember his master's voice, no pun meant for journalism. The biggest challenge at the time was for classical music. Here is a recording that has to finish in a few minutes, less than 10 at the time, or 5 or 7. And our classical musician needed an hour and a half to warm up before the night begins for their performance of classical music. Since then, there is no going back. We see that messages are becoming shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter, to that extent that now in Instagram, you are expected to communicate in less than 1 minute. And when travel restrictions are so hard in the region, we have to somehow think beyond print media and see how do we are at that stage 125 years ago where gramophone was so many years ago. No, but we forget one point that I want to highlight, and that's related to your question. To the extent that I know, every climate issue is in essence a regional climate issue. There cannot be a national solution. River flows, most of our rivers are transboundary. Cloud outbursts in Nepal and Uttarakhand, we see that. We have cloud outbursts Kashmir, and Sialkot gets inundated. We have in Kabul River Basin and Nushaira gets.
No, Ali Taqir, your point is well taken. What I'm saying is that we keep writing about it, we keep talking about it. Are our readers, our audiences really interested in it? Just take the example of Pakistan and India and probably even Bangladesh, where people say, oh, let's talk about politics, let's talk about what is happening to the opposition, what is happening to the government, what the government is not doing. In that kind of situation, are people really interested in climate journalism?
While disaster reporting continues to be important, reader is looking at three things at least. One, as my colleague just mentioned, nuanced coverage. It is all, the reader is also interested in solution-oriented approach, not doomsday scenario. We are tired of that. And third, which is also very important, reader wants to learn what is happening in similar ecosystems elsewhere in the world. A Pakistani fisherman living on the Sindh coast wants to know how a Bangladeshi is handling, what kind of responses are coming. What is happening in the glacier melt in Pakistan is of great interest to people in Nepal, elsewhere. So that kind of regional learning is absolutely important. If we narrow it down to a silo of a particular country, let's say Pakistan, and we ignore what's happening in India in terms of urban planning or heat waves, the reason I mentioned the regional context of it, everything that happens elsewhere happens here. And sometimes it starts elsewhere before it comes here, so it has become very predictable. Monsoon ferocity in India will tell you what kind of monsoon I will have. Monsoon ferocity in Punjab tells me what will happen in Sindh in 10 days' time or 7 days' time. Equally true about heat waves, equally true about droughts, equally true about urban congestion and smog and pollution. So I think one of the reasons that we have failed to communicate our narrative, we are using the same prism that we used for security. That is adversarial relationship. It's not, we are not looking at it as a non-traditional threat to ourselves. And in non-traditional threat, it can be a win-win-win. It's not zero-sum like security paradigm. And in this case, intelligence is more important than conventional security. Only difference is intelligence in this case is with small I. More interest in what is happening in terms of science and research in other countries, other dominions and spheres has become far more important for us to communicate to our readers. And I can vouch for it that the interest is immense, it's huge. It's just that we are not able to always produce that quality.
Thank you. Let's move to a person who is more experienced in managing a newsroom where climate change is a serious issue. There is a habit. Emilia, you work for the Financial Times and you're the editor of climate change over there. Just tell us how long it took you people to realize the importance or the need to have such a desk. When was it created, and is it making any difference?
Yes, and thank you. I'm very honored to be here, actually, because it's extremely informed and sophisticated discussion and audience. So when you ask a question about, is climate change reaching people, or is there an audience, I don't think that's the question. The question is there's some frustration about this, what they call inertia, perception inertia also. People are very interested, but they can't see any action coming. So that's where we also play a role. So at the Financial Times, we've always had a very senior correspondent as the environment reporter. Okay. But our new, she was then new in January 2020, editor Rula Khalaf, who was previously the foreign editor and Middle East editor.
And she became the editor.
She became the editor in January 2020, the first female editor. Yeah. And she set 3 priorities for different areas she wanted to expand in. And they're telling areas. One is data journalism, data and visualization journalism. These things are linked. And also climate, elevating climate to be joined up. And the third one was video. So we take advantage of all of those 3 things. Actually, I do as a climate editor. And this meant that I have a unique role where I work across the world and across different reporting segments. So I have dedicated 3 climate reporters. I can commission them, but I can also commission the airlines writer or the oil correspondent or the minerals.
On anything linked with climate.
On anything related to climate. Sometimes I commission them on things that are unrelated to climate because I can't help myself. I have an idea and I say, you should do this idea. But on climate, and then I can edit that story, or I will encourage other colleagues, other editors also to edit those stories, because I want the ownership to be and the knowledge to be throughout the newsroom. I don't want to hold the knowledge. One of the things that surprised me, I've been a business journalist for more than 30 years, one of the things that surprised me about climate reporting and climate journalism and climate information is how much jargon there is, how much knowledge holding there is. People in the climate world seem to, particularly unfortunately, at levels like the UN and other very informed areas, they hold the knowledge and they mask it with acronyms and so on. In financial markets, they do that also, because as a financial journalist, I saw that, you know. But actually, financial journalists want to explain the jargon that maybe they're taught to because they have to teach themselves. So I don't see so much explanatory journalism happening in climate. So they're just sort of trying to put it in as simple as possible language, because it's quite complicated. The physics is complicated. The science is complicated. That's why changing energy systems is complicated, and we have this problem with inertia.
So, Amelia, the reason to have this desk emanated from the fact that your team or your editor wanted to inform the readers about the climate issues, or there was a demand for it?
I think it was a question of both. She's very far-sighted, and she could see, just as she could with data visualization and video, there are other examples of expansion that we've had, that climate change needed to be approached in a holistic way, not in a silo. So we're very much about breaking down the silos. One thing I wanted to pick up, you referred to sort of media ownership loosely here, and I think media ownership is really, unfortunately, in a way, very important in setting some of these directions in what we cover as journalists. And so it's a push-pull. It's the audience demands. The audience is interested. And if she had not picked that up as editor, she wouldn't have made it a priority in the newsroom. And also by backing it publicly as the editor, it sends a message to the rest of the newsroom that this is an area she believes is important and we need to focus on. So it's not easy, but it's really worthwhile.
Thanks a lot. Nirupama, whether it's India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and many other countries in South Asia and many more countries, it's not just about people discussing politics, but the kind of oppressive systems we have seen where there are curbs on the media, there are other ways to go after the media. What we have noticed is, and I would like your opinion on that, is that in some ways, writing about climate also becomes an issue of press freedom, because there are lots of projects that are directly or indirectly linked with the government, with the state, and when you try to highlight those things, like writing about fossil fuel, writing about coal-fired power plants, and the government will take it as an attack on the government or the state. Is it an issue in India as well?
So, Zafar, you've touched on a very important aspect of all this, which is that, you know, the climate for media itself has changed so much, pardon the pun, because, you know, there's so many now factors at play, including social media, who's fake news, somebody's fake news is somebody's truth, and then, of course, the political climate, which is so now dependent in India on government advertisements. So we are all bound by that, that unstated, you know, I wouldn't say unseen, but unstated kind of self-censorship that plays a very important role in Indian media now. And also, you know, some points in the news are not really decided in newsrooms anymore. They come from elsewhere. So there are these issues. I mean, people do write about developmental issues, as they're called right now, which means this is how Indian media has traditionally covered environment and infrastructure as oppositional issues. Either you safeguard the environment, and I'd say environment now it's called climate, but in an earlier avatar, it was called environmental journalism. And so there's always this conflict, whether you cover, whether you give priority to development of the nation, or you're going to be caught in environment issues. So the Narmada Dam, which was a big dam in India, and there was a huge environment campaign against it. It also polarized our media in those days, when we are not so polarized politically. And now we have, even today, we have the vilification of the person who led that campaign. So those issues are very live. They are tied to national interest, as you very rightly said. So there is that constraint. But I'd like to just answer another question that you posed to other panelists, is how, I mean, is the reader or the television viewer not interested, or is it an editorial decision? I think it can be an editorial decision to tell climate stories, environment stories, climate change stories, climate resilience stories in a way that resonates with viewers. We have to take it out of the studios. Our news, our journalism now is so much inside studios. It's so much about just pulling a bunch of people together and debating the news of the day. You know, it's chatpata and it's fast and, you know, it's entertainment, really. It's not even news. So we have to really train journalists to tell stories, climate stories, in a way that relate to people. And we have to take journalism out of studios into news gathering, put money in news gathering. I don't think there's any money now left in Indian studios for news gathering. It's just about, you know, studio debates. So that's fine.
Yeah, Kanak, you have been an activist, you are a journalist, you have been bringing out this magazine. When it comes to reporting about climate change or environment, one thing that separates it from other fields in journalism is that there is very little room to be objective. And a lot of people say that you have to be an activist to take it further, because if you get into the whole issue of objectivity, he said that and she said that, and try to balance it off, the real message is really lost. Is it true? Or if it is not, then how to handle the situation?
For sure. If we're in such, we're standing at the edge of the cliff. Actually, we're already falling down the cliff. So if we were to do he said journalism, it certainly doesn't serve the purpose of covering the climate crisis. No longer climate change. The semantics always catch up with us. Climate change, now we should be talking climate emergency. But then what I would say is journalists, we talked earlier about whether journalists have failed, whether publishers have failed society. Journalists have written enough but not making an impact. I would say journalists are like the canary in the mine. What they come up with, howsoever inadequate, they're actually in the front line. I feel for various sociological reasons, the academics and the activists who should be picking up where the journalists left off, that is a gap. Because there is enough information out there provided by journalists with all their weaknesses. One of the primary weaknesses I would tell you is our inability to impact national affairs and impact geopolitical and cross-border affairs, especially in the arena of climate crisis or the movement of vectors, the movement of clouds and smog, etc. There's also a cross-border element to it. But information is all out there, brought primarily by journalists and journalist activists. It is not making an impact. So what we should be talking about is how come we've not been able to jump the gap? And some will say, okay, the day of the media is over, it's the day of social media. Okay, then let's regard and understand how it is that social media can bring a change, given that it has all that reach, but very little depth. So I would come up with I have no answer other than to say that, put before you an example of doing activistic journalism and having a nil impact till now. And Somashri
reminded me over lunch about an article I'd written about 4 years ago about the Kosi embankments and the possibility of mega disaster in Bihar due to climate crisis related issues such as the Kosi barrage was built in the time when we were going infrastructure mad in the 1950s. So barrages were built because you didn't believe that the Europeans who taught us barrage building didn't know about siltation. So our rivers are full of silt, and they're natural silt. They come here geologically. The river, Kosi River, which is the largest tributary of the Ganga, massive river, it's a sea. It is now riding over 60, 70 years, it is now riding on a riverbed that is about 18 to 20 feet above the outlying land. If, now, to come to a crisis that we actually started developing 70 years ago, now with climate change, if there is a cloud burst up in the Mount Everest region, and there are glacial lake outburst floods, and there is a break of the dike along the Kosi, you could think of hundreds of thousands of dead overnight. Now, this article, this coverage, and if you say, okay, you have to do it on television, did it on television as well. Or you have to write a long-form article, wrote a long-form article. Or then you have to do it as a tweet, did a tweet. But the fact that there is this massive disaster up ahead, and it's bound to happen, and it'll go all the way down to Bangladesh, from Kosi, which is the eastern Tarai of Nepal, into Bihar, Saharsa district of Bihar. All I can say right now to end is, everything is out there, but it has not converted to any kind of policy response. So the journalist has done his or her job, but it's not impacting.
Thank you. Emilia, on this issue of objectivity and the traditional way of reporting as we have been taught all years, do we need to ignore it because reporting about climate change is much more than just balancing out a story?
No, I actually do believe in being objective in all respects, and also including the subject of climate change. But, you know, our starting point has to be that what everybody's saying, which is our starting point is the science tells you, there's facts, start with the facts like everything. The science tells you that the world is warming faster than any of the science models in fact had expected. And it's not a matter of debate anymore if there's climate change or not. So you start from that point, so you don't entertain any denialism. Unfortunately, at the moment, we're confronted by the world's most powerful individual is a climate denier. So we don't, it's just become, this is a problem. So that needs to be called out for what it is, which is false. And so when you say, do we need to be objective or not? Yes, we be objective. We can objectively say that that's false.
When I talk about objectivity, the reason I was asking this question was that supposing I was to do a story about coal-fired power plants, there will always be a kind of convincing version from those who are running those plants to give their side of the story. But when we know for a fact that it is polluting the environment, it is contributing to climate change and all those things, should we still try to get their version?
I don't know about getting their version, but if we're reporting that, because we're reporting what companies are doing all the time in the FT, so we don't report it blindly. We don't say, this company's expanding and it's all great and coal. You want to have in that story the balance is, it's causing X, Y, Z of emissions, the cost of this to the climate, the recognition, hopefully, of the local government, if not international authorities, about what sort of contribution that makes to global warming. So you try and put it in that context wherever possible. I mean, at the moment, it's very, for us, for the FT, it's very challenging because even companies that we would have regarded as green companies are having problems and are being challenged. And so you have a Norwegian wind company now saying it's going to produce a quarter less wind and renewable energy next year because it can't afford to do it anymore. So you have to acknowledge in that story there's a climate impact. So it's not just an impact for that company, but a wider impact for society. And you can't force that company to spend money, lose money, to put in renewable energy. So that's where I guess, if you like, the balance comes in, but you must put the context of the world that you're operating in. But I would say that's true of all of the stories that we do about companies and governments. We want to hold them to account in the most important way.
Thank you. Shumashri, since you have got a team where climate journalism is an important element, do you think there is a need to have some kind of scientific training for journalists who are covering climate issues, or they can be like any other journalist and any beat reporter can be given that story?
It's interesting that you mentioned this, because in the same Reuters Institute report that I was citing earlier, apparently, when Reuters released the video in which they were discussing the report, they were saying that it actually turns people off reports which are headlined, "Scientists say the world is growing hotter," because they don't want to listen to what scientists say anymore. What they really want is to know how it's going to impact them on a day-to-day basis. So for instance, in LA, when the wildfire started, most people didn't know what kind of shoes to wear. They were wearing boots which were melting in the fire. So, one way in which we can mitigate this, especially in the subcontinent, we consign science to people who know science best, and we let it in very little into our lives, especially journalists. So one way to get over the fact that most journalists will not have the training required to cover a scientific phenomenon like climate change is possibly to bring it down to the most local level in which it affects us. Say there's a flood warning, what sort of medicines should I buy so that my kids don't get diarrhea? Is one of the ways in which we can possibly improve the local connect. Scientific training would be useful, but then for a branch of science which is changing so quickly and on which experts differ so much as climate change, I feel like it'll be taking on a lot for newsrooms which are already struggling with quite a lot when it comes to reporting on climate.
Okay, now we come to Mr. Mushahid Hussain, somebody who has been a journalist for a very long time and then also a politician. Mushahid, you have experienced journalism, you have been writing for a very long time, but then you decided to move into mainstream politics, and whether you are still a politician or not, I don't know. Tell me, in an environment like Pakistan, where politics dominates so much of discourse, is there a room for discussion on climate change?
I think that's a very good question, but the room has been created not by the policymakers or the politicians, but by the emerging ground realities that we in Pakistan and the region face. Because climate change is a borderless issue. It's one issue which is borderless across the whole region. And willy-nilly, the policymakers or the political leadership has to take notice of it. For example, in the last 20 years, we have seen over 150 freak weather incidents in Pakistan alone. Flash floods, melting glaciers, forest fires, and regular dislocation of so many people. So now it has been put on the agenda. I remember when 10 years ago in the parliament, I started the first public hearings on environment and climate change. People were not taking it seriously. So I had a friend from Dawn, actually, and he produced the first media manual on environmental reporting, Bakr Sajjad, by the way. So that was how we said we'll educate those who need to be educated. And then we also talked, I was chairman of the Defense Committee also in the parliament, and I told the people in Khaki also that look, there was a big avalanche in Gyari in the Siachen area. About 200 people were killed, swept away. And so this, like Siachen, and we proposed actually to our Indian friends also that let's start with a cooperation on climate change by converting Siachen into a peace park by demilitarization, withdrawal of Pakistani troops,
withdrawal of Indian troops, because what are you fighting for? There's not a blade of grass there. So I think that now the issue has come on the agenda because we are facing it directly. When you talk of smog in Lahore, it's the same in Delhi. And you talk issues here also. But I remember in the Muslim days when we first mentioned about stone crushing in the Margalas or some kind of pollution, it was unthinkable. Say, what is this issue, environment? It was not there. But now I think it has been injected into the discourse because of the new ground realities, in not just in Pakistan, but in the region, as a regional issue.
Mushahid, that's all so very true. But the thing is, in a situation where India and Pakistan are not even willing to play cricket matches in each other's countries, you're talking about cooperation and collaboration at a level that is unthinkable. Do you think, Mahfouz can also contribute, Nirupama can also jump in, that is it really possible to have this kind of collaboration?
Let us start from Pakistan and the other countries of South Asia with whom we do not have conflict, say Nepal or Bangladesh or Sri Lanka or Maldives. And I think India will have to catch on because this is something which affects their future also.
Now you're commenting as a politician. Ignore India and move to other countries.
Well, if they're not willing to come in.
Can I jump in? You know what Dawn has done with this conference? In another time, it would have been possible to imagine that this would have been a government level thing. But Dawn has really, taken the lead in bringing together civil society and media from all these countries. I think that's the way forward, that civil society and media take the lead in this matter and not wait for governments. Because everybody recognizes that these are kind of borderless issues. There's pollution in this Punjab and the other Punjab, river water flows, whatnot. And, everybody's affected. So I think the civil society, which is so degraded now, which is so vilified, journalism, people say, governments say, what are journalists for? Why are you even here? What's your role? So, to jump that, I think we need to have collaborations between civil society with media. I remember, Zafar, that Dawn and the Hindu collaborated on WikiLeaks. Why doesn't the media think about collaborations like that, cross-border collaborations? And that may be a way forward.
Karan, you have to say something.
Yeah, you asked Mushahid the question about India and Pakistan. Well, I think as long as New Delhi and Islamabad can't sit across a table together, such as even to call a conference, a summit of SARC, which should have happened here in Islamabad in 2016 and is still hanging fire. No, 2014 was the last summit. 2016 would have been the next summit, the 19th summit. I would say as long as that doesn't happen, we can't let everything else remain in status. So, if at all possible, and we know even they have to go through Delhi or Islamabad, Punjab could be the key for the rest of South Asia. Rajasthan and Sindh could try opening some of their doors, at least the discourse, if not to have a summit, a Punjab summit, which may be very difficult to bring about, but there's enough ways to interact. But even going beyond India and Pakistan, I would suggest to Mushahid that right around Lahore is the starting output of agricultural waste burning and thermal power stations and vehicular emissions. It all goes up to 14,000, 15,000 feet. 8 months of the year, the westerlies carry all of this eastward towards Nepal. Forget about, for now, Punjab, Indian Punjab and Haryana and Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, and onward to Bangladesh. I would suggest this haze, which starts in the Pakistani Punjab and beyond, and mixed it with haze from the Indian Punjab, etc., comes across, and from Kathmandu you can't even see the mountains. There's no Himalaya to be seen for much of the year now, which is a new phenomenon. And some of that is because of haze
that is starting in the Pakistani Punjab and added to from Pakistan, Indian Punjab, etc. So there should be some sensitivity in Pakistan, and maybe it is the failure of Nepal, Nepal's government, Nepal's civil society, unable to impact the Pakistani consciousness, that you also have something to do with it. And if you can't talk to India, at least talk to us, because not only is it a matter of aesthetics, that the mountains don't have snows, not only is it a matter of tourism, that we can't have mountain tourism when there are no snow in the mountains, but it has to do with groundwater. It has to do with the fact that there is no groundwater when there is no winter snow left. And hence, it will impact hundreds of millions in the plains. So for this reason, even if India will not talk to us, Pakistan and Nepal talking will help the people of the Gangetic Plains.
Mahfouz, Mahfouz, do you think the editors of leading South Asian newspapers can play a role in starting a debate about what is happening in terms of climate change in this region, and can try and reduce the impact of climate change?
I think they can do a great deal of things, but to start with, we'll have to be very conscious that our region is replete with suspicion, prejudice. So one decision will be that we'll try and avoid any issue that impinges on the other country negatively. Now you can say, oh, that's not possible in a climate thing, he just talked about the maize, the water and all that. My first suggestion would be that we create a conclave of, say, editors or newspapers who are very, very environmentally committed, point one. Point two, that in that meeting, we bring in the social media, the news platforms, we talk about podcasts, we talk about multimedia, short films and all that. Now, number three is that we separate the issues, some of which are global, regional, and some of which are national. For example, the overuse of groundwater in Bangladesh, nobody is responsible but us in Bangladesh. There are city pollutions. So we could have a series of issues which are very, very national, and we can start by reporting on this, having short films on this, multimedia podcast, and then exchange that between the group of editors who first of all sign up. And I would say, all papers who have originally and through their company, through their editorial policy, have a strong commitment to environmental issues. Now, I would suggest that I have been a part of track 2 and discussions for years. I'm 75 and a half at the moment. So I've seen a lot. In 6 months, I'll be 76. Now, so I've seen a lot. So we will have to start with tremendous awareness that politics vitiates everything, misunderstand, destroys every effort. So we start very modestly with a commitment among media houses who understand the impact of the climate issues, understand that our very survival depends on it, and so move on step by step.
Okay, we are running out of time. I'll ask all the panelists, give them 1 minute each to say that is it possible for all of us to campaign to make climate change issue center stage as far as the media is concerned and through the media in the society, starting with Shamashri?
There's only one answer to this. Yes, of course. We do need to keep on telling the stories of people. If climate change as an issue seems too big, then we do need to get down to just the people that are suffering, and then increase our ambit from there onwards, so to speak. We also, as journalists, need to deviate from the language that we are accustomed to, which is this illegal? And if it is illegal, who are the ones doing the illegal things? And develop this narrative that does justice to the languages in which tribal people, the languages in which climate activists have always spoken. We need to listen to, the wisdom of nature, so to speak. And even though this doesn't correspond to the very direct manner in which we are accustomed to writing the news, some degree of humanity in our jobs, instilling some degree of empathy will help us develop this common vision for all of South Asia.
Thank you. Ali?
Well, we have to recognize that climate change is first and foremost a development issue. It's very closely linked with vulnerability and poverty of people. Readers want to hear more about their lives and their livelihoods. Nobody stops the editors in any of these countries from reporting on the development issues in other countries. Oftentimes, the newsrooms focus on the political news only, or the disasters. So the question is, how best can editor be informed to mainstream development issues in neighboring countries? That is the first thing. Second, at least in Pakistan, I cannot say much for India or some other country, the debate is debased for two reasons. One, we think it is the international community's obligation to compensate our vulnerability based on principles of justice. My submission is that climate change is always a local issue. There will always be local solutions, but that will require regional approaches. And once we have that, then we'll need international finance. Otherwise, international finance will be very top-down. It will seldom reach. I think the editors need to understand that how best to promote local level actions in their coverage.
Nirupama, is there a hope that journalists through these campaigns can make it mainstream, the issue?
Yeah, I think there is an awareness, there's a growing awareness that this is something to which you have to devote time and space. Even in Indian newsrooms, you see that now, that you have, Somashri said that, Wire is, of course, very well equipped with all its, with so many journalists covering this issue. But even in other newspapers, for instance, I worked in Indian Express and The Hindu, where these issues are given importance. So there is an awareness about these issues, and that we have to move beyond disaster, covering these stories as just as disasters and telling people's stories. Because as was pointed out here, these are directly to do with poverty, deprivation, justice, inequalities. So in a sense, when we cover those subjects well, if we cover those subjects well, we will also be covering climate change in a sense, because some of those effects as are manifest in inequality and poverty are because of climate change. So I think as journalists who cover those things, you will be covering climate change as well, but there has to be a commitment to that. And that commitment is sometimes, it's patchy. It's there and it's not there. And sometimes it can be a friend of, the senior most leader in the country, who's the coal king of the country, and then, how do you deal with this? So there are those issues. But I think if the senior editors in the newsroom commit to it, things are possible.
Mushahid.
I remember 40 years ago, as editor of The Muslim, we organized in this very city the first Pakistan-India track tour, where we had journalists, about 20 people came from India, and that opened the doors for people in Pakistan writing for the Indian press. I used to write for Times of India, Hindustan Times, MJ Akbar's Telegraph, Kuldeep Nair, Bhavani San Gupta, Pran Chopra were writing for my paper. So that opened up that, I think, window which was there. So I feel that right now this is a more conducive environment with online, and you can cut through the censorship and state policies. And Dawn has taken a very timely initiative with your own vision, your own money, and hosting people from all across South Asia. So I think it's doable. It requires vision, but I think the owners also should invest money in it. And I think the journalists are ready for that.
Yes, Karak, your views, quickly, please.
My turn?
Go on. No, Karak.
Oh, Zafar. I will answer your question in two prongs.
One is politics, how to impact national politics vis-a-vis the climate crisis. One is how to impact geopolitics, regional geopolitics vis-a-vis the climate crisis. And of course, there are deeper issues on both sides. On national politics, to get behavioral change at the national level, you have to go beyond the English language media. And we actually, by and large, there are exceptions particularly in Bangladesh and in Nepal, but English language media seems to be at the forefront when it comes to covering the climate crisis. And we must move into what in India is called the language media, or let's call it vernacular. Vernacular media is a term that I prefer, perhaps because there is no colonial baggage in Kathmandu. But vernacular media is where you need to get to the crux of the matter of climate crisis. That will impact national politics. English is a little remote. That's number one. In terms of impacting geopolitics, essentially we have to fall back on English and ensure that we create such a hubbub that the national capitals can no longer ignore the need to collaborate and now, in a way, regard the climate crisis as an opportunity to make up for lost time and reignite conversations between the national capitals. That, of course, can only happen in English. And finally, going into so-called new media, there are influencers in each of our countries, quote-unquote influencers, who have massive followings, but they are not yet doing cross-border journalism. How can we get these influencers to come into climate crisis?
Thank you. Emilia, in the developed countries and most of the Western countries, there is a realization about the importance of climate journalism. Do you think or do you feel that in developing countries like Pakistan, India, and elsewhere, the realization is coming in, or one day we can see climate journalism as a mainstream journalism?
Yeah, absolutely, because it's the lived experience, isn't it? And I think media in every country is a mirror, it's a reflection of the society. People like to think, I mean, that's the one thing I would take a little bit issue in, and people like to think the media is leading society. If media was leading society, it might be a different society. I think that media is a mirror. It reflects what's going on. And one of the most interesting things from a journalistic perspective to me is the disconnect between the lived experience of everybody and the science, which is that it's the hottest time ever around the world and there are fires in rich countries are experiencing this climate change. And the response from government and companies, which is now the opposite. So they are now backtracking. It's just a couple of things I would say is, one, to pick up on what some of my very learned colleagues here have said. I think we need to use all of our storytelling tools everywhere. So social media, video, we have to meet the audience wherever the audience is reading and watching and viewing. If we need to say it in 30 seconds, we need to be good communicators to say it in 30 seconds. We did a climate game, we called it, at the FT. It took us 6 months to build. The IEA provided the modelling. It's a very scientific game, but it challenges you, can you keep the temperature below 1.5 degrees? It's free. 2 million people have played it. We roll it out to schools. So there are many different ways in which you can play the role of media, which is, I see, not so much as advocacy as the other key issues, which is to hold companies and government to account. And I would just leave you with one thing, which is because companies and governments are backtracking, and there is, I think, a fear of what Harjit Singh called yesterday Trumpism, which I think is it's not just Trump, it's Trumpism, and I thought that was a very good observation. There's going to be a squeeze on scientific bodies, science funding, where the sources of information come from, the trusted sources of information beyond the media, the ones that we rely upon. If we didn't have scientific reports to tell us exactly what the weather is doing or climate is doing, that would be very difficult. And I can see now, I think the next really big story is going to be the squeeze on these sources of trusted information, scientists and data and organizations that are there to provide the information, the reliable information to people like us who are looking for it.
Mahfouz, from your own experience of running a newspaper for a very long time, being a journalist covering this region, will there ever be a time where newspapers and other media outlets will see climate change story as a front page story?
I'm proud to say that we've already done it in the Daily Star. So much of environment reporting that one of my readers came and rang me up and said, why don't you rename the Star and call the Daily Environmental Star?
So good to know that.
No, so I really have a concrete suggestion that on the Daily Star, I volunteer. You have already taken a step. So Daily Star, Dawn, then there is Himal from India, then Nirupama can speak, I mean, as a freelancer. But we have these two organized, three. Then can we reach out to, say, Hindu or Indian Express and say, can we do this? So start very small, but start immediately and have India, Bangladesh, Pakistan and Nepal come together on a very small journalistic level and see how it grows. And I would like to multiply this by saying you involve the multimedias in it. You have a huge, multimedia department. I have, Nepal, Himal has. So, but I would say 3-4 editors or 5 editors, 2 from India and 1 of each from us. We can meet. I volunteer to pay my own fare and come wherever you do it. But then have a brainstorm. And it will be one thing, non-political. Everything in our South Asia, politics touches it and it gets destroyed.
Then I will say, we in Nepal will host that event at our cost.
Great, good to know that.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, here was the distinguished panel from the media houses, from sharing their own experiences. We at Dawn has contributed whatever was worth of starting a debate in Pakistan and trying to attract people from elsewhere, mostly journalists and other experts, to raise the issue about climate change in Pakistan. The hope is that not just the politicians, not just the government officials, but the non-governmental organizations, the media houses, they all realize that how important it is to work on the climate change issue, to campaign on the climate change issue, and this conference, we hope, will lead and will guide other media houses to have similar campaigns, not just in Pakistan, but in other countries in the region, and hopefully we will continue to contribute whatever it's worth to keep this campaign going. Thank you very much for attending this session.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, Zafar Saab. We're due to commence our next session shortly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I go to London every year to check that.
General Session 13 is due to commence shortly. It focuses on resilient architecture, agriculture, forestry, nutrition, and climate change. The chairman of this session is Kazim Saeed of the PAC. We will also see addresses of Malik Afaq Tivana of the Farmers Association of Pakistan, Aisha Humaira Chaudhry from the Ministry of Climate Change, and former Minister for Environment, Malik Amin Aslam. I request our panelists to take to the stage. The chairman of the next session is Mr. Kazim Saeed, CEO, Pakistan Agriculture Coalition. The speaker on agriculture is Malik Afaq Ahmed Tivana, CEO of the Farmers Association of Pakistan. The speaker on climate change is Aisha Humaira Chaudhry, Secretary, Ministry of Climate Change and Environment Coordination. The speaker on forestry is Malik Amin Aslam, former Minister for Climate Change. This session will be followed by a panel discussion. Our facilitator is Florence Rolle, FAO representative. She will be joined by Kazim Saeed, CEO, Pakistan Agriculture Coalition, Fernanda Thomas da Rocha, Country Director for Pakistan International Fund for Agricultural Development, Malik Amin Aslam, former Minister for Climate Change, Taimur Malik, co-founder, Drawdown Farm, Ms. Aisha Khan, Emerging Markets and Climate Change Finance Specialist. From Acumen, Malik Afaq Ahmed Tivana, CEO of the Farmers Association of Pakistan. And lastly, Ms. Aisha Humaira Chaudhry, Secretary, Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination. We request all our panelists to take to the stage. We request our panelists to take to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will commence shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, our session is now in progress. Florence will now play facilitator. We are ready to commence.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being still with us on a Friday afternoon, late afternoon. It's my pleasure to facilitate this session in which we're going to speak about two key sectors impacted by climate change, agriculture and forestry. But agriculture has a double hat. It's heavily impacted by climate change, but it also contributes to climate change. So basically, it's a problem, but also a solution. So we look at that, and we would like to take one lens, which is the multifunctionality of agriculture. So agriculture, it's not only producing food for the country, so food security for the country, but it's also providing the livelihood of many farmers in Pakistan. It's not only a livelihood, but it's also an important part of the nutrition dialogue, because it's important to produce safe food for the citizens. And it's also important to protect that livelihood, to ensure it doesn't contribute to climate change, and to invest to make this happening. So we have distinguished panelists, and I'm very happy to introduce the first one, which will give a broad perspective on forest agriculture and natural resources in general. Is Mr. Malik Amin Aslam, former Minister for Climate Change. The floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Florence, for the introduction. And I would like to thank the Dawn Group for a remarkable event that is happening in Islamabad. And this morning when I woke up and I got my Dawn paper in the morning, I saw some good news and some bad news. The good news was that climate change was finally the top headline of a major daily newspaper in Pakistan. And almost half the paper was dedicated to issues related to climate change. And the bad news was that within the same paper, the news was that the January that we just passed was the hottest January recorded in history. And we know it in Pakistan. I'm also happen to be a farmer. We know it in Pakistan because the water is drying up. We're almost in the middle of a drought now. For 4 months, we haven't had any rain. It's almost 40% less than what it normally was. And as a farmer, when you don't get rain, that's a serious issue. And this has been happening in Pakistan for so many years now. But the 2 points that I would like to talk over here about is that, firstly, climate change is no longer about climate talk. It is all about climate action. What we need on the ground is what is important. We've had a host of conferences. I've been on the climate change circuit for over 20 years now, and I see many faces in the crowd which have been with me. We've been talking about climate change for a long time. But in Pakistan now, climate change has gate crashed into the room. We don't have the luxury of time at our hands. We don't have the luxury of making plans or strategies to deal with this situation. We are already in a crisis situation. So I think what we need is stuff to go on the ground. And the most important thing in this aspect is that we need to shift the whole development paradigm. I mean, I was listening to the speeches yesterday. They were all lamenting about climate finance not being available. That is a reality. But what is also a reality is that climate finance is not going to be falling from the sky to vulnerable countries like Pakistan. Climate finance is something which actually follows climate action. This is my experience of being in government twice in the climate change ministry, that when you do stuff which is good for you, which you prioritize yourself, climate finance follows you. But when you wait for climate finance to happen, it never happens. And I'll give you an example that, we started during the government we thought that, we would start doing something on the ground. And we started 4 initiatives. The Billion Tree Tsunami was the first initiative which was started in 2014, and it was a project which started in the KP province and then grew into the 10 billion tree project in the federal government. But it was a project that really shook the world. It really shook the world because it was ahead of its time. We were planting trees with our own money. There was no climate finance involved. We just shifted the development kettle to give us the money to do that with political commitment. But when that project was happening, we saw a lot of climate finance, a lot of donors coming on board, trying to follow that act, trying to push us in that act, which was a homegrown solution. Similarly, Living Indus was the second initiative which was started. Florence, you would know about that. And it was started, again, as a homegrown initiative. And again, it has managed to attract climate finance, not because it was waiting for climate finance, but because it attracted climate finance when we started doing the actions ourselves. Recharge Pakistan is another project that we started, and the Protected Area Initiative. Now, the second point I wanted to make was that all these 4 projects had one thing in common. We were trusting and investing in nature. These were all nature-based solutions. And it was my firm belief that climate change will not get solved unless we make peace with nature. So I think this session is extremely important because the 2 sectors we're talking about over here, agriculture and forestry, are both sectors in which we have an opportunity to make peace with nature. For the forestry sector, I will just go through some of the lessons that we learned while we were planting all those billion trees. There were 4 main lessons that we learned during that time. The first one was that we have to be flexible and we have to be very humble when we're talking about dealing with nature. You deal with nature with a lot of humility and you plan with a lot of flexibility. We started with, in the project, we thought that we'll do a lot of afforestation, very less assisted natural regeneration. But when we ended, and nature taught us that lesson, that assisted natural regeneration is what works, and when you leave nature to do its own job, but you give it the protection. The second point that we learned was that climate change dealing has to be people-centric. You have to get the people involved. You have to get the people involved in climate change for it to make an impact. And I think, again, the forestry that we did, we turned the model around from being dependent on the forest department to being dependent on the communities who are the actual stakeholders and the community guardians for so many centuries. We gave them the ownership, and they turned around the whole project. The third lesson we learned was transparency is very important when you're dealing with any money, any development money, but especially when you're dealing with climate-specific funding. So we had, for the first time ever in Pakistan, we got third-party performance audit done by WWF, IUCN, and FAO combined. They were looking at the project, which was government money, which was not money given by any donor, but it was government money, and the government itself said that we want to get transparent in spending this money. And finally, the fourth point was that when you go into the ground to deal with climate change, you will confront vested interest mafias. We confronted the timber mafia, we confronted the land mafia, and you have to do that with a lot of political will behind you. So I think it is important that we learn all these lessons, and the most important one is that we have to make peace with nature. So climate smart agriculture, vermicompost, and we have a lot of practitioners. I was very glad to be on this panel because it has actual practitioners who are putting their heart and soul in the ground trying to confront climate change. So let us all do it together. And again, I would like to congratulate Dawn for making this remarkable effort in Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, for the next speaker, we just heard that nature should be at the center of anything. So how do you make agriculture as a farmer? How do you make agriculture respectful to nature? And we have the privilege to have Malika Fak Ahmed Tiwana, CEO of Farmers Associate Pakistan.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, we are here on the second day at the fag end of this lovely conference. So the audience that I see in front of me, I'd like to categorize you as the truly committed. So yesterday was a hall full, and today we are a bit less than that. So thank you for being here. Thank you. So if we, and in the course of these last 2 days, I have had a happy realization that people understand that agriculture is at the forefront and at the center of the climate calamity. So this realization, I thought I would have to kind of, convey, but it seems that this realization is very much there, and it seems I may be preaching to the converted already. So let me just go back a little bit and talk about how our agriculture is designed. This happened probably 100 years ago when the canal colonies were constructed, canals were built out of the 5 rivers, and irrigated agriculture started to take place. Now, all this was according to a design. It was all designed for a certain kind of agriculture. So each family was, generally speaking, each family was given 25 acres of land, 20 minutes of water from the outlet per acre, and every 7 to 10 days, they would get this water as their turn came once again after the first, it's called Varabandi. So then 4 generations later, 75 years now, that whole scheme had become quite ill, quite unwell, because the 25-acre plot had now turned into a 5-acre plot or a 4-acre plot as different generations came upon its ownership, and this land got subdivided. Excuse me. And so water was really not performing its duty as efficiently as it should have according to the original design. So each farmer originally was getting 7 to 8 hours of water availability at his farm every week. Now, the farmer is getting maybe 40 minutes or 60 minutes, and all of a sudden, it is just not being able to do the work that it was supposed to do. So we have more tube wells coming up, and water is being now pumped out of the ground. So the system emphasize that our very existence as farmers, as a population, people who depend, and our population, of course, is increasing every year. Water is the bedrock on which we must start to act. And just like Mr. Trump said, drill, baby, drill, we should be saying store, baby, store. So that, I think, is important for us too. Second is temperature. Look what happened in the rice crop this last year. People who planted rice on time had a 50% decrease, sometimes 70% decrease in their yield. Because just when the seed was forming, the temperature spiked to 48 and 50. Shed its grain. So grain formation didn't take place. And it's like in any living organism, self-preservation is our basic and primary instinct, and reproduction is the secondary primary instinct. So the crop decided to shed the grain just for self-preservation, because the temperature went up way beyond its tolerance levels. So, and same thing's happening with maize. When we plant autumn maize in, say, July and August, the temperatures are too high. We just cannot plant. But if we go later and plant our maize, the smog sets in. And again, the crop is very heavily affected. If we go for the January maize crop, I'm just giving you a few examples which are practical, which are hitting us right in the face today. It's happening today. We've lost four crops in a row within this last year. So in January for our maize crop, it would take 20 days for it to germinate. Today, it is out in 12 days. Of course, the yields will suffer, and we will not have the kind of productivity that we are envisioning. So I've spoken about water, spoken about temperature. And so what are the adaptations? For water, it is storage, storage, storage. Number two, our governments are going ahead with these asinine schemes of giving away free tractors through lottery, giving away, I think they were giving away cows just yesterday through a lottery scheme. Good Lord, if we have some money, let's spend it on infrastructure of the farms so that water efficiency can take place. We go for irrigation systems which are managed, and the government does not need to pay the whole way. The government needs to look after the viability gap and contribute towards getting the farmer to invest in their systems. Of course, getting new genetics for our seed is primary, but we need to have homegrown solutions. Borrowed solutions from other countries probably will not be sustainable in the long run. And so, so this is the adaptation. So mechanization. Yes, we are burning our stubble, madam, and we are burning our stubble essentially because of a lack of mechanization. Let me tell you this. There is now a trend here, at least in the Punjab, where new equipment has come into play, which is creating a bale for the farmer with his rice stubble, and that bale is now being, it's an economic benefit to the farmer, and definitely the farmer will go ahead. So we need, rather than giving out free tractors and stuff like that, I think more finance, and it could even be linked to climate finance really, needs to be put into baling our biomass. So thank you, I'm done. Thank you so much. And I think I'll stop here. I've received the notice. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I've lost. So looking at impact of the climate change on the agriculture sector, looking at the need for nature-based solution, I would like to go now to the other part of the agriculture, one role which is key, which is protecting the livelihood, because when there is climate change, they can be a shock. So what can we do to protect this livelihood? And I would like Kazim Saeed, CEO of Pakistan Agriculture Coalition, to address that part. Thank you so much, Kazim.
Thank you very much, Florence. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good afternoon. I think what Malik Amin Saab has outlined and what Afaq Tiwana Saab has outlined underscores what communities involved in forestry and farmers are going through. So I will cut to the chase and focus on how our farmers can be protected, as Florence asked. Now, agriculture is a sector that, as Florence said, is both a contributor to climate change and also impacted by climate change a great deal. Now, the key thing to remember is that here in Pakistan, we are not a level of contributor on the global stage where we can make a difference, to a huge difference, to the overall impacts on the climate that are causing the change. We must do the best we can, but there is only so much contribution we're making there. But that doesn't mean that we don't protect our farmers. And by the way, I think it's important to also note that farmers in Pakistan, they have a bad rep. People think they're not educated, they don't. Farmers are the most aware of climate change, more than any other Pakistanis. And the reason is, as Malik Amin Saab and Afaq Tiwana Saab have pointed out, farmers have been seeing the impacts of changes in climate for a lot longer than the rest of Pakistan. Because climate is an extremely, agriculture is an extremely climate-sensitive business and a time-sensitive business. So between the 15th of October, in most parts of Pakistan, 15th of October and the 15th of November, if you're not sowing your wheat, the traditional wisdom is that, and some supported by the science, is that every week of delay beyond November 15, in most parts of Pakistan, you're going to see a certain reduction in your, perhaps one mond a week by some estimates, that you'll see in your yield. And that window, that optimal window for sowing the wheat has been closing or shifting. And across Pakistan, you talk to farmers and you hear that. Some of the more extreme impacts like the floods and the impacts of drought, etc., temperature changes which allow the whitefly to hit the cotton in September, not just in the previous months as well. These are impacts that farmers have been aware of for a while. And the question is, what can you do about it? And we have the tools. In the 21st century, we have the tools to try to mitigate the financial impact of a failed crop, of a crop devastated by flood, etc., which can set a farmer back for 4 seasons before they can come back to their financial status before that flood. We have the tools, and a key tool that I think Pakistan can leverage is crop insurance. And the critical thing to remember about crop insurance for Pakistan or a country like Pakistan is that the the insurance industry in our country, in many such markets, does not have the financial heft to take on the risks of agriculture. And typically, this is the case in many markets, and typically what happens is a local insurer takes 20% of that risk, and a global reinsurer takes 80% of the risk, underwrites the risk. And if a global reinsurer is operating in 120 countries, and you have the 2022 floods of Sindh happen in 3 or 4 places, their balance sheet will not get wiped out. And this is something that we from the Pakistan Agriculture Coalition platform has tried to introduce to Pakistan over the last few years. And some pilots have been done which have succeeded, making payouts to farmers for heat wave, for pest attack, for the whitefly I mentioned, also for inundation by floods. And now the government of Sindh is taking this very seriously and planning to do a pilot at some scale. And the federal government and Punjab government are also looking to these solutions. Now, the key thing to remember again is that for agriculture to be able to pay for the insurance, we heard since yesterday we've been hearing that climate finance may not be sufficient globally. And as Malik Amin Saab very wisely said, even if it's there, you move forward and it may come to support you. My contention, my proposal here is that Pakistan is one of the countries, I would say Pakistan is an agricultural superpower. In many, many crops, Pakistan is in the top 10 in production, even though we haven't increased our yield sufficiently. Pakistan is one of those countries that can significantly increase its agricultural output and export the surpluses and be able to pay for some of these investments like crop insurance. And just to give you a little bit perspective on this possibility, for the major food grains, because we're focusing on nutrition, the link between nutrition and climate, the major food grains that are traded in the world, wheat, wheat, rice and maize, 80% of those trades globally are dominated by just 6 countries. And you know which ones they are: United States, China, Russia, Ukraine, South Africa, perhaps India, Brazil. And none of those countries are able to increase their output very quickly in a matter of years to a significant level. Pakistan, somehow we didn't pay attention to our yields. Pakistan still is far below the averages of yield that it should have. So there is a possibility of increasing yields through better seed, etc., within a few years and generate those surpluses that can bring the revenues to pay for things like crop insurance. And I think that's the key message that I wanted to deliver in this part of the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kazim, and it brings very well how a farmer, an agriculturalist, is going to increase the production while still protecting being nature positive and export safe food. Big question to you. I'm happy to have Mr. Tamour Malik, agriculturalist and innovative farmer.
All right, this is working. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. It's a treat to be here, and I'm very privileged to follow after such great people who've given you a little bit of an idea of how much farmers are suffering from climate change at this point. This is a global phenomenon. There's a smorgasbord of nomenclature that's used for it. It's climateflation, heatflation, sogflation. All over the world, we have dropping yields and crops being destroyed by a series of climate events. And this is, of course, happening in Pakistan as well. In fact, the Syrian civil war, which recently led to finally the ouster of the Assad regime, was also kickstarted by a climate-induced drought. And this is very, very dangerous because we're headed towards, suddenly something can happen that can just tip the scales for entire countries to erupt. God forbid. And that's why tackling this is crucial. And the word apocalyptic was used a few times during this conference. And while this is true, I will hopefully not be a bearer of more bad news, but rather one of hope today. Because using techniques and tools of regenerative agriculture, which is my profession and what I've been doing for the past 8 to 9 years, we have the potential to realize the vision as the Honorable Kazim Saab said here, which is to make Pakistan an agricultural superpower. We can dramatically enhance yields while doing it in a way, shape, and form that is in harmony with nature, as His Excellency Malik Amin Saab just mentioned, because that is, at the end of the day, what we need. And agriculture is something that gives us a lot of hope if we do it right, because it can become a tool not just of adaptation, but also of reversing climate change and drawing down excess carbon if we do it the right way. And we can draw down the carbon in soils, we can draw it down in trees and shrubs around farming systems, so there's enormous potential. The Honorable Tabana Saab mentioned store, baby, store. And one of the greatest sources or technologies of storing water is actually soil carbon. For every 1% of organic matter that we increase in our soils, we have the capacity to store 27,000 gallons of water. And there are farmers, I'm going to mention, we were talking about yields, so I'll start with that. The world record holder for corn yields is an American farmer named Russell Hendrick. And his yields are mind-bogglingly high. The highest yield in Pakistan for corn is around 110 mons or so. Correct me if I'm wrong. If a farmer gets that, he's jumping up and down with joy. So Russell Hendrick's yields are in the range of about 355 mons per acre. He started in 2012 with soil that had 1.7% carbon, and by 2024, that amount had reached 8.2% carbon. So carbon is really the store of wealth of a farmer if we enact systems and tools that build it in our soils. Next up, I'd like to talk a little bit about nutrient density, because we have a food and nutritional security crisis all over the world. And there are emerging studies that showcase that food that is grown regeneratively has higher nutrients. In fact, I was reading a study out of Citrus Grove in Florida, where regeneratively grown citrus had 8 times higher nutrients, including antioxidants, vitamin C, etc. So the power of enhancing the nutritional profile of vital micronutrients and other phenolic compounds, stuff that are essential for human existence and health, can be dramatically up-leveled when we do regenerative agriculture right. Now, what is regenerative agriculture? It is a very broad brushstrokes term. It's like saying renewable energy, but what type of renewable energy, right? So regen ag is an umbrella term, carries within it a number of tools and techniques. On our farming system, we're privileged we take a very integrative and expansive view. So we do deploy many, perhaps all the known, including cutting edge and bleeding edge tools out there. Recently, we conducted a study, for example, I'll get to that in fact. So we have, we do large scale fungally dominant composts. We do large-scale vermicomposting, biochar we've been doing since 2017. Recently, Google announced the purchase of biochar credits. In fact, Malik Saab and I were talking about this the other day, which is the largest deal of its kind in the world with an Indian company called Varaha, and that's for biochar-based sequestration, because biochar has enormous permanence and it builds soil carbon. It gives space for nutrient and water storage within soils. So it tackles a lot of issues, and it stays in the soil for thousands of years without degrading. So it has permanence. So we deploy a bunch of those techniques. We do cover cropping, minimum and no tillage, high efficiency irrigation systems, fermented inoculants, fermented nutrients, and many other techniques that I won't sort of bore you with today. But the result of that is that we consistently see improved yields, but also much higher resilience to climatic and other shocks. We've dramatically reduced or eliminated the use for insecticides and fungicides. And recently we were doing a proprietary trial of a microalgae strain, which we treated for wheat. So the economic cost for that was extremely low. And I was just there at the farm a couple of days before getting here, and I was pleased as punch to see that we had a 2 tillers increase in the zones of the farm where that wheat was treated with that algae. And if we were to do this at scale across all the 17,000 acres or so where wheat is sown in Pakistan, is thought to be sown, we could create an economic value of $335 million as per today's price of wheat in the international market rights. So these are the biological sort of interventions that we can do that are very much in harmony with nature, that enhance our yields, enhance our nutritional profile, but also build resilience to climatic shocks, because algae have certain biostimulant properties which also provide higher resistance to drought and other biotic and abiotic stresses. And so that's something that's very hopeful. In Florida, there is a crisis of citrus greening that's put at enormous risk the multi-billion-dollar citrus industry in that country. And there are farmers who've had to destroy hundreds or thousands of acres of citrus orchards in that state of the United States. But there are farmers who've turned to regenerative agriculture, and they have been able to completely eliminate citrus greening from their farms. So citrus greening still shows up. The Huaolong Bing virus is still there when you do a soil test, but it is not impacting the plants because you have crafted a microbiome that has, lots of the good guys, the good fungi, the good bacteria, the good protozoa, the good nematodes, and all of those keep the bad guys in check. So when you have enough good guys, you don't need, the bad guys cannot flourish. And I'll end with perhaps one example that I'm super bullish and passionate about. We're starting the Pakistan Alliance for Regenerative Agriculture, a nonprofit, for which I'd urge everybody to join and join the cause and help. And one of the things I'm very passionate about doing with that is having tree and shrub plantations on the boundaries of farms. Because with that one step, if we do it at scale, we can perhaps transform agriculture in ways that are unfathomable. Now, there's a study out of the UK that shows that for every £1 we invest in a hedgerow, we get a £4 return. I think that is a massive underestimation. But some of the benefits that we get from that are, we have beneficial insect populations which take care of the bad guys, the pests, and therefore you don't need to use insecticides, right? And similarly, strategically planted hedgerows, they not just give you pollinators and beneficial insects, which is really important because we also have a biodiversity crisis along all over the world. It's called the sixth mass extinction, which we can also tackle on farmland. But also, you can plant trees that give you valuable nutrients. You can plant leguminous trees. You can plant trees like moringa, which are indigenous to this land, also called Jinnah, and you can create a biostimulant out of it, which also up-levels yields significantly, right? So the potential is enormous. We created a composted phosphatic fertilizer, which is one factoid, and it helped enhance our yields by 20% for corn maize, while reducing our phosphatic fertilizer cost by 33%, right? And I haven't even talked about no-till, because if I get in there, the economics are just insane. A 33% increase in yield in a side-by-side plot under a center pivot, growing Corteva maize. Just the only differential was using a French no-till planter. And I understand that you're from France, so it's one of the best planters out there. And I'm not going to use the term that the Honorable Tivana Saab used for the government policies, because I'm still a young lad and I have to function here. But what I will do is say that a much better utilization of that resources would be with no-till planters, because we can dramatically build soil carbon while enhancing yields with these incredible precision planters that lead to germination rates of over 99%. They plant the seed precisely at the depth and the seed-to-seed spacing that you need for optimal growth. So I'll end there, because I could hog the mic for hours, but I hope that I've given you some hope and I've given you something good to think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you did provide hope. So the next question is, it's possible. So then, how the government is helping, facilitating, so that your knowledge passed on to 8 million families of farmers in Pakistan. And with that, Aisha Humaira, I'm very pleased to introduce Aisha Humaira, who is the Secretary of the Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination. Aisha, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's an honor and privilege to be with this august audience. I'm here not just to share some of the points that I have jotted down, but basically to learn from all of you. I already knew some of the panelists, and it was a great pleasure to see them again. And I'm really thrilled to listen to my previous speaker, and I'm very hopeful that Pakistan's agriculture future is very bright, because if we have such innovative farmers who are working with so much passion, I think this is one profession which really requires passion. If you are not doing it with a lot of passion, it's not really possible to increase productivity under challenging circumstances. So I don't want to repeat the challenges that farmers face. Obviously, extreme weather events, monsoon variability, heat waves, and scarcity of water, all these challenges are there for the farmer. But what is research showing? Research is showing that yes, climate change will decrease productivity, but farmers who follow adaptation, they have the chance to increase their productivity 50 to 55%. In certain cases, it can go even further than that. So I think for Pakistan, climate change also provides an opportunity to rethink about our practices and make sure that farmers are following the adaptation practices, and through those practices, they are able to increase their productivity. So some of the initiatives that government has taken is to promote smart farming. Government is encouraging drip irrigation and water conservation. Recently, a very good project has started in collaboration with development partners. It's called Recharge Pakistan. So as our dear panelist, Afaq Saab was saying that we must save water. So the objective of Recharge Water project is to preserve water, and it's creating wetlands and water recharge stations across Pakistan. In KPK, it will create a recharge station in Diyai Khan. In Sindh, it's in Manchar. In Balochistan, it's in Chakkar, Larry, and in Punjab, it's in Tausa and Ramak. So this is a very important project with $77 million. The progress, the work started a few years ago, and now in collaboration with WWF, we have launched this project. And we hope that these 5 or 6 water recharge destinations will multiply, and we will have progressive farmers coming forward, learning from these practices, and will be part of the practices in the future in multiplying these wetlands and water recharge stations. So if you look at the total wetlands that Pakistan has created up till now in collaboration with the provinces, those are 225. And it covers 9.7% of the covered area of Pakistan. If we look at the forest area that we have in Pakistan, it's 5% of the total. And another important area which is extremely important for conservation is designation of protected areas. Why it's important to designate protected areas? Because you have to protect your biodiversity. You have to ensure that there are enough trees, there are sanctuaries which protect the local varieties. So we have exceeded the international requirement, and it's almost 20%. And UNEP recently appreciated Pakistan's work on protected areas. Another very important initiative that government has taken is the upscaling Green Pakistan, which the former minister also mentioned. The previous government started it, and 50 billion have been spent on that project. The project continues. Now there is an additional 70 billion allocated to that project, and it includes tree plantation and protection of the protected areas, wetlands, and ensuring biodiversity. So 2.3 billion trees have already been planted. It has really helped to increase Pakistan's green areas. Besides that, I would also like to inform you that there are a lot of new varieties have come out as a result of Pakistan's agriculture research system. There are 14 drought-resistant varieties which are now available in the market. There are 4 rice varieties which have shown increase in yield even if the water usage is less as compared to other varieties. Similarly, there is a rice variety which survives even if it's covered underwater for 14 days. So that will help farmers even in case of flood. So the research system is actually the backbone of agriculture. And up till now, if we look at the expenditure that governments make on research, although is not, I would say remarkable, it's 0.2% of the GDP, but we hope that it will, by 2030, it will increase to 1%. Similarly, Food Security Ministry in collaboration with the provincial agriculture departments is very well integrated with the research systems of FAO and CGIAR, and I think that is the strength that we have in Pakistan, that we are very well entrenched into the global research system. We are very closely linked with International Rice Research Institute, CIMIT, where a lot of wheat varieties were developed. So I think we do have great strength in terms of our research systems. Participation of private sector recently has really enabled the system, and now more and more private sector is encouraged. A lot of innovation is coming here. Tech-based solutions are there. We have a lot of IT startups who are now helping the farming sector. They are looking at water conservation, the pesticide used in it. So that type of monitoring has also been very helpful to the farmer. Met department, through their early warning system, is also helping the farmer. Now 72 hours before the rain or any extreme weather, they can inform the farmer about those extreme events, and then farmers can take precautionary actions. So I think that's enough from my side.
Thank you very much, Aisha. So we have 2 other panelists, and I'll take Aisha Khan first, because it goes, when we see a progressive farmer, an innovative farmer, he might need a bit of push, access to finance, to push to the next level. So Aisha is working as a climate change expert and emerging markets. So she's going to speak about, and in Acumen, sorry. So I'm sure she's going to speak about access to finance.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Florence. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And wow, I decided to get up because who would expect in Islamabad in February for things to be so hot? Talk about climate change. I came from Karachi, half my suitcase was packed up with shawls and jackets, and I walk here, I'm like, wait, this is actually very real in a fundamental way, as all of us are sitting here. So thank you again for being here at the late end of the second day. And if you thought we were done with the climate finance piece of it, unfortunately you're not, because this is all I do actually. And as Florence mentioned, I work in climate. My team and I have set up the first climate equity fund in Pakistan. And so when you ask about what that means, it's a private equity fund. It's a $90 million fund that will be investing entirely in agribusinesses. So from that perspective, where capital is flowing into the country, where it should flow, is very much on top of my mind. This is exactly what I think about. And so One of the first questions everyone asks me when I say, oh, we're going to invest 90 million in Pakistani agri-businesses and help them respond to climate change, help them build the future of climate-resilient agri-systems. Honestly, the first question is, wait, but is it even investable? The sector is such a disaster. It's really, there's nothing there. You cannot do this, it doesn't make sense, and really you should take your money elsewhere. And so at that point, I give them a couple of statistics, which I'll share with you. You know, the sector is, Kazim touched on some of these. These are the things to be optimistic about. It's $90 billion contributing towards our GDP. We are truly, and this was a surprise to me because I'm not deep in agriculture. I learned we have the third largest stock of livestock, third largest producer of dairy. I think we are the fourth or fifth largest producer of rice. So much happening, and over the past few years, when you look at the growth of the economy, the agriculture sector actually has been growing at 3 times the growth of the economy. Now, those of you who are economists might step back and be like, yeah, but the last few years, the growth was very slow anyway, so what do you mean? But it's still growing at 3 times the rate of the economy. So when I give you all of these numbers, and if I've convinced you enough, you might say, oh, well, then what's the problem? You guys are doing really well. It seems like you have everything. And then you step back underneath it and say, well, actually, absolutely not. And it's not just because of the havoc that floods have wreaked on Pakistan. We saw it in 2022, a third of the country underwater. We talked about it. But really, at its core, when you look at over 85% of your farmers, most of whom are small, by the way, do not have access to finance. And what that means is they're not able to invest in actually planting what should be the right thing for them to plant, given what the market is telling them. They just don't have the financing. They don't know how to store. We end up wasting a lot of what we produce. Our yields are very, very low. So we're doing this well with such low yields. So that should tell you about the fundamental, the ability we have to actually produce so much more. And mechanization, we've talked about it a little bit, but our farmers need almost twice the amount of power and energy that we already have available to them. So it's a long uphill task. There's massive potential and there's lots more to be done. And so then the third question I get asked, which is when I'm trying to raise funds for this, it's well, okay, you've convinced us agriculture is at the core of Pakistan's economy. It's the backbone. 2 out of 3 Pakistanis live in rural areas, are entirely dependent on agriculture. It feeds into every sector, all our export sectors. It is so high potential. There's so much you guys can do. Why hasn't it happened already? That's the question then. Why is it that we're still talking about lack of storage capacity, lack of access to credit, lack of power on farms, the wrong seeds, the wrong information just not being available? And there are many answers to this, and we can go off into the history of agri-systems and land holdings and all of the incentives in place. But I think one thing bears repeating, and if this is my only message to you, I think it would be this, is that systems and markets and individuals largely behave in very rational ways. So whatever the incentives are, the systems will respond accordingly. So when we, as a nation, talk about why is Pakistan not getting access to climate finance, there are trillions of dollars floating around via the 5th or 8th most vulnerable, however you cut it, we're massively vulnerable. Why aren't we getting it? The system responds rationally. That capital will flow to a space where it has the highest return. And what is true at a national level is true at the farmer level. So let's step back a little bit and see what our farmers are doing. If you think about places where production and yields have actually improved in Pakistan, you can take some guesses. All right, it's not cotton. Cotton has gone down by half over the past few years. Why? No real incentives to produce. Rice has gone up by 50%. Rice. It's not a strategic crop. And what has actually doubled is corn or maize. So you can ask yourself, why is it that farmers are making these decisions? And the response to that is fairly simple. Rice has an export driver. There are markets available for farmers to sell to. Corn is a huge input in poultry feed. And so it actually ends up having clear incentives for farmers. We can keep telling farmers to use climate resilient, regenerative models of producing, but unless we create the right marketplaces for them, the right incentives for them, it is not going to happen. No one is actually making decisions on the basis of, by the way, this is excellent for the country, let me grow this product. And so if you take away support prices for wheat, you will have certain outcomes in the wheat market. And let's be very clear on what that means. We can make those choices. All of them have an outcome. Markets, individuals, companies, private equity funds like mine work in very, very rational ways. So as we sit here, we can think of ourselves as consumers. If we want to eat better quality food produced using sustainable technologies where farmers get a living wage and actually are paid for what they're producing, are we willing to pay for it? Are we setting the right incentives? If we want to grow companies that are doing exactly this, you know what Temur's doing and what so many entrepreneurs are actually building as well, really, really building on what Pakistan needs, are we creating the right incentives for this? It's a question for me as well as an investor. Am I financing that change? And again, step back again as a nation. We can keep talking about agriculture and resilience and someone else should fund it. Are we creating the right incentives and the right structures for this? So questions for all of us to ask ourselves. Obviously, I'm one of the believers in change and in doing what it takes. And I hope all of you, certainly, again, engaging at this amazing conference that Dawn has put together, can collectively come together because it is a system-wide shift. It affects each and every one of us. And so I hope we can all come together on moving this issue forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha. So I want to introduce you, the last but not the least. She's a colleague of mine and a friend of mine. She's from the United Nations. She's the director, the country director of the International Financing IFAD, Fund for Agricultural Development. I don't even know the acronym. I've been so used to use the acronym. Because why not the least? Because IFAD is working for the smallholder farmers. And, I don't think we are representing them today, let's be fair, in the panel, none of us, me included. So, and in Pakistan, 90% of the farmers have less than 5 hectares. So incentives, so the incentives is a key thing for farmers, but sometimes when you are very poor, when you are very vulnerable, you cannot even respond to incentives. So I'll give the floor to Fernanda, who is going to speak about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Florence, and good afternoon to everyone. Dear panelists, it's a pleasure to be here in this panel. Well, I would like to take a step back and begin by highlighting the importance of agriculture in the Pakistan economy. So the sector contributes 23% of GDP, and in the rural areas, it employs about 80% of the workforce. And the smallholder farmers, they are precisely the backbone of the agricultural sector in Pakistan. They are contributing to national food security, and they are also contributing, they could do much more, but they are contributing to exports earnings. But yet, why it's so challenging when we speak about smallholder farmers? They are among the groups in the world that are mostly affected by the impacts of climate change. In Pakistan, as Florence just said, 90% of farmers, 7.4 million farmers are smallholder farmers, and they are cultivated in very small pieces of land. So when you speak about climate and smallholder farmers in Pakistan, the challenge is huge. Well, as you all know by now, climate change really makes agriculture increasingly more uncertain. It threatens the natural resource base, it threatens the soil, the water, all the elements that smallholder farmers depend on to be able to produce. But why specifically then smallholder farmers are so vulnerable? Well, they have very few assets to fall back on, and they have very limited capacity to respond when there are climate shocks. In Pakistan, besides this very unequal land distribution that I just mentioned before, smallholder farmers, they face a lot of challenges. They mostly rely on rain-fed agriculture. They are mostly marginalized for markets. They rely on middlemen to sell their produce. They don't access improved seeds, improved inputs, technology, and financial service. They are basically cash constrained, meaning that they must sell their crops at harvest many times, and when pricing is very low. But then one could ask, okay, with all those challenges, you would expect that climate finance is really going to smallholder farmers. But no, surprisingly, the response is no. So climate finance currently is not serving smallholder farmers. So there's a figure that really surprised me. Only 0.8% of global climate finance goes to smallholder farmers. IFA, as Florence said, no, we have two hats. We are an UN agency and also international financial institution with this specific mandate to invest in smallholder farmers and rural populations. So IFAD has been always advocated, and we should all do that, advocate for more climate finance for adaptation of smallholder farmers to the climate change. But then going to Florence's question now, how can we do that? How can we support smallholder farmers adapt to climate change? I think a very important area to look at, some of the panelists also mentioned that, is to support them to increase their productivity. Levels of productivity is very low in Pakistan currently, but precisely by implementing climate resilient practices. But this means access to knowledge. This means access to finance. This means access to technology. So we really need to really step up our efforts to promote high-value crops, climate-sensitive value chains, to promote green entrepreneurship, green technology, innovation. Just to give you an example, in one of our IFAD-funded projects in Gilgit-Baltistan, we are supporting smallholder farmers to adopt technology, tunnel farming, to be able to grow vegetables in very mountainous region of Gilgit-Baltistan during the whole year, meaning that they can then add to their nutrition of their households and also to increase their incomes. But then again, we really need to take collective action to be able to bring those incentives. One thing that's very important, we need to modernize also the agriculture sector to be able to attract the young population. The youth, they don't want to do agriculture as their parents were doing. They don't want to have the same kind of labor burden, and they are very keen to adopt technology. They are very keen to adopt ICT, digital technologies, to adopt new solutions such as renewable energy, and then we should tap on that. Especially, I would say there are very promising opportunities to involve the youth in the agro-processing stage, in the packaging stage, in the food technology stage, so just to mention some of them. Okay, so now with this I spoke about agricultural production, the primary production, because we know that smallholder farmers, the highest climate risks they face is precisely in the production stage. But still, if you want to have climate interventions in value chains, we should look also at the pre-production and the post-production stage. So thinking about pre-production, now it's important to how to give smallholder farmers access to, as Secretary was mentioned today, to these drought-resistant, climate-resilient seed varieties. How to give them access to better inputs, to modern technology, to small machinery. One of the panelists also mentioned this challenge. Access to financial service. They should reach smallholder farmers. Access to information service. Also, if you think about the post-production side, again, we should support smallholder farmers in being able to reduce food loss, which is very huge in Pakistan, to increase food safety, and this is an area that FAO has been doing a very strong work in Pakistan in how to increase food safety across the value chain. So thinking about post-harvesting management practices, thinking about new renewable energy source, thinking about green labeling, certification, those are all areas that we need to work on to be able to address the climate risks in the value chains. I wanted to highlight one strategy that IFAD is promoting in Pakistan that has been very successful, and I think we should do much more here, which is to, of course, it's not new, but I mean, I think it is to support smallholder farmers to organize into cooperatives. I came from my previous legislation, I was based in Latin America, and in Latin America, smallholder farmers are pretty much organized around producers' organizations, around cooperatives. I see here in Pakistan, this is in a very incipient stage. I understand there are also historical reasons for that. But it's possible. In Gilgit-Baltistan, again, it's a project where we were able to support the formation of over 100 cooperatives from smallholder farmers. And then it's very important for these farmers to be able then, through these cooperatives, to increase the product quality, to be able to add value to their products, to be able to access financial service, access information service, and also connect to the private sector and the markets. The last area I would like to highlight is one of the panelists also mentioned, the agriculture water nexus. No? Pakistan is a very water-stressed country, but smallholder farmers, they really are the ones bearing most of the challenges. They rely on the rain for their water most of the case. So again, there are a lot of solutions to improve water use in agriculture, to make it more efficient, to make it more resilient. In IFAD, we are also promoting rainwater harvesting, water storage, irrigation channels. So this is a very key area to work. And then to conclude, I just want to then a question is how can we then promote this paradigm shift, I would say, in smallholder farmer agriculture? Well, as I said in the beginning, expanding climate finance to agri-food systems and to smallholder farmers is very important. And to this, we need to bring together international financial institutions, national and commercial banks. We need to crowd in investments from the private sector, as we saw today. This is very neat. And finally, we need to have the right government policies in place to be able to support smallholder farmers to access markets and to invest in the public goods, such as infrastructure, roads, warehouse, information systems, and agricultural extension. So in a nutshell, and to conclude, I would say resource policies and partnerships are central to our efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fernanda. So I'm just told that we have 5 to 10 minutes more. So I would like to ask 2 questions. One is to a former government minister. What would you have done differently? And the second question is to the farmers. We heard about incentive is key. If you were in the shoes of the government, what would you do? Can I? So,
thank you very much. Well, if you ask me what would I have done differently, I think invested more in private sector. I think the chasm between the public sector and the private sector is extremely wide, and it is usually not bridged. And as you can see from the panel over here, the hope is coming from the private sector, because the private sector is leading where the government is lacking. So I think that's a bridge that governments need to cross, and they need to create the facilitative environment for that to happen. And if that happens, then you have a solution out there.
And to answer your other question, what would I do if I were lucky enough to wake up in the corridors of power? I would use the financing powers of the government. There are so many, especially, firstly, I want to be in the provincial government because that's where the money is. And when you have the moolah, how do you deploy it, right? And again, going back to what the Honorable Tawana Saab said, you have to be very strategic. So one of the things I'd want to use it on is creating service-based models where farmers are served with technologies that are regenerative and soil building, such as no-till planters, harvesters for rice, straw, those types of strategic investments. And then the other thing I would do is completely overhaul the extension service. I'd go all Doge and Elon Musk on them, but replace them with people who can actually get the job done, because this is a knowledge-based paradigm thing. And as the honorable speaker from IFAD mentioned, yes, there's financing is one pillar, there's technology, that's another, but the third pillar is a knowledge-based system. So the lowest hanging fruit in all of this that requires the least amount of money is transferring knowledge. And there are things that farmers can do on farmlands that are transformational, that don't require ginormous amounts of capital, right? It can be done in a very frugal and economically efficient way, but that's not possible until you accelerate the knowledge-giving paradigm, right?
Very clear. So Kazim, up to you to conclude.
Well, I think with such an august panel, the hope and the ambition that we've heard, I think agriculture is a sector where it's been there for millennia. A lot of the talk we heard in the last 2 days makes you feel like we are nearing the end of time, end of the world. Really, it's more like when we began, the beginning of time, when the horses started learning how to gallop and the butterflies first flapped their wings, and human beings started doing cotton first. And I tell you, that happened in this land. The earliest that archaeologists and anthropologists date cotton cultivation is at the ruins of Mehergarh, near the town of Sibbi in Balochistan. And we have seen, this region has seen civilizations getting wiped out, and there's something to learn there. Now, because of that vast, stroke of the arc of history that climate change reminds us of, I think it's important to look at the wisdom we have received from the speakers at this panel. And Malik Amin Saab talked about how you have to be humble and make peace with nature. That there's wisdom there. Afaq Tawana Saab talked about the build-up of the agriculture sector and how it's reached a point where he was very euphemistic, saying it's unwell. I would say that the systems built over many decades ago, they reached in agriculture sector, they reached their goals some decades ago. Then they started dysfunction, then deterioration. Now they're bankrupt. And in this country, this is a moment of hope, because we are seeing some of those systems from 75 years ago or 150 years ago now making way for a new era in agriculture. And the government deciding not to purchase wheat and store it, etc. First time in 60 years, it opens up an opportunity for the private sector to come in and for a new way in the agriculture sector. I think what Temur mentioned about the soil being something that's a store of water, that's something that a lot of people, including farmers, may not value as much as they should. It reminds you of how Rumi, the wisdom from Rumi, Hamanja ke rasad dard, Hamanjas tava. Where the pain emerges is where the medicine is. I think he foretold the COVID-19 vaccine. And we have the irrigation system to fix, to make sure that water is used right. We have the soil to improve the carbon content in, to make sure that we are able to get more productivity. And I think we heard from Secretary Saiba about new varieties and how the productivity gains from adaptation can actually put farmers ahead. But we cannot forget about access to finance. I think Aisha was very passionate about bringing that in. The focus on smallholder farmers, lastly, I think I'm glad that Fernanda mentioned it. We have many solutions for smallholder farmers. Like I mentioned, crop insurance, but the role of government is critical. Where out of 104 countries in the world that have crop insurance schemes, I think 86, including developed countries, have subsidies for insurance premium for farmers, small farmers, and including Pakistan has a bit of that. So there is, I think, hope and a great deal of ambition that this panel is bringing to the table. I think that's where I'll stop. Thank you very much. And a round of applause for our panelists, please.
Thank you, everyone. We will take a brief interval, but please remain within the auditorium. We will let you know when the next session is commencing. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We regret the inconvenience caused. Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly be playing an address from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, His Excellency Mia Mohammad Shahbaz Sharif, followed by the concluding remarks and keynote address by the Chairman of the Senate, who will be joining us shortly. Please remain seated. We regret the inconvenience caused. ये भी ले जाएं, ये भी ले जाएं।
Sabine, how many chairs are there? 3 in front. 3? That's it? 3 in front and 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we regret the inconvenience caused. Please bear with us. We will shortly be playing a video statement by the Prime Minister of Pakistan, His Excellency Mia Mohammad Shahbaz Sharif. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We will soon begin the video address by the Prime Minister of Pakistan, His Excellency Mia Mohammad Shahbaz Sharif. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin shortly. A video address from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, His Excellency Mia Mohammad Shahbaz Sharif, will be played shortly. We regret the delay and inconvenience caused.
I would like to extend my deep appreciation to DawnMedia Group and partners for organizing this pivotal conference to contemplate
Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to remain in your seats. The video address from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mia Mohammad Shahbaz Sharif, will be played shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Proceedings will commence shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Proceedings will commence shortly. A video address from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mia Mohammad Shahbaz Sharif, will play shortly. We request all our guests on the right and left flank of the hall to take center stage. Thank you.
नुकसानात का सामना है। माहौलियाती इंसाफ वक्त की अहम ज़रूरत है। मौसमियाती
To extend my deep appreciation to DawnMedia Group and partners for organizing this pivotal conference to contemplate one of the most pressing challenges of our time, climate change. Pakistan's climate story embodies a cruel paradox of our times. Our emissions are less than 1%, yet we are one of the most climate affected countries with an unprecedented cycle of climate induced floods, rapid glacial meltdown, blistering heat waves, and soil cracking droughts. 2 years ago, 1/3 of Pakistan was completely submerged in floodwaters, displacing 33 million people and claiming 1,700 innocent lives, thus transforming climate change from a distant threat to an urgent call to action. Ladies and gentlemen, we inherited robust frameworks including the National Climate Change Policy 2021 and the National Adaptation Plan 2023. However, frameworks alone are not enough. Recognizing implementation gaps, we prioritized governance reforms, policy execution, and capacity building within no time. Initiatives such as 5E, 5C, as rooted in our homegrown transformation plan, Udan Pakistan, we are integrating climate resilience into energy, equity, connectivity, and development. Developing countries like Pakistan need more predictable, flexible, and grant-based financial support to build resilient infrastructure and invest in sustainable development. Without such support, the path to climate adaptation and green transformation will remain elusive. Therefore, let us make Breathe Pakistan a resounding call to action to ensure a cleaner, greener, and more resilient Pakistan for generations to come. Thank you, Pakistan, Paindabad.
ब्रेथ पाकिस्तान माहौलियाती कॉन्फ्रेंस के हवाले से वज़ीर-ए-आज़म मोहम्मद शहबाज शरीफ का अहम पैगाम। उन्होंने कहा कि कॉन्फ्रेंस के कामयाब इनेकाद पर तमाम शराकतदारों का मशकूर हूँ। पाकिस्तान को गैर मामूली मौसमियाती तब्दीलियों और तबाहकारियों का सामना है। सैलाब 2 साल कबल जो पाकिस्तान में आया उससे 1700 अफराद जाँ बहक हुए, 3 करोड़ 30 लाख से ज़्यादा अफराद पाकिस्तान में मुतासर हुए।
फोयर में मौजूद मेहमानों से दरख्वास्त है कि वो हॉल में वापस लौट जाएं और अपनी नशिस्तों पर बैठ जाएं। शुक्रिया। फोयर में मौजूद मेहमानों से दरख्वास्त है कि वो अपनी नशिस्तों पर लौट जाएं। सेशन का आगाज़ अब से कुछ देर में होने वाला है। फोयर में मौजूद तमाम मेहमानों से दरख्वास्त है कि वो हॉल में वापस लौट जाएं और अपनी नशिस्तों पर बैठ जाएं। सेशन का आगाज़ अब से कुछ देर में होने वाला है। शुक्रिया। Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome, for our closing keynote address, Chairman of the Senate, Janab Yusuf Raza Gilani, who is serving as the acting President of Pakistan. He is flanked by Rumina Khurshid Alam, Coordinator for Climate Change to the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Gilani Saab, we thank you for joining us today and taking out time to discuss this important topic. We will now request you to rise in your seats for the national anthem of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. The chairman of the next session is Mr. Yusuf Raza Gilani. I would now like to invite Florence Roll of FAO and Aban Marker Kabraji of UNEP and Davar Bhatt of CFP to join the panel, please. Ms. Aban Marker Kabraji will serve as a facilitator for this closing session.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome everyone. Welcome, sir, Your Excellency, Your Excellencies. This is the concluding session of what has been, to my mind, an extremely successful conference. Hosted in collaboration with DawnMedia and your government, which has been enormously helpful and supportive, particularly through the Ministry of Climate Change, since it is, of course, their subject area. And having been in many, many conferences over the world for many years, I say without any prejudice, although I'm a Pakistani, so we take that into account, but I say without any prejudice, this is one of the most extraordinary gatherings I've seen in Pakistan in a long time, and in fact in a lot of Asia. The level of interchange, the quality of speeches, and its content has been truly impressive. The fact that it has had a South Asia regional component, and we have brought people from all over South Asia to participate, I think is something that needs to be recognized, acknowledged, and appreciated, because it has come with great government openness, support, and collaboration. The interventions have been rich, varied, and we've seen a real cross-sector of society here, a very high level of private sector participation, enormous information in terms of the specifics of what is needed in terms of addressing the problems of climate change. We had thought about perhaps bringing some resolutions forward, but resolutions require discussion and agreement. We haven't had the time to do that. So we will present to you the outcomes of the conference, which have been reviewed by the ministry and by the participants who have been collaborating and had a role in the discussions. And for that, I'm going to ask my colleague Florence to present them, and hopefully they'll find consensus and approval and form the basis of the plan to take forward for execution for everything we've done, hopefully again in collaboration with Dawn and of course with the leadership under the Ministry of Climate Change. Florence.
Thank you, Aban. Excellencies, it's an honor for me to be sitting here today. Before starting giving you the outcome of the conference, I just would like to say two things. And a big, big congratulations to Dawn, because it's much easier to do this kind of event after a calamity, after, something. There is nothing big happening in Pakistan, and they managed to pull everybody together to speak about climate change. And the second congratulation also to Dawn is because they brought civil society and medias from the region. And it's a fantastic example of how the media can be leveraged for the country to something which is so important like climate change for Pakistan. With this caveat, let me give you now the outcome of the conference. The first is about the recognition, and when I say we, it's the conference, okay? So, excuse my English. So, the first one is on climate, on the key aspect that climate change is not something in isolation. Climate change affects all sectors of life, of the economy, and the environment. Therefore, it has to have, we have to address it in a multi-sectoral and a multi-dimensional way. And we welcome, the government, federal and provincial government, which are looking at their investment through a climate change impact length. And we could even encourage to go towards not only climate change length, but zero net or nature positive length. We call for the government to commit to push for action. Everybody said it from the first day until the end. Climate talk, yes, but we need climate action. And this climate action should happen because it's multidimensional and multisectoral in all this variety of sectors. The second part is on climate finance. It has been a big, hot topic discussed during these 2 days. So the conference realized that the gap between Pakistan climate finance needs and availability of funding is enormous. We believe that there is a dear need for Pakistan to advance climate finance agenda, to mobilize internal resources and enhance the capacity to attract these climate finance opportunities. So there is the need for enhancing global climate action, international cooperation to mitigate the impact of climate change based on these established principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. The gap between the global finance commitments and their implementation should be narrowed with a balance focused on adaptation and mitigation as well as loss and damage. The third one is on an initiative or a program which is called Living Indus, which brings all the province, Gilgit and Kashmir, together towards a common vision on restoring the ecosystem of the Indus Basin. The government is deeply committed to the transformative agenda of the Living Indus initiative, and it's reflected through strategic policy, programs, action that are being implemented at the moment to ensure the restoration of the health of the basin. The fourth is about women. You will know, Excellencies, that women and girls are most affected, are always more affected than men on climate change. We all know the reasons. So we look forward for measures, specific measures for adopting and implementing strategy on climate change mitigation and adaptation to support the resilience of these women and girls in Pakistan. There are three other aspects that I'll bring together. It's because it's related to agriculture and water. One is on food security. You know, the population of Pakistan in 2050, according to the estimates, can go to 380 million. Is the Indus Basin going to be able to feed its population? So the importance of safeguarding it, restoring it, and doing an agriculture which is saving the water in order to produce enough for the population has been emphasized quite importantly. The second part is food which is produced is also transported, processed, and exported. And this agri-food system needs to be transformed to produce healthy food, affordable food, protect the environment, and improve the livelihoods of smallholder farmers. Then trees. Trees have a huge potential to mitigate and to restore ecosystems. So we appreciate that the government of Pakistan, in collaboration with provincial authorities, is committed to a transformative agenda for the conservation and sustainable management of the country forest resources. They play a vital role, and we heard at the previous session the importance of even agroforestry use of trees for within the agriculture sector. A big thing, air pollution. This is the thing which has been happening this year since November. A big discussion, and we encourage the government to develop a policy and an action plan to save the resources of Pakistan, including precious glaciers. We also encourage the government and the private sector to use and import innovative technology in order to reduce this air pollution. Then I have only three more, then it's done. Then one which is key and is the private sector. How the government incentivize the private sector to do the right thing and to shift their business model from short-term gain to long-term gain, to long-term sustainability. So then I've got children and youth, and you know, you have, I don't remember the exact numbers, it was this morning, but more than 20 million, 40 or 20? 45, you see? She knows better than me. 45 young population between 15 and 25. They have a huge potential of creativity, of mobilization, which should be harnessed for the combat of climate change. So we appreciate the government of Pakistan, which is committed to the protection, development, and empowerment of children and youth, and recognizing them as a driving force behind the nation's future. We look forward for comprehensive policy programs to ensure access to quality education, healthcare, and opportunities. The last one, I started with congratulated Dawn, and I'm going to finish with the media. We really recognize the pivotal role of media in promoting awareness about climate change, transparency, accountability, and informed public discourse. Committed to unholding freedom of expression and the independence of the press, efforts are being made to create an enabling environment for responsible journalism and the ethical dissemination of information. And I will go even further and to help all of us to take action. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Florence. Gilani Saab, I would now like to request you, based on the asks from our panel, to take to the podium and address the gathering.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Minister for Climate Change, Ms. Romina Khurshid Alam, Ms. Eben Cabrigi, Ms. Florence Roll, Mr. Dava Bhatt, distinguished guests, climate advocates, Assalamu alaikum, and a very warm welcome to all. It is an honor before you today as we conclude this momentous Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference, a gathering that has not only amplified the change conference, a gathering that has not only amplified the urgency of climate action, but also reaffirmed our collective resolve to combat one of the greatest challenges in our time. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed profound discussions, insightful policy debates, and transformative ideas aimed at securing sustainable and resilient future for Pakistan and the world. From mitigating carbon emissions to enhancing climate finance, fostering renewable energy solutions, and strengthening community resilience, this conference has underscored that climate change is not just an environmental concern, but a fundamental issue of economic security, social justice, national sovereignty. Pakistan stands on the front line of the climate crisis. We have endured devastating floods. We have seen prolonged droughts, glacial melting, and rising temperatures that threaten not just livelihoods, but entire ecosystems. The historic floods of 2022, which displaced millions and caused billions in economic losses, served as a stark reminder that climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is lived reality in our people. Despite contributing less than 1% to global greenhouse emissions, Pakistan remains among the top 10 most vulnerable countries to climate change. This disproportionate impact calls for urgent global responsibility and equity in climate finance and technology transfer. Ladies and gentlemen, from a policy of perspective, we remain committed to ensuring that climate action is a legislative priority. We have already taken significant steps for climate change and green energy transition, promoting renewable energy solutions, including solar, wind, and hydropower to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. Water resource management is another pressing issue for addressing Pakistan's water scarcity challenges through conservation policies and integrated water governance. Climate, finance, and carbon markets are also being explored through innovative financial mechanisms to support the green infrastructure, green taxonomy, and climate smart agriculture. And lastly, disaster risk reduction, DRR, strengthening early warning systems and emergency response framework to safeguard vulnerable communities. As a representative of Pakistan's legislative body, we pledge to work closely with stakeholders, government, agencies, private sector leaders, civil society, and international partners to drive policy, coherence, transparency, and accountability in implementing these climate initiatives. Pakistan cannot fight this battle alone. The principles of climate justice demand that undeveloped nations uphold their commitments under the Paris Agreement, from fulfilling the $100 billion annual climate finance pledging to ensure fair access to technology for developing countries. We call upon the global community to translate pledges into concrete actions, ensuring that vulnerable nations like Pakistan receive the support they need to build a climate-resilient future. Ladies and gentlemen, here I would also like to address empowering our youth and creating conducive environment for greener future. Today's youth are not just the leaders of tomorrow. They are the change makers of today. We must equip them with tools, education, platforms necessary to lead Pakistan's transition to green economy. Innovation in green technology, sustainable agriculture, and climate entrepreneurship will be key drivers to this transformation. I encourage all young minds present here to take ownership of this mission, whether through research, advocacy, or sustainable business ventures. The future of Pakistan depends on your passion and vision. As we close this conference, let us remember that climate action is not an event, but a movement, one that demands relentless commitment, bold leadership, and unwavering collaboration. Let this conference be a turning point where ideas turn into policies, policies turn into actions, and actions turn into climate-resilient Pakistan. I extend my deepest gratitude to DawnMedia, organizers, experts, international partners, and all participants who have made this conference a huge success. The road ahead is challenging, but together we'll build a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable Pakistan for generations to come. Let us act, not just talk. Let us lead, not just follow. Let us make Breathe Pakistan a reality, not just a slogan. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you, Gilani Saab.
बैनुल-अक़वामी ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान माहौलियाती कॉन्फ्रेंस का मकाम सदर सैयद यूसुफ रज़ा गिलानी खिताब कर रहे थे। उन्होंने कहा कि पाकिस्तान मौसमियाती तब्दीलियों से शदीद मुतासरा ममालिक में शामिल है। काबिल तजदीद तवानाई से इस अहम मसले से निपटा जा सकता है। पाकिस्तान को ग्लेशियर्स के पिघलाव और दर्जा हरारत में इजाफे जैसे मसाइल का सामना है। पाकिस्तान का कार्बन के अखराज की शरह में 1% से भी कम शेयर है और पाकिस्तान मौसमियाती मसाइल से निपटने के लिए अमली इकदामात को यकीनी बना रहा है। हवा, पानी और शमसी तवानाई मंसूबों को तरजीह दी जा रही है। PTV न्यूज से फिर वक्त इतना ही।
And our strategic partners, the Government of Punjab and the Government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, supported by Unilever, EVM, the Ministry of Climate Change, OGDCL, BYD Mega Motors, and our knowledge partners, the World Bank, Pakistan Business Council, and the OICCI, along with our esteemed partners across the globe. We have taken the first step towards fighting our collective future. It is now up to all of us to turn the dream of a climate-resilient Pakistan into a reality. Pakistan, Zindabad. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We bid adieu to you today and look forward to welcoming you again next year, inshallah.